How about that for a fucking headline?
I haven't found any proof the world is 30,000 years old yet.
Just giving you guys the news. I just happen
You know
to
what's
see that.
funny is they carbon date stuff that has no carbon in it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm talking about archaeology, like rocks and stones. They claim they can carbon date anything, but where's the carbon? You know what I mean?
The baby woolly mammoth, man.
Now that may have carbon in it, but I'm just saying it reminded me of that. They carbon date everything, and a lot of the stuff doesn't have carbon in it.
Well, might be
My
silicone.
point is to make it up stuff. That's my point. They spin everything.
Cool, man. Anyway, I saw the woolly mammoth thing, man. I thought that was interesting.
Okay. I wanted to point out. You said it's 30,000 years old. I mean that they said they claimed it's 30,000 years old, but I haven't yet to find any proof that anything is 30,000 years old.
Well, I certainly would lean in that camp. I'm not sure about that either, man.
I'm not saying I believe the Earth is not. I'm just saying I don't believe anything. I haven't yet. I'm skeptical.
You have to believe this because this is an absolute headline that's worth sharing. And it's called "Mystery Rocket Crashes into Moon and Leaves Baffling Double Crater," NASA says.
Wow, that's really convincing.
Wow. How convinced are you people of that? That's what I want to know. Are you convinced?
I think I'll get some coat hangers and aluminum foil, and I'll go check it out myself. And a tarp.
You know, I got some coat hangers and some really nice aluminum foil, man. It's amazing.
I'll double wrap it.
I'm gonna throw in some
material.
I'm gonna throw in some construction paper to protect our electronic equipment.
Yeah, that calculator from 1960.
And no. On the back of the moon lander, man, they had these construction paper type materials.
I saw that.
To hide the, protect the electronic components outside. They wanted to make sure that those things weren't damaged. So they used construction paper because they didn't need to use anything stronger because there's no atmosphere on the moon, man.
It was only a few $1 billion.
It was $10 billion to go to the moon back in 1960s.
If you believe it.
It was only $10 billion back then.
That's a lot of cocaine.
It's cheap, man, compared to the $6 trillion they spent on the Coco 19.
Oh wow!
That's
the thing that blows my mind. I don't talk much about it because the whole thing's absurd. It's just like the globe.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the same category as the globe.
Yep.
And that's why as soon as it came out, we were all like, all of us flat earthers like, no.
Yeah.
No, shit, these cucks, fucking bastards.
I didn't believe it for a second. I never believed it for 1 second, but I was already
second, dude. Not even a second, man. We were already like, red flag.
I was already flat smacking everybody I know when that came out.
Yeah, me too, man. And it's that came out. That was a head game spinner, fucking from hell, man. That was a super doozy, fucking psyop.
Now they got the next one. They got the monkeypox.
There's a super doopy psyop, man. Super doopy psyop. It was super doopy.
Now they got the monkeypox psyop.
You got that shit's dying in the wind, bro. That ain't even close to that's just a mid-range filler for the next Coco fucking shithole. Fuck. Come on.
Yeah.
I know how these guys think, man.
I don't know how they think, but I can imagine that they assume that most people don't think, and they take advantage of that.
Yep. And that's, where Flat Earth absolutely nails it 100%. And that's why I'm still here, is that not the belief, but the knowing, because I've lived through it, is it being a flat earther is like way better, man.
There's a lot of skepticism. I think this is a collection of the most skeptical people in the world. Is the flat Earth server?
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. The most skeptical, man. The most scientific. The most genuine arguments. The most kind. I think we're like some of the most kind people. We put up with a lot of shit around here, and people get triggered. I get it, man. Everybody gets triggered, man. And you want to just call somebody a fucking stupid asshole because you just feel like that's the right thing to say.
Hey, by the way, I happen to be Jewish, but I live in the middle of nowhere, and my neighbors dragged me to their church because they had a dinner last Sunday. And I was at their church, and I flat smacked a couple people at church.
There you go. Why not? That's a great place.
You know what? They were actually receptive to it.
Dude, you know, I mean, if you're a Christian, man, straight away, man, if you're going to go on the Bible, man, Genesis 1, man, fuck off, you know. What does it say? If you can't interpret it Genesis 1, man, then you're not on a globe, dude, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to change the subject to religion because I'm mixed up all about that, but I study all different religions. But I was just saying I happened to find myself in a church last Sunday, and I flat smacked a couple of people right there.
I love that, Smurf, man. Keep smacking. I hate the term flat smacking, but it's definitely effective on what.
How about the flat hammer?
I like it. I can go with hammer. Yeah.
The flat hammer.
Drop the hammer, baby. Drop the flat hammer and nail that nail because it's flat, Mongos. That shit is flat as fucking.
In order to get to the dinner, I had to sit through the service. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, this preacher man, the pastor dude, he actually has no idea the earth is flat.
None. Well,
it's in the book, and he went and he got an equivalent of a master degree studying the book, and he doesn't have a clue the earth is actually flat.
Well, okay, so I heard something today here on Discord that, you know, when you go through the education system, man, you know how it is, man. Remember this shit, write it in the paper, put it on the test, boom. I mean, that's it. It's a system. It's a system that just demands you to do shit in this particular way, man. And it's, you know, that's a dictatorship. Last time I
memorization, no critical thinking.
Memorization, no critical thinking, no out of the box shit. You know, if you want to pass your class, man, you're gonna do what they tell you. And if you don't, man, they'll bring the hammer, man. They'll bring the flat ass.
Something I heard it's called seminary or some kind of religious school that the pastors go to. And
yeah,
don't they cover the ancient cosmology of the Bible? What's up with that?
Take this name, man. It's called theology. And if you're Jewish, right, you've heard the word theology, man.
Yeah.
Used in Judaism 100 times at least, right? But when theology is, you know, if you guys have been around this server for more than 5 minutes, theories are not what we work around here, bro. Right?
Yeah.
We don't deal with theories around here because theories are not.
You're right.
They're not demonstrable.
You're right.
And shout out to Dave Hinkle. Demonstrable. He loves demonstrable evidence.
I agree completely there.
And if any of you Mongos don't like demonstrable evidence, like fuck, if I turn the fire on, the water boils. You know, piss off. You know, we love demonstrable evidence.
As I got older, into my early 20s, I increasingly began questioning everything. But once I realized the earth is flat, that's when I shifted to what you're saying. Like, it's better to be demonstrable. Or I either know it or I don't.
That's right.
I don't believe. I try to not. I try to limit my beliefs. Try to get rid of all of the beliefs I can, and I either know it or I don't know it. And you can either prove it or not.
Smurf, that goes back to what we were originally talking about, which was kind of Antarctica, how we could go and touch the fucking dome, right, or whatever. Yeah, we would demonstrably love to do that, man. Demonstrably.
I'm sure the government has been doing it for forever.
Right. They've been doing it forever. Yeah. They know. We don't, and that's the way it is. We'd suck it up and own it. Or,
I believe they've been doing it since Admiral Byrd, man, or the 50s at least. Since at least the 50s, they've been down there.
So yeah, I mean, there's definitely plenty of could be misinformation, disinformation, could be truth. We don't know, man. But there's a lot of information out there that says potentially there's more land beyond what we know about.
Hey, I entertain all these different possibilities, but I lean towards there being a physical barrier. It's the most logical thing in my mind. When I have to speculate, it's probably a physical barrier.
Smurf, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm going to call it gas pressuring up, and I'll stand on that rock all day, every day until somebody comes into my shop and proves that you can have gas pressure without a container, man.
Exactly. Now, I'm not saying it's the end of the dimension, unless it's a computer level or something. I'm just saying there could be, like in the Bible, it explains that there's a bunch of water, and then there's, there may be more out there, but I think there's a container like what you're saying, gas pressure. It's a pressurized container. There's probably a wall, and I bet you the government's been trying to break through it, and there's probably stuff on the other side of it.
We've got some pretty good evidence that they actually nuked the dome. From what I
don't believe in nukes, because the nukes they say that two radioactive metals hit each other really fast. But they probably they've been trying. What you're saying, yes, I believe they've been trying to break it open.
Yeah, they were trying to break it open. They were exploding all kinds of shit up right there, shooting rockets, whatever they were doing, man.
I totally agree.
I've heard this. Don't believe it necessarily, but I've heard this.
Of course they would.
Well, if I was a diabolical fucking cock, I would be one. Hey, let's blow up the dome.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what Hillary Clinton was saying. She wanted to bring down the glass ceiling.
Let's bring down the glass ceiling. I've got a perfect plan for the. We can use the big bomb on what do they call them? The Moabs.
Yeah.
Or whatever they call them.
Yeah, I strongly believe the government's probably, and I was just talking about beliefs, but I mean, I'm just saying what's probable here. Yeah, they've probably been trying to do exactly what you're saying.
Dude, you were in the military. You know what kind of cucky bombs those cocks
The first thing you do is you try to destroy it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to disassemble it to figure out what it is.
I used to golf with a guy that made the Titan missiles for the submarines.
Wow.
These are nuclear armed warheads. And it was like, we're building this shit right down the road here. And they're like, oh, fuck me. And
they're building something, but it may not be magical. They say that two radioactive metals hit each other and then magic happens. It's a kind of extra magical explosion. I think they're just conventional, and they just pocket a bunch of cash like the moon landing.
Yeah, you weren't in here the other night, but I was bringing up the fact that I don't believe you could split atoms. I was bringing that
up. I agree with you. I agree.
You're like, first of all, you can't even take a picture of an atom.
Exactly. It's all cartoons. Satellite space cartoons.
It's like outer space. The same bullshit, right?
Yep. Yeah. On the micro and the macro, they got cartoons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. And if I was a diabolical cuck, that's how way I would play it, man. Make them believe that little teeny things can blow up and make big bombs.
Exactly.
And outer space is definitely a place that exists in its trillions and trillions of billions and trillions of miles across and square and round.
They want you to think the state is God, and that only the state has access to this outer astral realm, and also, and they need a lot of money. They need all your tax dollars to do that.
They need all your tax dollars.
And they also want you to. They want you to believe they have these super weapons. That they want you to believe the state is God, that all powerful, that they have these super magical weapons.
Well, dude, I know you being in the military, man. I'm sure you know this. I've known this number for 20 years. They've had 900 military bases. The United States has 900 Air Force bases across the fucking earth, dude. 900.
I know we're in 180 something countries or something like that. I forgot something like that.
900 fucking places they can land planes or helicopters. Who fuck knows?
I don't know if you're including NATO or what. Yeah, but something like that. I don't know the numbers, but yeah, it's a lot of yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's a lot of money every year. But
that's my point. Yeah. So they make these rockets and stuff, and they tell you they're nuclear, but they're probably just conventional, you know, and they just pocket a bunch of cash like the moon lander.
I saw plenty of video. I've seen plenty of video. Where
my point was, I bet you they're totally trying to break the barrier that I'm talking about. And you know what? I'd probably do the same thing.
Yep. I mean, dude, if I had the resources these cucks have, yeah, let's go fucking nuke the dome or what?
Dude, if I made it to Antarctica and I found a wall, the first thing I would do is start hitting it.
Yeah, we're going through, man. What the hell's on the other side, man? What the hell?
Didn't make it this far just to go, oh, there's a barrier. The first thing I'm going to do is grab a hammer and start chipping away.
We're chipping. Where's the fucking jackhammer? You got one?
Exactly. I mean, you couldn't even stop me, dude. I would just start attacking that thing.
Dude, you've seen these big, giant, boring tunnel fucking monstrosities that they fucking build, right? I mean,
you know what? I would ask God to help. I don't think I'm rebelling from God in any. I mean, you know, you put me in a container, I'm going to try to break out like Houdini.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would do.
Maybe that's why. Maybe God put us here to see who's going to break out first.
Maybe.
I'm kind of joking around, but you know what? You put a man in a box, he's going to try to get out of the box.
He's getting out, man.
It's a jailbreak. I mean, you know, there's a bunch of questions about this. Like, what if the Earth is a big egg? You know, I don't know.
I've heard the egg Earth conception. You know, I wouldn't kick it completely out, but you know, I've also looked at the convex, and I'm like, well,
if I was a wealthy man, I'd have a very extremely wealthy, super ultra mega wealthy. I would have a submarine. I would have a submarine, and I'd be ready. And I would try to break out of this the barrier, you know, the wall, the dome, the firmament. That's what it's called. Then you need a submarine because when you do, if you can break through it, you're gonna need that submarine. Well, now my contingency plan as a poor man is to go and commandeer a submarine. I'm not planning on doing that. I'm just saying if the Earth is getting flooded, the first place I'm going is the shipyard.
Yeah.
And they better let me in there. I do everything I can to get in that submarine. Because if the Earth gets flooded, it's like Noah's Ark. It's what you need. And then, dude, could you imagine if you could float out of the Earth, out of the world, into the whatever they call it, heaven in the Bible. Well, whatever's outside of the firmament, you're going to want to survive passing through the firmament, right? So you want a submarine. At the least, get a scuba gear, scuba tank.
the problem with Antarctica, man, the best I can tell, man, is it's so fucking cold, bro.
I got to get me a scuba tank because
It's
what if they
cold,
ever
man.
succeed? What if they succeed in breaking
I
the
don't know where
firmament?
you, Smurf. I don't know where you. I'm in Southern California, man. I don't like the cold weather. Fuck, I just
Yeah.
can't deal with it, man. I just can't
I
deal with
stepped
it.
out of the airplane a few times in Alaska when I was going to Iraq and back, and we stopped in Alaska because I was stationed out of Hawaii. And wow, it was so cold. I just stepped out the door of the plane and it was really
Yeah,
cold.
it's devastating cold, man.
And that's not nothing compared to Antarctica, I assume.
Exactly. So I'm like, nah. Let's go to the North Pole, man. Fuck this South Pole shit, man. They keep.
Well, I'd like to see both. The North Pole is the safer bet to check that out first because you can
Yeah.
get lost in Antarctica.
Well,
The
I've
North
seen
Pole,
guys.
you can keep going, and you can find yourself at a landmass unless you can't keep going. They say there's possibly a magnetic mountain or a central island.
Yeah,
People call it different words, maybe Agartha. I don't know. I think it's
Maru,
plausible there's an
Maru.
island there because the cartography they lie about everything. So ancient maps from a couple centuries ago had an island in the middle of the world, and
Right.
and then it
Yeah.
got deleted in the last 100 years or 150 years, something like that.
Yeah.
There's probably a landmass there, and some people older maps say there could be a magnetic mountain or something but I don't know. But it'd be a safer bet to explore the North Pole
Yeah.
first, and
Yeah.
then. But I'm really super interested in Antarctica. That seems to be where where the real
Well,
mystery is at.
I think they keep it that way for a reason, man.
Could you
Um,
imagine thousands
dude,
of years, at least several thousands of years, humans have existed in this world, and
yeah.
there could be completely preserved, who knows what archaeological stuff in Antarctica, completely perfectly preserved.
Well, dude, that's what I dropped a woolly mammoth article. They
Yeah,
say they found this thing down there in
that's
North
very
America.
plausible. I don't believe in dinosaurs, but woolly mammoth is very plausible, very probable. A lot of
Yeah,
things have
yeah.
gone,
I'm,
and that could be
I'm,
one of them.
well, I've seen some pretty damn good sized buffalo, like moose and buffalo, and these things get big, man. I mean, so big,
A lot of food, a lot of dinner.
and imagine them just a little bit bigger, and be like, oh shit,
Dude,
yeah,
I strongly believe if we had hydrogen powered craft, vehicle, ground, whether it's air, ground, whatever, we could survive in Antarctica off of penguins. I seriously, I'm not joking. We can eat penguins.
yeah,
I'm not joking. You run out of supplies. You
dude,
travel
yeah,
back to the if
yeah.
it's hydrogen powered, you're on water. You can on the ice, and you can somehow fuel your machine with that, and you go grab you some penguins. You resupply on that food, and you go back to the firmament, and you got to drill through that thing with a jackhammer.
Yeah, minimum jackhammer, man.
Yeah,
Minimum.
it could
I
be thick.
mean,
It could be, for all I don't know, it could be miles thick.
it could be like 100 miles. You
They
don't
might
know.
have Elon Musk out there with the boring machine.
That's why I'm like so interested in the North, man, because
Yeah,
it doesn't sound as treacherous.
yeah, but
The
it's not.
South does sound treacherous. We should probably go to the South.
If you had a lot of money, you'd want to scout the North out first. Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Well, Smurf, man, I had the idea that okay, we're serious. Let's raise a couple $1 million. We're gonna rent ourselves a 747.
We're gonna need a few more than a couple million.
No, I figured it out. I worked it out, man. It's about $2 million
Nice.
to take a 747 wherever the fuck we want to go, right? And we could pack the thing with 500 fucking people, dude. We
Hell
could
yeah.
pack it. 500 people, man, in the flat Earth and globe community. and let's just take this little fucking spinny spoo around the fucking globe, left, right, center, east, west, north, south, whatever. $2 million.
I think there's some land that's not on the map, so you're going to get in trouble.
We're going to get in trouble. We're not going to be able to do it. Down. There's going to be some kind of cock block shit. Fuck, right?
Yep. That's what the Arctic Treaty is all about.
Yep. So we're not going to get a chance to fly over Antarctica or the North Pole or nothing. No. Even if we had $2 million to go, hey man, let's rent a fucking 747.
You're going to be stealthy.
Well, dude,
I think we should take something very stealthy, like a small boat, something super stealthy.
Dude, I had a lot of friends that wanted to do that same kind of thing, man. Just kind of like hike up the North Pole, hike it because they were close enough. They could. And it just didn't happen, man. It's a treacherous environment, man. Apparently.
I would do it with the budget. I would do it, even though it would be super cold. You just got to have a lot of cold weather gear.
You're at the right age. You could do it. Yeah, you could do it, man. I'm not going to do it, man, but I'll support you.
You got to wear a lot of leather.
100%.
You got to wear what the Eskimos wear.
That's it, man. You got to have pretty thick
be the
Eskimo shit, man. Eskimo fucking gear, man. Yeah.
And there's wireless on a very low frequency. I don't know the exact wavelength, but you could transmit data like video and shit. Like it just take a long time to transmit all the data. You know what I mean? But like they want you to believe in the Mars rover and shit. That's ridiculous. But you could go to the North Pole and you could, through a very low frequency, you could transmit back video, dude.
Yeah.
I know a dude that knows everything about that. He was signals in the Army, and he knows everything about transmitting data through different wave bands and stuff.
Well, it's all possible, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would go to the North Pole and I would go to the Antarctica if I could get away with if I could, I mean, I would take an attempt at it, and if I had the right equipment, I'd broadcast it.
Well, there was a guy on Globebusters not too long ago. Ryan something.
I'm just saying, I really would do it. I just don't have the budget
This guy was trying to walk up to the North Pole, man, and check it out for everybody. And he was kind of promoted to do it, but he's not getting it done, man.
I tell you what, I don't have the budget today, but if I did, I'm 100% serious. If all I need is the cold weather equipment, you can even transmit encrypted data. I just need the right equipment,
Yeah. Well, that's what
I'd like to have a vehicle,
I'd love to have a.
What if we had some dogs? Well, the dogs might not survive.
You
could get some. You could probably put a coat on the dog.
Problem, man.
Keep the dog warm.
You got to go like a really long distance, man.
Yes, but you got something better to do,
dude. I'm working on a better idea, but
no, I'm saying, is there anything better to do than explore the world, dude?
There is nothing better than to sit around. Not only explore it, but we can explore it on Discord and share pictures and links and videos, and we can really collaborate to make it amazing.
There's a lot of jobs out there. They're noble, paramedic or power plant operator, air pilot. There's so many noble jobs out there, but if you walk away from it, they just replace you with somebody else. There's ER doctors.
Yep.
But one job that's not being done is exploring the world, or it may be done by the government or secret society or the Illuminati,
right?
That not publicly, and And I think it's the most important task that a man can do. It's like being a Viking, setting sail for North America for the first
Yeah,
time.
baby.
You know, this is the
Yeah.
most important thing that could possibly be done. Is we need to explore the limits of our reality.
Yep.
And we got to report back.
Absolutely. I couldn't
Everybody
agree.
needs to know. Everybody should know the limits of the world. You know.
Yep. Oh, that's
I think it's the most important thing. If I had the budget and I hope I had some help. I have not done an expedition before, but if I had the right planning and budget and all that stuff, yeah, I'll do it. I'll go out there like a cruise missile. Just point me in the right direction. I'll go and I'll go to the grid coordinates and all that. I'll be there. Land navigation. I'm on board 100%.
all right. Well,
I'm just saying I don't have the resources, but I would do it. And you know what? Even though I don't have the resources, I plan on just making a desperate attempt before I die. If I'm 50 years old, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna start walking.
you know what?
Now, I'm only 33, but when I start, as I get older, if nobody's done it yet, I'm gonna get me on a sailboat. I'm just gonna go.
I'm a sailor, man. I know about sailing boats, man, and it's the greatest technology that I can find in the world is sailing.
It's free. It
so
requires no
free.
fuel.
So you are moving for free, man, and
Yeah. God moves it. It's the wind.
it's the wind, baby. And when you catch it just right, man, it's like nothing you've ever experienced in your life, man. It's crazy good.
I've been on a sailboat, but we never caught a good wind before. You know, it was real slow. I was in Hawaii, and I've been out around the island and stuff, but I never caught a good wind before. You know,
You'll know when you do catch it. You're like, oh my goodness, this is how good it can be. And you're always searching for that. You're always searching for that perfect win, man.
Well, anyway, I'd not to go on and complaining that I don't have a budget, but I'm serious that before I die someday, I'm gonna. If I don't have any money, I'm just gonna do something real Viking or something. I'm just gonna start walking.
Well, I'm gonna send you.
This is the updated.
All right, this is a guy that
get me a raft.
This was a guy who wanted to do exactly what you're talking about, man. Just go up north. And this is the beginning of his journey. And he wanted to create, a community that would support him and give him the gear that it took to get up there. And so far, man, he hasn't gotten up there, man. And that sucks, man. I mean,
I look slightly similar to the dude on the left, but it looks also different, But
whatever, man.
Throw me a big coat with some leather,
Well, you're at the right age, man. You can do this.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe I could. It'd be real cold, but that's why you just wear more layers. It's the Eskimos do it every day. They've been doing it for I don't know, like 1,000 years or so.
Well, they're acclimated to it, man. That's the other thing.
No, in the Army, they tell you it takes 2 weeks to get acclimated to a climate.
It takes a minute.
It didn't work for the Germans.
Yeah.
Murph, how long has it been?
What's up, Claw? How you doing, bro? I've been MIA.
Me too.
Yeah. Both of you guys.
We were just talking about an expedition to the both the North Pole and the Arctic.
It's weird. We were taught that there was a North Pole, just like there is a South Pole when we were kids. Like we were taught that like there was a landmass at the top and like almost just like the South Pole. But when I looked at Google, like Google Earth like when I was like 1920.
All
I was like, what
water.
the hell? Yeah, it's
What
all
the
it's
hell
You're
is
just in
that?
right.
there,
They
man.
used to have the ice caps, and then they acted like they weren't there anymore.
Yeah, it's weird.
No,
I
you're
have,
100%
I
right
have,
about that.
dude. I have a map from like 1952 in my possession that shows, nothing but ice up in the North Pole,
Yeah.
man.
You know,
Nothing
and
but
then they
ice.
deleted that. You know, if you look at maps
It's
today, they
all
act
gone.
like it's not there.
It's all gone.
Yeah, I have no trust in the cartography, official whatever map making people.
Yep.
I don't trust them at
Zero.
all.
Google Maps is spooky.
It is spooky.
You see all kinds of weird shit.
In the
Anyway,
maps?
In the maps.
Yeah, the maps, man.
yeah,
We could look at maps for the next fucking decade. There's so
yep.
many maps, bro.
Do you see that they did like they were doing a Mars survey apparently, and then they made a mistake and they saw a bunch of like migratory animals and stuff. So people are freaking
Yeah,
out. And I'm like, why would you think that's on Mars then? It's obviously
yeah, I
fucking
know.
Earth.
I see that too.
You
That's
have to
stupid.
fucking you gotta fucking find me that clip.
Yeah, one
man.
sec.
Take your time, man. I got,
You
I'll
guys
wait
got me
till
all
morning.
motivated and inspired to go on an expedition. I do this sometimes when I'm here at the Flat Earth Channel. I start just going off about how I'm going to eat penguins and stuff, and then usually somebody mutes me, and you know they act like I'm not serious. But the thing is I am serious. Like I really want to go.
Have
I
fun.
want to go see the end of the world. You know.
I'm gonna watch the end of the world from my house here, where
We'll
I've
try to
lived.
find, you know, low frequency, long range.
All right, man. We'll get you some support, man. We'll get you
Yeah.
some support. Are you married? Do you have any kids? Are you
No, I'm a free man.
free, man? Oh,
I gotta
fuck.
fight for
Okay,
women off of me.
stop that. Stop that.
No, I do. I fight them off of me because I'm poor. You know, I don't want to waste my time. You know, I stay at different friends' houses, so like, you know, I don't want the drama. You know, no, seriously, I have like 3 girlfriends. You know, and I try to ignore them, and that's what drives me
Mark,
crazy. The more
are
I ignore
you
them, the more they bother me.
are you a musician by chance?
No, I'm not. One of my
All
best friends is a very talented musician, but not me.
right.
I'm really good with firearms and computers.
Cool. Well, those are
Uh,
good things. Good talents to have. Good talents.
I'll shoot a polar bear and I'll eat them too.
Well, it's been done before. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's how you know you can do it.
Yep. It's not. I always thought what one man can do, another can do. And
I believe that, in most cases, there's occasional. Some
yeah,
people do
there's
amazing things.
occasional retards, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know, it's amazing how we made it from Europe all the way to America and Australia and South Africa and stuff. Yeah, we could get to the Arctic. Yeah, people already do. I mean, you know, it's just
Yeah.
you know, it's just that
No doubt.
it's illegal.
That's it,
That's all. They made it illegal.
We could do it. We could do it. Yeah, they made it
Yeah,
illegal.
it's very
So
doable.
we could do it. No doubt about it. I know for a fact, man. You give me a 40-foot fucking sailboat, I'll take your ass to fucking Antarctica.
Actually,
Where
I'm
is
not
it?
sure it's illegal. It's just that the government has signed
I'll
a treaty to intercept me.
just give me a 40-foot sailboat, man, that can handle with a
I'd be
steel
huddled in the
hull.
fucking.
I'm taking you there, man.
I'd
I
be
can
huddled
I'm
at the
on
sail.
bottom
board.
waiting
Dude.
to
No
die.
doubt.
Put me on the crew list. I'm on board.
Mm-hmm. There was a documentary
And I'll
about.
show up. I'll actually show up somewhere. You know, if I can, I can drive to the shipyard, whatever you call that, the harbor, the
Yeah.
marina, and I'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring a lot of guns to shoot polar bears and penguins. No, I will show up. I'll be there.
Those polar bears are hungry, man. You shoot the penguins for the polar bear.
The thing is I don't believe there's any gun laws in the Arctic because nobody owns it.
Right.
And there's also no gun law There's people that they rent guns in international waters to when they travel around Somalia because of Somalian pirates. And it's a whole industry. They rent out guns. You could take your guns out to the international waters, and you could probably take them to the Arctic. No, you know who will stop you is I guess the military will try to intercept you. But I don't think it's illegal. I don't think I'm breaking any law. They signed a treaty to intercept me if they can catch me, if they can find me. You know, they probably got radar, man, like everywhere. You know, the NSA has servers all along the Antarctic Ring. You know that, right?
Yep.
To keep the computers cool. So they probably have radar like all along the Arctic Ring. So you'd have to be super stealthy, and that's a whole obstacle. Not really an obstacle, it's more of a challenge, you know?
Walk really slow.
Yeah, you could do that. I'm just joking. I don't believe in obstacles so much as there. My father told me this. You know, he was an infantry officer, and he says there are no obstacles, only challenges. Is what I'm trying to say. And so they probably. I'm going to assume with the huge budget of over $1 trillion in NATO, they probably have like an elaborate radar system, you know, all along the Arctic Ring to protect the NSA servers. Which I believe I assume they're there because they keep it cold. It's very cold, you know, to keep the computers cold. So anyway, you know, it's gonna be a challenge but yeah, I'll do it. I mean, if somebody has a boat and if somebody is gonna go, like I'll go. I mean, the worst case scenario is the military will intercept me, and they probably hold me for a while, and they gotta let me go eventually, right? And you know, I assume that what are they gonna do? Execute
they might
me?
just kill you.
Intercepted by the Vril.
I don't think they'll kill me.
They might just torpedo you, bro. Take you out.
Oh, well, they could. Yeah, you're right. They could torpedo me, but I think it's a waste of a torpedo.
Nah, you're worth at least one torpedo. Don't let people tell you otherwise.
Yeah. I really don't think they're going to kill anybody because it's so rare. They would try to capture you first. Like, dude, I saw an article where a Norwegian boat like strayed too far or something near the Arctic, and they arrested them. But I mean, on what charges? I don't. You know, they probably let him go by now. You know, I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware it's illegal to go there. Yeah, I don't know of any law that what I'm saying. I'm down to go. What's up?
I'm going to get you a 40-foot sailboat stocked for 6 months. And I want you to sail down there and check it out.
Anybody's welcome to come with me.
Yeah. We're going to need a crew, man. Yeah,
I don't think I need any water filter. I assume that the water is super clean in the Arctic.
You might be right.
I have a lot of ammo, and so I could shoot penguins all day long. So I think I'll survive. I just shoot penguins. All I need is a way to get there.
If you let me shoot your guns, I'll come with you.
All right.
Yeah, of course. I don't think there's any gun laws. Nobody owns Antarctica. It's like the same as international water. You got to protect yourself. You don't know what you'll find out there.
Yeah.
We haven't been there yet. It's unknown.
You might find the abominable snowman.
First thing I'll do is wave at him and see if he speaks English.
He'd pick you up and just take you on a date you wouldn't forget.
Oh, God. I just dump all the bags I got, man.
Wow.
Aim for the eyes.
Oh, yeah, you're going to send him a message?
There's ice everywhere. You sure to hit it.
Yeah, you can shoot the ice around and maybe he'll sink. Maybe he'll fall to the ice.
If they see a madman with, like thousands of rounds shooting penguins, they might torpedo you.
You're funny, but no, I don't think so. I think I'll make it. Well, okay. is the problem is getting past the radar. But the thing is, I believe that if I'm walking or if I'm in a small ground vehicle, the radar probably won't detect me. I'm more concerned about the boat, the sea, the craft, the getting there. I'm more concerned about getting to the Arctic.
Yeah, you gotta have a steel hull, man.
Wait, you just raised a good point. What if you have a wooden boat?
I don't like that, man. Shackleton.
Hey, it's been done before. Was it Captain Cook or whatever his name was?
Cook, yeah, Cook.
Yeah, you could take a wooden boat down there. Now, would that help with radar?
No, it's not.
Okay, what is a good material? The vehicle, the boat. What's a good material to get through radar?
A gun.
No, I'm talking about radar.
Cover it in tinfoil.
I don't know. I don't know how would that work.
I think isn't it a paint or something they use on like planes so that they can like.
Yeah,
they also minimize the signature, but like you need to like hide your engines and all that shit.
Different angles, the way the radar bounces off the structure, they angle it in such a way that it comes back as like, oh, that's just a bird. Instead of like,
you could probably take a boat and then put these angles you're speaking of on the outer hull.
You got to use what you got, right? So you take all those penguins that you slaughtered and you cover your boat with penguin skins, and that shit will bounce right off.
Or if the boat's small enough, would it even come on? Like if you're on like a little raft-like boat, would it even show up?
Great idea. What if your boat was the shape of a whale?
Oh, you're thinking smart. Whale boat.
No. What if you got a boat that's the shape of a whale?
Yeah. Me and my guys on the whale boat going to Antarctica.
Sounds like a Beatles song.
It looks like a whale on the outside, dude.
That's called Yellow Submarine. It is a Beatles song, but close. It was close.
No, this is a great idea. If your boat is the shape of a whale. They're all different sizes. There's large and small whales out there. It'll look like a whale on the radar.
Okay.
I think you're on something.
How do we power this?
Figure it out.
We have to power this.
Who needs power? We just need an orc. Why is it? Is it called an orc?
That's
the rowboat.
Oars, man. Give me your fucking sail, man. That's what makes sailboats so fucking... Unfortunately, they're not...
We picked up a whale with a sail on the radar.
A whale with the sail.
A whale and a sail. Okay, let me sleep on that one, man. Let me sleep on it.
I think we got to put a propeller in the tail.
Whale on the sail, propeller in the tail.
Propeller in the tail with the sail in the whale.
Yeah, I think we got a solid plan.
I think the tail's got to move, you know.
Solid. It's fucking solid. I'll tell you.
We got the fins move, the tail moves, and there's a propeller inside at the end of the tail.
What about the... Okay.
It's too early in the morning.
What about the sail is in the tail? What do you guys think about the sail in the tail idea?
Maybe the fin is a sail.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They're the same shape as a sail. Yeah, they kind of got the triangle thing going. The little triangle.
They may never notice, but they may notice this whale never submerges. It just goes in one direction. It's going to the Arctic, and it's just coasting to the Arctic, this big whale.
Big whale. Big whale in the sail with the... Yes.
Dude, we
just swim.
Whaling. We go kill a whale and then we cover a boat with the whale, with the carcass of it.
Oh, okay.
Like
can you kill whales, or are they endangered species?
You could still kill whales.
The natives do it up in Canada.
Just say you had to defend yourself from the whale. It was a danger to your life.
Yeah, exactly. I had to defend myself.
Hey, Vinny, man, check out there was a Greenpeace. The guy that started Greenpeace, man, he was this captain sailor guy, man, that went out there and went up against the sailing ships, man. He was out there to disrupt their whale killing.
We're only going to
Having a
kill
whale
just
of a
one
time.
whale.
Dude,
We're not going to eradicate the whales. We're just
Captain
going to take one.
Watson. Captain Watson from Greenpeace, man. Check it out. Don't believe me? It's true, man.
I don't feel any guilt whatsoever in killing one single whale for the sake of exploring the end of the world.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
We're not going to wipe out 50 whales or 200 whales. We're just going to kill one whale, and we're gonna do how they do, like to preserve animals, and they put them on the wall. You know, we're gonna preserve its leather or whatever, and we're gonna use it as camouflage for the ship.
All right, man. Let's that's a whale of a tale, man. In the sailing.
Whale of a time.
Whale of a tale. Yay. Damn, I love it.
Perfect camouflage.
I like your MI6 thinking, man.
Thanks, man. It's awfully like something like a villain would come up with this in a James Bond film.
Yes.
So
This is we can save the world if we do this.
Probably.
Or maybe an episode of Smurfs.
So they'll just think it's like a retarded whale coming to Antarctica.
Exactly. It's a retarded whale.
It's swimming a little funny. Why has it got a jet engine?
Yeah. It's exactly. Sir, Captain, we picked up it's like a retarded whale.
I think the way to do it, man, if we were gonna sail down there, man, is to have an entire fleet of boats, man. We're not gonna do it with just
That's
one.
a lot of dead whales.
We have to have at least 10 boats or some shit, man.
Okay, we'll go kill 10 whales and we'll do that.
No. We can just kill the one whale. That's fine.
No, but we need the camouflage, bro. For each ship has to be a whale.
Oh shit. No.
The only way to evade the radar, man.
No.
One
Captain
of them a
Watson,
whale, and
he
the
would be
rest are like
pissed.
seals or something. Like we have mini rafts. We could have like an aquatic army.
Hey, what if like National Geographic like tries to check us out and they find out we're not really whales?
We'll just say that's whalophobic.
Those whales are swimming kind of funny.
Just say you identify as a whale. What are you going to say then?
What are you going about the rainbow whales?
Put pride flags on the whales.
Yes.
Oh, they have to leave us alone then. Yeah.
We're just whale sexual.
Oh, dude, if you have a pride flag, they cannot arrest you.
Oh, that's true, bro.
Uh,
They'll just leave you alone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they think you're with the Illuminati.
I gotta go to bed. Man. Fuck.
Hey, have a good sleep, buddy.
Well, I'm gonna hang out with you for a minute, but I
There's
need to go.
sleeping quarters inside the whale.
Yeah, there you go.
You can look at his eyes too to navigate.
Oh shit.
You could also look out its mouth, possibly, but definitely his eyes. The eyes are like windows.
Is it Taco Tuesday? It's Taco Tuesday. Yeah. Margarita Tuesday.
That's Margarita Monday was yesterday.
I don't drink tequila, so I don't know anything about margaritas.
Yes, we are going to have to bring plenty of alcohol with us too, by the way.
So in the American War, the Civil War, the English Navy was limited to 1 gallon of beer a day
That's rough.
per soldier. 1 gallon of beer.
Wow.
Limit. That's your
That's
limit.
harsh.
Harsh.
Exactly. I need more than a gallon, bro. I need to be able to have a
Exactly.
bath in it.
Only a gallon a day.
Uh,
So, yeah, enjoy your pint. That's all you're gonna get.
we're gonna if they ever board the whale, if we get intercepted, they're gonna find that the cargo hold was nothing but liquor.
Right. Because
It was
that's
nothing but
how
liquor and ammo.
Correct ammo.
liquor and ammo.
You're getting
We're
shot.
getting boarded by the
You're getting
Navy.
shot.
We've intercepted the whale, and it has nothing but liquor in it.
They're just gonna shoot you, I think, bro.
They're just gonna shoot you.
No, they're gonna try to
You a
capture us. If they find out we have that much liquor, the Navy will try to capture us alive.
We got 100 gallons of
Liquor.
whiskey on board.
Exactly, whiskey. Yeah. Tennessee,
Whiskey. Yes.
Kentucky. Well, I forget what it's called. What's that Maker's Mark? Is that Kentucky bourbon?
Kentucky bourbon. Yeah.
That's exactly what we need. Yeah.
Mm,
It's part of the budget.
yeah. And you're limited to 1 quart a day.
This is very doable because what you do is you go up to Canada where the natives there are legally allowed to go whaling, and you broker a deal with them. You pay them for a preserved whale carcass.
Mm.
How big of a whale would we need? Like a blue whale?
It depends on the size of the ship.
Yeah, blue whale for sure, man. We got to take the blue whales out. All right.
Biggest whale in the ocean.
Fucking
Yeah. And the best thing is we can pay the Eskimos up there with whiskey. We'll trade. We've done this before, like a couple hundred years ago. We're going to trade with the natives liquor for their goods, which is going to be a whale. Then they're going to become alcoholic and destroy their life. But it was for a good cause. There's more Eskimos out there, and
Do they still exist, the Eskimos?
What's that?
Are the Eskimos still around?
Yes. They actually are legally allowed to go whaling. They go whaling all the time. It's part of their lifestyle up in Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, I've read
Well, do
about
they
it,
have
yeah.
a limit on how many they can kill, or?
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a limit, but they're legally allowed to go. They are as far as I know, they're the only group in the world that I know of that's allowed to go whaling. So it's not even illegal. I mean, you just go make a deal with them. You just say, listen, I want it intact,
Yeah. I mean, I guess they don't do anything to damage the environment, really, do they? Because they're such like a small culture.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Exactly. Yeah,
That's a compromise because it's the only thing they do. They don't like dump chemicals or whatever.
Yeah, they're not doing it on an industrial scale like we used to do, like in the 1800s. No, they're too small of a group. They're like a drop in the bucket. And their whole culture and lifestyle revolves around whaling. So you go find them and you make a deal with them, So that's our camouflage, and you fit it onto the ship somehow. Maybe I don't know about glue, but you may want to get inside the whale like it and fix it to the ship.
Okay. Yeah, we'd have to gut it, wouldn't we? We'd have to take all its organs out.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But the natives do that already.
The package deal?
They do it all already. We just have to fix it to a ship. And then when you do that, okay, it's not going to perfect. The ship is not the shape of a whale, so you've suddenly got all this extra cargo space.
Right.
That's a lot of cargo space.
True.
You could put a lot of whiskey in there. and that'll keep us going. When we're out there in the Arctic, and we're out there with sleds or whatever kind of. Maybe we could bring ground vehicle, hydrogen thing. We're out there, and the morale will always stay high so long as we have plenty of whiskey. Man, it's really cold out here.
Smurf, are you drunk?
No, but I should be. But I'm actually sober. But I've been drunk for the last 3 years. But I quit drinking about a month ago. But I can always start up again. So when you're out there and it's really freezing cold in the Arctic, you drink that fire water. That'll warm you up.
So you were drunk for the past 3 years, and when did you start thinking flat Earth?
Oh, way back in like 2015 or something like that, a long time ago.
So you've been drunk a lot of the time. You've been thinking that the Earth is flat.
No, I've been on a drinking binge the last 3 years, but I found out maybe like 7 years ago the Earth is flat.
Are you ready to sober up?
Yeah. Actually, I quit drinking about a month ago.
And when you ready to give up the flat Earth?
That's impossible because I'm standing on it right now.
No, you're standing on the same Earth as me, yeah.
Yeah, the flat Earth. Yeah.
It's not. It's a ball.
You like balls?
I do.
What do you know about Uranus?
You got any evidence of that, mister?
Did you know that the composition of Uranus is claimed to be methane?
What do you know about it? Have you been there?
You can always try to get those diamonds on Uranus.
Oh, Godric has been there as well, huh? Both of you guys have been to Uranus?
I might have been to Uranus. It will be soon.
No, I said both of you guys have been to Uranus.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Uranus.
We have plenty of probes to go out there, you know.
We the flat earthers.
NASA has plenty of probes to go to Uranus. Dude, come on.
But do you believe anything that NASA says, Godric? Come on.
I mean,
why do you say we? Why do you say we? Like we in the people that I believe.
NASA? You mean the Freemasons? Here to lie and
is
deceive?
Is that what you mean?
I don't know, bro.
You guys are so funny the way you throw citations around.
Hey, bro, I believe the Earth's a globe as well. I'm staying strong.
So Godric and Smurf are both sighting probes to Uranus. Why? Just to be funny?
We're gonna probe Uranus.
That's so funny. Hold on, and let me just take a second to laugh.
You're the one that believes in it, and that's what's funny.
How do you know? You don't know anything about me. You've never talked to me before.
Honestly, I don't think we've set one foot near Uranus. Honestly, so it's all.
It's like being in 5th grade. It's like Uranus.
Vinny, did Vinny say that he believes in the globe?
I do, yeah.
Hey, I like you anyway. You're a funny dude.
Ah, thank you, Smurf. I like you too.
Thanks, bro. You're welcome to come with me to the Arctic.
Hey, listen, I'll come. Just for the banter.
Hell yeah!
Then we could go to Uranus after.
Who's saying this?
You can expect to get your boat.
Godric saying this.
Sounds like a date.
Expect to get your boat impounded because that's a no exploration zone over there.
What do you know, Godric? Have you tried?
No, I don't know, bro. I'm just going by stories. I just watched it on YouTube.
Everything you know is going by stories.
I just watched it on YouTube. What about you?
Exactly. Everything you know is from YouTube.
Everything you believe is story.
That's what it comes down to. Just use a better judgment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody overtalked you, Godric. What did you say?
I said you have to just use your better judgment. That's what it comes down to, Is there a
You
conspiracy?
don't just have to use your better judgment. You could choose to ignore YouTube and do other kinds of things. That'd be a humongous benefit to you.
So what would you do?
Read mostly, like just
You teach us now.
go to any nearby university. Go to the library and start reading. Way better than YouTube.
Isn't YouTube a
The librarians,
format
if
of
you
short
ask the
stories?
librarians for help, they actually can point you to sources. It's awesome.
Good question. Boulder. Isn't
Like
YouTube basically a modern version of...
Zetetic cosmology by Robotham, like that?
I think Larry is trying to say something, but he's so quiet. Larry, boost your...
Go ahead, Hank. What's up?
Yeah, is it not boosted? Mic check.
It's very quiet. Hold on, let me boost my volume.
I can understand you, Hank, but your mic is quieter than it used to be. But we can understand you.
How about now?
I turned you up. I can hear you.
5.5.
How about now?
For me, I can hear you.
We can understand you. You're just not as loud as you used to be. But you go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
How about now? Is it better?
We understand you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to see if it's getting better.
I think it's slightly louder.
Whatever. Just say what you had to say.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Isn't YouTube basically a modern version of people putting together short stories? Maybe sometimes it's a documentary, or maybe sometimes it's like just fiction, nonfiction. But isn't YouTube basically a library in video format?
Sort of, but also not, because there's a lot happening behind the scenes that people don't understand, and also the content creation for YouTube is considerably easier than to get a book in a library, and the consumption is easier than the library. So YouTube's got an algorithm going. A lot easier to get a video on YouTube than a book in a library, and a lot easier to watch a video on YouTube than read a book in a library. So you're right, it's similar, but also different. Don't you agree, Hank? Larry?
I bet that you're one of those dudes that has a bunch of books on the shelf that you never opened.
I have a bunch of books on the shelf, but I have opened them all. I love to read. Not only that, but I like to read journals and magazines too, not just books. In fact, cite me anything you want, and I will go read it. Anything that anyone has cited me in these servers, I always go read. I even read the awful, painful FE Corps crap.
Last time I went to the library, there was a complete lack of flat Earth material. And I'm going to ask for it. The librarian told me, but wait a minute, then if that's the case, where's the edge?
I go to the librarian and say, I'm a flat earther and I want help finding sources to support it. I would be genuinely shocked that the librarian would turn you away. I can't even imagine that. I think the librarian would be ecstatic to help you.
Find sources supporting flat Earth?
Yeah, I think a librarian would love that challenge. Dude, librarians live for the challenge of finding material. They're so friendly. They're so friendly. They're very friendly and non-judgmental, and whatever the topic you want to do, they help. That's how I know flat Earth people don't actually talk to librarians, is because librarians will help you.
I go to the library like at least 3 to 4 times a week.
Do you think a librarian would tell me that the Earth is a spinning space testicle flying through outer space?
I suspect all librarians believe the globe model, but I also think that they would help you find sources for what you wanted. And who goes there 3 to 4 times a week? What is it like? You interact with one librarian?
Maybe they could tell me where the maybe they could tell me where the toilet is, so I can look at the properties of water and understand that the Earth is flat.
No offense, Roland, my boulder. Like you might go to a very well-funded library where all the people that work there are quite enthusiastic and passionate. But the library that I go to is actually one of the biggest ones in my country. It's 6 stories high. There's at least 20 librarians on every floor. I'd say that 3/4 of them are actually young people, like under 25. Between 20 and 30 would be at least 3/4 of the staff. They certainly wouldn't be as informed enough to give me any sort of like reference point that I couldn't find with my own critical thinking skills. And they certainly are not just going to be passionate to help me on absolutely any topic that I want to learn about because they're there working in a library. I think that's a really ignorant thing to purport. I think it's really silly to say that I should go there to learn over using the internet, or I'm not really utilizing the resources available to me. That seems to be what you're the notion you're getting at, that there are other people that are more informed or more able to go and find relevant information on absolutely any topic, no matter what it is, and no matter how interested or disinterested they are, that are publicly available to me. And sure, there might be librarians that have that capacity, but I think that they're well-paid people. I don't think that you're going to find them just strolling around a public library. I think that's a really silly notion to put out there.
Okay. Can I counter what you have just said?
Of course you can.
Okay, so in my experience, not specifically related to Flat Earth, but the other things that I research, I use the library, I use the internet, I use them both. The thing that sets the library apart and kind of the journaling system and the textbook system is that I find a thing. The librarian gives me a book that would help. And when I go to get the book, then I'm in a particular part of the library. There are other books there, and I'm unaffected by the sort of algorithms now. I can walk the bookshelves around that area and see lots of things. And that has been fruitful for me. The same happens in the journals. I get a particular journal article, I follow the citations in that or the things that cite it. I find other journals and just branching out and out and out and out, I find more and more things. YouTube isn't that way. YouTube spoon feeds the fuck out of me. So yeah, the internet is great. YouTube is awesome. It's convenient, it's easy, it's trivial. But doing the legwork and reading lots of books and journal articles and citations, I don't know, there's no substitute for that. You've got to put in a lot of effort and read a lot of material to get an idea about a particular subject. So anybody that says a library is garbage, I kind of automatically know they've never really tried, because libraries are fucking useful as hell.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And a lot of the library stuff is online now. You don't even have to literally go there with your feet. You can go there with your computer.
Definitely. The only notion that I was disagreeing with, your original point, is that a librarian is sort of going to help you in, just specifically with your flat Earth notion. I think that's wrong. I personally think that's wrong. I don't think that they're going to be able to sort of point you in the direction of books in a library that are going to set reference point that the Earth is flat, I don't think that they'd be particularly passionate or interested to help you do so either. I think they'd probably look at you like you're a bit of a weirdo.
I agree with that, but also
that's
think about
probably true. That's probably true. But
the
if
books in the
you
library, have we considered that they may be corrupt as education is corrupt? If you wanted to learn about truth or conspiracies, you probably wouldn't want to go to the library, which is basically standard.
see that's the thing. Yeah, sure. Libraries. I maybe you're right. Maybe if you went to the library and said, "Where can I find books that prove," the librarian would scoff. But if you said, "Where can I find books about refraction?" then the librarian will tell you exactly where to look. Whatever those books have to say about whether it supports flat Earth or not, like the librarian will tell you where to find the textbooks about refraction. And if you go there and start browsing the shelves, all sorts of other material crops up. And then if you pull those books and look in the citations, they cite journal articles, and you can go to those primary sources and read them, and those primary sources will cite more, and other like later things will cite the ones like it's just a like web of information about refraction or whatever the topic is. And then you can bring all of that to bear to defeat jackasses like me that think it's a globe. So, I don't know. Maybe you don't say, well, show me the books that prove it's a globe, maybe, or flat or whatever. Maybe you say, show me the books about this topic, and the librarians will oblige. You don't have to out yourself as being flat or globe. You can just ask for the sources of whatever particular topic and go look at it yourself. It's hard. It takes hours and hours of reading and thinking. So it's sorry, Godric, it's not easy.
I bet you've read all the Harry Potter books too.
I have not read all the Harry Potter books.
I have. They're pretty great.
I suspect they are. I read one of them and it was great, but I haven't read them all.
Books are just pages with ink on them in the same way that like the Sumerian tablets are just clay with indentations on them. It's like a painting. A canvas has paint on it. You could put anything in a book. You could say the Earth is a square, and you could put that in a book, and you could distribute that to the whole world. The thing is, though, it's clearly, obviously demonstrable that the Earth is flat through basic observations that are reproducible easily across large bodies of water. It doesn't matter what your book says or how popular it is. It doesn't matter how many people believe in the book. There's a lot of different books out there. There's books about Islam. There's books about Hinduism and Shinto. All these whatever thing, and not everything that's been written or accepted by the majority is true. Just because there's a large collection of ink or pages with ink on them, that doesn't mean that it's true. That's not logical.
This said by someone who has clearly never authored anything in their life. When you put ink on pages, you commit yourself. This is how I think it is. And then the whole world can take your pages and think about them and reason and argue and debate about them. But
So what is the deal?
What is
the deal then with forbidden books and books that you don't find at libraries?
I don't know.
You're not Smurf, dude.
You're not Smurf. I'm talking to Smurf. Smurf. You've never committed yourself in this way. Once you commit yourself to the ink on the pages, and the whole world gets to argue back, and you have to defend and try to stand by it, it's a rigorous and demoralizing and frustrating process.
You say the whole world, but the whole world has an average double-digit IQ, and half of the people are dumber than that.
Yeah, but the half that are dumber than that aren't reading your stuff. The people bothering to read your stuff are already in the top half. You know what I'm saying is true. You've never put ink to pages and let the whole world, anyone that wants, debate it.
Earth is flat.
You just come here and argue.
Earth is flat.
You treat books like they're you treat books like they're the enemy, but
the Earth is flat.
Books are a good way to put down thoughts so that everybody can concretely debate them.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence?
About the laser
they
measurement. Is that like ink on paper?
Who's parroting Matthew Learns? That's cute.
The Earth is flat.
It's very flat.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into
clay. It's clay under seal. That's giving us sound bites.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Did you know that water forms into a mountain?
What I do know is that your sound bites are all taken out of context.
No.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Okay, so give us citations to the full conversation that was happening.
You know, Matthew Learns. That's the thing. He's still learning, but I think he's on a good path. Maybe.
Can I be heard?
But you're throwing sound bites of his into this chat. Give us the citations to the sound bites so we can see the before and after words that he said, so we can understand his statements in the context that he placed them.
Hello. I just wanted to say that he was trying to say that flat meant curved. So I said, go ahead and say it. If flat means curved and those two words are synonymous, go ahead and say it.
I'll say it.
Okay. Say the earth is flat.
Oh wait, flat and curved.
Yeah, because
I want to say level and curved.
The earth is
are synonymous. I don't want to fall into your trap. I want to use my
trap. If you believe
level and curved are synonymous.
Oh,
but there is no earth
curve. Flat is flat. Level is level. Flat and level aren't synonyms.
There is no earth curve.
Sure, there's plenty of earth curve. And you should stop taking Matthew Learns out of context.
So, Roland, have you found that definition already, right? QE asked you about the definition of level?
That wasn't even...
Oh, yeah, there's oodles of dictionaries that have that have conflicting definitions of level.
Right.
So why are flat and even... why are flat and level not synonyms?
Why is flat and level not synonyms? Because level means conforming to the surface, and the surface is not flat.
No. You've been asked to show a definition of that, right? You said that you would write it down and come back.
Write down. What do you want?
That's 2 days ago, man.
I personally don't feel to argue it. Like, unless you can show me an example where flat isn't shown as a synonym for level, like, I don't really think it's a valid argument. Like, I don't think that's something that I have to argue is a synonym, because I can just press Google and every single dictionary is going to tell me that it's a synonym.
Oh, could you do that right now? Google and every single us every single dictionary.
No,
we're really going to pick each other apart like that. We can pick each other apart like that if you're going to make me articulate myself perfectly. But I mean, if the Merriam-Webster and the Commons Dictionary and the thesaurus.com and lexico.com and synonyms.com aren't good enough for you, mate, I really don't know if there's any point in us having a discussion personally. I'm not going to lie. But all of those right now in front of me tell me that level is a synonym with flat. Are you telling me that you don't use those as valid definitions? Merriam-Webster's not good enough for you? Is that?
Actually, like right this second, I don't know what Merriam-Webster has to say, and so I'm looking it up. The definition of level as an adjective, and on Merriam-Webster, as you just said, and number 1A is having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
What did QE tell you about that? 1 second. What did QE tell you about that?
Oh, QE said all or nothing fallacies, and that I should use my. He said I should use
about
my
this,
reason.
This specific definition on Merriam-Webster.
Oh, he said that Merriam-Webster contradicted themselves and were invalid.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, but Merriam-Webster was just brought up by Yuga, so Yuga is saying Merriam-Webster.
Hold on. You kind of strawmanned what I said though, because what I said
didn't
though.
Strawman what you said. I looked literally up Merriam-Webster's definition of level.
No. That is strawmanning. That is literally strawmanning, because I'm looking at right.
Okay, give me another dictionary.
It's the only thing I can do, Yuga.
I'm not going to another dictionary. Okay. Merriam-Webster under synonyms, right? The third listed word is level, mate. So I don't care about your interpretation of the words that are written under definition. Okay, what I care about, okay, is their definition of what the synonyms are. And their definition is that synonyms, flat, level, yep, right there, mate. Okay, we will go to another dictionary right here, okay, because this is another one that's just as official in my opinion. Commons Dictionary. Synonyms listed, flat, level. I don't care about your interpretation of a definition. What I care about is
if I go to that dictionary that you just said
under synonym, right?
Yeah.
You look up level.
Yeah, sure.
Synonym, flat. Look up flat under synonyms, level. Commonsdictionary.com, thesaurus.com, lexico.com, synonyms.com.
So wait. Just shush.
What are we talking about right now?
Commonsdictionary.com. If I go there and I look at the literal definition, not the synonyms, but the actual definition.
That wasn't the notion that was put forth. The notion that was put forth is that they are synonyms. Is it not? Is that not the conversation that we were having?
Synonyms are like similar words, not exact words, right?
What mental gymnastics are you performing right now, mate?
Yeah,
None. I'm saying you are saying
you disagreed. You said synonym was not.
How insincere do you want to be? You are specifically saying let's go to dictionaries and ignore the definitions.
Yes, I did do that because the words that came out of your mouth, sir.
Right. Let's go to dictionaries and ignore the definitions.
The answer, no. Did you or did you not say that? Did you say that flat was not a synonym of level?
No, I said flat does not mean level. They're not equivalent things.
Amen.
It's on YouTube. Go back. You said they're not synonyms. It came out of your mouth, mate. Have a look.
If I did, I was wrong.
You know what's funny?
What I wish that I had said is that they're not equivalent.
You know what's funny?
Flat and level aren't equivalent.
Boulder, you know what's funny? Regardless of what you're trying to come up for, in your eyes, of improve, which doesn't exist, of your spinning space tactical flying through outer space that is ever expanding and while it's wobbling and accelerating and slowing down and so forth. While you can never provide any evidence that is physical and reliable, we can still say it's a great thing to know that the Earth is indeed stationary and flat, and everything above us is rotating. That's everything you need to know. You know, I mean, everything else is just obvious ignorance from your side, and I'm just sorry. Actually, I don't know what holds you off from understanding this simple truth that the properties of water, let alone show you that the Earth can not be a spinning ball. It doesn't work. Okay, water doesn't bend. Huge amounts of water suddenly don't bend. So I don't actually understand why you're even here still. You can also go to some server where you're gonna meet other people that can't let go of their ball, and you just can rub each other's ball every day. And don't get me wrong, this is not trying to make a joke here. I mean that literally. I don't understand why we're even debating with these people, because we can literally hear from the way they talk that they're not willing to let go with whatever they're presented with. I mean, you can literally send them 2 astronauts telling them the Earth is flat, and they still wouldn't give them the credibility that these people are saying the truth. You can send them everything, showing them, going with them through all the inconsistency within their own NASA astronauts, literally the people that went to space and talked about this Earth that they supposedly saw, and have contradictive arguments against each other, and still these people are not capable to see the inconsistencies in this retarded globe theory that they still believe in. How stupid can someone be regarding this topic? Not saying that in general you're stupid, but regarding this topic, how blatantly ignorant of the obvious fraud that they're lying to you can you be, that you're still here arguing after I don't know how many times, that you still believe that the Earth is a spinning ball that is on a tilted axis flying around a burning star and flying through an ever-expanding universe. How foolish can this be, man? Especially in the eyes of the one who created this place. Wake up, man. Wake up. Be a man. But I think even that is not enough. You just don't care, probably. You just really don't care. You just don't care about truth. What I see in Globies, that really dismiss everything they're presented with, I see people that are not willing to seek truth. They have pleasure in unrighteousness. They have pleasure in these lies because they feed their fake idols or whatever it might be. That's what their problem is. They just don't want to seek truth. They don't care about it, in fact. That's why they don't care if one ectonaut says the opposite to the other ectonaut. Then they don't care if there's harnesses in the ISS. They don't care about all the inconsistencies that we can present them with. They just don't care. They just love their deception. They just love it. They bathe in it. That's what they love, because they love being lied to. Otherwise, they cannot go along with their life. Probably because everything else is probably also a lie, and has been a lie so far. So I really wish for you, man, that you, at one point of your life, gonna be honest to yourself and wake up, okay? We all have been on your side. We all have believed this heliocentric religion until we really dig deep and understand all the mechanisms that are behind this religion to keep it alive, and behind the gatekeeping that they do. Just let alone, it should be a red flag to you to know that this topic is so highly suppressed, even more suppressed than maybe, people that still believe in nationalism from the Nazi time or whatnot. Okay? Flat Earth is being suppressed. This is something that will make people die or whatnot, when they do this. On the other hand, you can go on TikTok and see and let your kids see top content that is not even, suitable for their age, or on YouTube or whatnot. Every other blatant retarded thing is allowed, but Flat Earth, oh no, it's such a scary topic, because it's certainly not the truth. That's why we need to suppress it so hard, right? Yeah, cool story, bro. Wake up, man. If you don't see the patterns in all of this, then you're really asleep. Not even asleep, but you're blind. You literally have eyes that are not capable to see anything. Anything.
Yo,
I'm sorry for you, man.
Dude, man. That very well said.
Yeah, it's the same thing I said. These people on the other Discord, they have pleasure in this deception. They love the deception. They don't care about inconsistencies. They don't care about the very people that supposedly went outside of this Earth and have contradictive arguments about what they saw. They just don't care. They just want to go on with their stupid lies and just enjoy their fairy tale because it just feeds their false reality that they're already living within. They just bath in that deception. They don't care about truth. That's their problem. The only thing that I see here in our Flat Earth community is people that really care about truth because they don't stop at Flat Earth. They go into looking into corrupt political systems, corrupt other systems that we supposedly have been taught to just blindly trust in it, okay? That's what I see. People that actually want to seek truth. And what I see in this globe community is people that just blindly accept everything that have been given by the government, okay? That's the huge difference between these people. One side wants to be deceived, and the other side wants to understand why they have been deceived, and actually seek the truth that has been, that has been kept in a secret from them. So that's the real difference that we have here in personalities, or in people, or in individuals. And that's why we can't go on, because these people, first of all, need to understand that they need to get over their pride in just soaking this deception. They just don't want to know truth. That's their problem. They don't care about truth. That's even what the scriptures say. There are people that want to stick to their unrighteousness. They want to stick to the deception because it just feels better. It just has so many positives regarding their life that they can't let go. Because just to think about, maybe he has been into this so many years, just think about how much would change, for certain people if they would actually be honest to themselves. That's their problem. They can't be honest. That's why they're always strawmanning, and they stick themselves to these little branches that would easily break off if they would just acknowledge that they're just branches that you can't even hold onto, that keep them from going further. They use these red herring methods to just keep themselves in their deception because they want to be there. They want to be there. That's what I see in these people. They just want to be in their deception, unfortunately. And there's nothing you can do. You can't force them to get out of it. If they chose this path of being in love with being deceived, in love with the liars that we all have exposed as flat earthers, then just let them go, But entertaining these people for so long, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, sometimes it's funny, but at a certain point, we need to be talking, to them how it is, obviously, with them, their current situation. And it's the same with Matthew, He just has pleasure in deception. He has been presented with so much, but he himself knows that he's just believing a deception. He wants to believe the deception. That shows willful ignorance. Nothing more.
You just spoke the truth there, Clay.
Thank you, man. I'm just saying I appreciate every flat earther here that is a human being that is willing to get over the deception and go into unpleasant topics to find out the deception that was laid upon our eyes, okay? And actually find truth. And these people, most of the time, are individuals which is way more interesting to talk to because they can actually give you some new information that you have not been taught yet.
I couldn't have said it better than myself, brother.
Just think about what a horror it will be when we all wake up, And I mean, okay, that's where I personally have a different view. But there's I promise you, and I promise everyone, there's gonna be a day where everyone is going to wake up and everything that was in the darkness will become to light. And then realizing that your whole life was a lie, man, I don't want to be in your shoes. Really. No, thank you. That must be the most horrific scenario that can someone actually be in. Understanding that everything the flat earther said was the truth. And you can't even escape it because the creator himself is going to tell you. How horrific is that going to be for some people?
Bro, this is heavy, man. You're right on.
So, really, that's why I'm sorry for these people. You know, I'm not just saying this. I'm very from my heart. I'm sorry for these people because they're deceived, and they have been so indoctrinated that they stick to the deception, that they rather choose a liar over someone who wants to make them see the truth or lead them to the truth.
Yeah, yeah. You just roasted that dude.
Sorry if I interrupted that conversation, but that's just something that was on my soul that I needed to talk to this guy.
It was him that interrupted with a bunch of BS, but that was awesome what you just said. Yeah, I agree 100%.
See, I already said sorry before he actually commented. So there you see maybe, I mean, it's not about me at the end of the day. I'm nothing, you know. I'm just a tool for the Most High. But maybe that's just a little intervention there, you know, divine intervention. It's just funny that I already apologized before he could say that I interrupted.
Well, you care
Yes,
about
and Smurf, if I interrupted you guys, then I apologize to do that.
Man, I just, you know, I just want to say bless you. And I love you, brother, rolling my boulder. I really love you, and that's the only reason I told you this. Because I love you, and I care about you, and I really want you to seek the truth. And not just stay in this deception that we have all been indoctrinated with, okay? That's the only reason I taught you this. Don't feel bad or anything like that, okay? You're not better than me, I'm not better than you. That doesn't exist. No one is better than the other, okay? We're all in the same boat. But just out of love, I wanted to tell you how it is. That I have the feeling that some people have, you know, stopped at a certain point and rather try to have pleasure in the lie instead of wanting to escape, okay? That's just how, I mean, you can maybe explain me the opposite, but it's just how it looks like with some people. And that doesn't going to end well, you know? It's going to be very hurtful ending. If you
That is, I mean, your words cut both ways, and just bluntly and honestly, that's how it looks from the other side too. Well, everything you said, like I feel like I could have almost said those same things about flat Earth folks. So then,
like you having measurements of curvature by laser tests, something like that, Rolling.
That's
something
he didn't say any of that.
No.
I'm saying what he said. What he said.
Yeah, looking for the truth, right?
Listening to his words.
Yeah, I understand.
Kind of cut both ways.
I understand, right? He was talking about looking at liars and want to trust liars, right? So who's a liar here then on the flat Earth side? Who's done a laser test at the globe Earth side and said, well, this is how we detect curvature?
I'm not. I do not wish to call anybody liars on either
Right.
side.
Okay.
But at some point you need.
But you said here on the other side, your words mean the same to me, right? So we can flip it around and just say that flat earthers look at liars and want to trust liars. So what's the lie then, right? Because when we actually go out in nature and test the globe claims, there is no curvature, no detection of movement, which you conceded to QE, right? And then
Sure. Like the direct, like literal experience of standing on the beach is as you say. I'm not going to fight you on that. I'm not going to fight you on that.
No, right?
But if we just move past that at all, any cognition about anything else that we see besides standing on the beach, then it all starts to fall apart.
No, it doesn't. Because you conceded to this as well, right? AI explained this to you very eloquently. Very eloquently. Precise words.
I probably agreed. You guys make very careful arguments that are very correct in lots of ways. I don't dispute that. I do not dispute.
And again, conceding, right?
So I'm not gonna. I am not gonna be a. I'm not going to be a like liar to myself. If you guys make an argument that I think is okay, I'm going to agree with it. Even if you then use that argument to reach a conclusion that I don't agree with, and I don't even think that you got there by like sound logic or whatever. If part of the argument is correct, I will agree that part of the argument is correct. Period.
I have a question.
However much trouble it gets me into, whatever traps that leads me into, I'm gonna just do it.
It is weird that you say this because you conceded 40 minutes long. I re-listened that. You conceded 40 minutes long, and you're still here saying, well, yeah, you guys are correct, but Earth's still a ball, right? Because I laid on my back and watched the stars, right? Even that was, you conceded to that, right? Even that wasn't a good argument.
It's one of the only direct experiences that I have.
Even that you conceded was not a good argument.
No, I conceded it was not proof to you. It was a direct experience of mine.
I have a quick question. How many times does a space agency, when the people that work for them, okay, the very people on the top that actually go out in outer space, how many times do they need to contradict each other and lie in order for you to acknowledge that people are lying, that you trust in, obviously? How much does it need? Does it need the green screen in the background instead of the obvious strings that they hang on? Does it need one side of the astronauts saying that they see stars and the other see just blackness? What does it need in order for you to wake up, understand that these people are obviously inconsistent in their arguments and that they're liars, blatant, openly liars, and they have been caught so many times? How many flat earthers does it need to point this out to you and to you suddenly start to think critical about these organizations? How much?
However much you want. I don't use the things that you said in any points that I make. I don't dispute. I don't dispute to you that humans lie. Humans have ulterior motives, and why would they lie? Whatever. Like these organizations that do these things, they don't impact the shape of the Earth. They can lie as much as they want. The stuff that matters to me isn't.
Are you even listening to yourself? The very people that, except from you, you just have been on this ground for all your life. Okay, you have been born here. The only thing you went up is maybe in an aeroplane. Okay, in an aeroplane. Okay, the people that say that they went onto their rocket and flew through the so-called atmosphere out into outer space are liars, obviously, and inconsistent in what they're saying, and they show within the video footage that they give you that the footage is inconsistent and that it shows CGI and video manipulation, and still you say this doesn't change the shape of the Earth, this doesn't count. The very people that are the only ones ever seen the so-called Earth supposedly outside of the reality that you live in do not count. Are you for real?
They count, and
now you're just contradicting your own argument that you said 1 minute ago. You just said that doesn't change the shape of the Earth. That doesn't make it nullable.
Dude, you got me. Life is fucking complicated. Yes, I think people lie. Yes, I think these people went to space. Yes, I think some of the NASA photos are altered. Yes, I think NASA goes to space. Yes, I think the Earth is a globe. Yes, it feels stationary. Life is fucking complicated. I'm sorry it's not all simple and packaged up for you. It doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. You demand everything be consistent, and only when every single thing ever is consistent, then maybe whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not that way. I weigh the totality of evidence. The lies, the truth, the evidence, the fakes, all of it, all together, all at the same time. And to me, it comes out globe. I'm sorry it comes out to you different. It doesn't mean you're a liar or an asshole or faking or a sophist or whatever. You think how you think. I think how I think.
Listen.
I weigh all of the evidence all together, and yes, a lot of it's contradictory and it's messy.
Something can't be evidence. Something can't be evidence if the one thing contradicts the other. When you are
yes, it can. Yes.
Listen,
have you ever sat on a jury trial? Listen. Have you ever sat in a courtroom? Evidence is contradictory, and you have to decide.
Listen. I'm a flat earther because reality lines up with the observation, with the things we see, and everything we say is provably, scientifically relatable, and we can show you the proof.
There is no proof, dude. There's no proof. You just have to weigh. You have to weigh the totality of evidence.
Listen. You just agreed that you yourself are okay with, the inconsistencies because you're looking at the bigger picture. You don't care about astronauts lying.
You were okay with inconsistencies too.
No, I point out that when people lie once to me, shame on me, right? But if they lie twice,
except the flat earthers, if they lied to you, right? Like you are okay with inconsistencies too.
No, I'm not okay with inconsistencies. I don't believe in inconsistencies.
You're saying there's a mounting amount of evidence, of information that gels together, meshes itself to be evidence for you. And what Clay the Sales is saying is that's not evidence. If you look at a 5-year-old, okay.
Nobody here is 5-year-old. Let's not do that. Let's not go 5-year-old or first grade algebra because algebra is not even taught in first grade. Stop it.
Hold on. I'm really sick of that interrupting. It's actually getting really irritating. There's supposed to be a rule on the server. We let each other finish a sentence at least before we try and speak. Can we at least respect that rule, please? Just for the fundamentals of having actual conversation, right? All I'm saying is whatever age, mate, right? I think that there's something that everyone here that's on the flat Earth side agrees, right? It's a fundamental principle when you're born, okay? Before you're taught the Earth's a globe, you think it's fucking flat, mate, okay? What's your fundamental evidence for that? You're standing on a flat physical fucking plane, okay? Right. Now, if you are saying that your transition from that as a fundamental belief, right, just as a being, just as a sentient being, because and I'm going to pause here. I'm going to ask you, do you disagree with that?
Yes, I do.
So you think that if nobody taught you the Earth was a globe, and you were born as a sentient being and given no education, that you would come to the conclusion it's a globe?
I think that's a straw man. Every one of us was taught from before we could talk all sorts of things. None of us was raised in the isolation of all knowledge. And moreover, even if we were, So what? Do you think that like you would have come up with how a transistor works and made a cell phone and the internet and all that shit just because somebody couldn't come up with it by themselves doesn't make it wrong? Like
Sure,
that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I do understand why you'd be hesitant to like answer the premise, but I think that there's a vast.
I just answered the premise on 2 grounds. What are you talking about? Hesitant to answer?
I'll let you finish. Right, there's a vast difference between how does a transistor, right, operate, like in conjunction with a million other pieces into a cell phone, and can I design that, okay, and my fundamental understanding of my surroundings as a sentient being, okay, I don't think that regardless of language or dialect, and understanding that the tree is a fucking tree, okay, like, needs to be taught. You look at the tree, it's a tree. And I think that it's just as the basis of standing on that, is that if we go back through history and we look at the examples, okay, of what the fundamental understandings were, okay, of existing, okay, across all geographies and societies, they start at the same fundamentals, mate, until globe starts getting taught. So, like, at the end of the day, you can call it a straw man, you can refuse to answer, but you won't say yes, will you? You won't say that you would have come to the conclusion that it was a globe on your own. You won't, because at the end of the day, you're not going to fucking say that you were smarter than 1,800 years of carnal knowledge. Like, this is ridiculous. So I think that you can't sit there and say this gem of information forms a mesh in which that it becomes evidence for me, and that is why I believe it's a globe. That's just absolutely ridiculous to think that any of us should come to the same conclusion, because you can't turn around when they, I will refer to as the common truth being globe, okay, will purport calculations and other proof that statically tells them the Earth is a globe, right? And you're going to sit here in this voice chat and you're going to say that you can see all of that evidence, right, is guesstimation, right? Or I would love for you to put forth the static evidence, right, that you form.
Can I answer? Can I answer? Can I jump in here? You said trees. You said a tree is a tree, and I want to hold that thought, because you said, like, I see a tree, it's a fucking tree. Well, I see a tree as a collection of plant cells. There's leaf cells and stem, and like the stem cells and the trunk cells and the root cells, and they're all doing different jobs.
But at
the end of the day,
and I would have come up.
But it's still a tree, man. That's still a tree.
I shut up for a while. I shut up for a long time. Can I? Come on, let me answer. Let me answer. I didn't interrupt you for a long time. Shush.
Yuga, didn't you come in and say that we should like follow etiquette, and then you talk over him?
I was quiet for a long time.
Straw man active, he would be dead. I'm just saying it. Like, you can't straw man everything.
Just say that.
I'm trying.
His explanation.
You said a tree is a tree.
And he's going, no, I see a tree, and I can see. Yes, I can see a tree.
I would not on my own have thought that a tree was a collection of different kinds of cells. Neither would I have thought the Earth was a globe. Neither would I have thought about transistors. Neither would I have thought about any of dozens of other things that are all true. So just because if you raised me in isolation and I had nothing to go on, because I'm not smart enough to come up with any of these things, they're all still true. So this is a really, really stupid argument you're making. Just because I'm too stupid to come up with it on my own doesn't make it false.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with your statement. However, I asked the reason for what I was saying, the whole premise behind that, is you must have some static information in your head, right, that is your evidence as to the globe, okay? Like, it can't simply be carnal knowledge. It can simply be carnal knowledge. However, if it is simply carnal knowledge, then you don't have really a place to state that other people are wrong believing something else. Like,
No, you're right. You're right. Just like the trees, I was taught that, but then I also got to like look under a microscope and see stuff, and that stuff was like congruent with the story about the cells. It all kind of made sense. And in the same way, I was taught about the globe and the heliocentric and the orbits and gravity and blah blah blah. And then the stuff that I see, like stars and ships and refraction and whatever, it is all like makes sense. It all fits. And that's the thing. Like, it all works out. Even if it's wrong, it still works out. And that was enough for me at the time and remains enough for me now. The flat earth, on the other hand, spins out 1,000 different explanations for 1,000 different things. It's way too complicated.
It's a lie.
I have there's zero evidence of mine for it.
That's mirroring what actually your heliocentric model is. Your heliocentric model is...
You have no evidence for a dome.
I don't want to hear these lies. This is just a
okay.
lies.
They're not lies.
It's lies, man. The heliocentric model is the heliocentric model is the very thing that is coming up with cool stories about how things happen. If it's the Big Bang Theory, it's the theory of gravitational forces. If it's the theory about how far certain things are far away, it's the whole thing that you believe in is 90%, if not 99%, just assuming things that you yourself cannot prove because they're way too big, way too far, in a scale that you cannot do. You don't have the measurements. You don't have the devices for and so forth.
I'm not making any of these arguments.
It's way too complicated. Dude, not understanding that the very properties of water show you how simple flat Earth is just shows that you're lying to yourself, because flat Earth is simple. Water lays flat, man. Water needs a containment. You can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum. It doesn't work. Gravity is a theory. It's not existing, and so forth, man. It is so simple. You just yourself admitted that you feel that you're living on a stationary plane, but but you think it's a globe, okay? Because you have you have been taught it so, you know. It's insane, man. What the things that you're saying is just insane. Your biggest argument actually was regarding to me saying these astronauts, you know, contradicting each other, okay, and blatantly lying. Because that at the end makes it a lie. Because
I'm not
someone says something
them.
else,
You're the one invoking them.
Listen, you said as an argument, you know, at the end of the day, the world is so complicated that I don't know. I don't know what is right or wrong because everything is so complicated. But I know that flat Earth is way too complicated, and they just it's just so complicated that it can't be true. But everything else regarding the heliocentric model, just disregarding the obvious inconsistencies within the people that supposedly went out and saw this.
Yes, exactly. You have to explain things one by one. You have to have a different rule and explanation for every single thing.
Your argument for this is we just don't know because
this is
so complicated. It's so complicated. We just can't never know why the astronauts are inconsistent in their arguments. We can't know why these space agencies are always lying.
You are the one that brought in space agencies. You are the one that brought in astronauts.
No,
I didn't bring these people in.
Your argument towards my statement that these people, obviously, that supposedly are the only ones who went out and saw the supposed spherical Earth, have inconsistent assumptions or arguments toward what they have been seeing, okay, as if they see different
You are the one that brought all of this
and you
into the debate.
Listen, your argument is, you know, this world is way too complicated to actually understand what the truth is. That's what you...
I never said any such thing. I said the truth was too complicated for you. Yeah, you didn't like how messy it was. You don't like that humans lie, and that upsets you.
I don't like that humans lie. Yes, I do not like when people lie because I'm a person that seeks truth and I love the truth. I don't like if someone lies. Yes, that's correct, 100%. And that's why I do not believe in people that have lied once, twice, 12 or 100 times, okay? Because I'm not stupid. Someone who is foolish and wants to be lied to, he will just accept his wife lying 5 times to them and just go on. Or someone who is in a space agency. If you think that's a good way to live, then go on, man. But don't say that we are liars or that the flat earth is way too complicated or something like that, because that's just a lie. Because that in itself
I'm saying
makes
that
you a liar.
you brought the astronauts and space stations and stuff into this. I didn't bring that. You chose to bring that in. I didn't offer that as evidence. You did.
I wanted to know how your brain functions in a way that you can just accept these people being certainly at the highest authority towards your heliocentric model, being completely inconsistent in their arguments. The only thing you can give me as an answer and a supposed proof of why you can still believe these people to be qualified in their authority is just, the world is way too complicated to understand.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said
you said that. You said it's too complicated.
I said the totality of evidence. If you and I were on a jury,
that's a blatant lie, man. You can't
it's not.
certainly know
If you and I sat on a jury together at a trial, the prosecution would provide evidence, the defense would provide evidence. We'd have conflicting claims and conflicting facts, and we would have to make sense of it and decide.
Dude, again,
that's the skill that you lack. You're presented conflicting, complicated facts, and you've got to decide. And you can't.
I presented to you that everything about your model,
you didn't present everything about my model. You presented a few. You presented a few things that aggravate you.
Listen, if the roots itself line up with the blatant lie of personalities these astronauts are, okay?
Why are you so fixated on the astronauts? Forget about them.
Listen. I do not forget about things, because in the court you would have all the evidence brought up onto the table, and because of all the evidence that brought up onto the table, you can see if something is still valid to believe in or to think that they're actually saying anything true. Or you can say, okay, if this amount of lies that I've already contributed will not make this person a reliable source, hence he is probably a liar, okay?
Let's agree that the astronauts and NASA...
Listen.
No.
You know that liars have the tendency to sometimes tell the truth in order to stick to this outer appearance of being actually a truthful person, but in the very behind them, everything is actually just a blatant made-up story, and that's how the heliocentric model is. They will give you certain...
Fine, let it go.
See, you agree with me
No, I
again.
don't agree with you, but for the purposes of discussion, let's set aside astronauts and space stations and satellites. Let's set all that aside. I don't agree with you, but for the purposes of discussion, none of that evidence is valid. So move on.
None of this is valid? None of this is valid? How can you still believe in this?
Stop screaming out on the mic. Oh my god.
Vinny, shut up, please.
Relax.
I'm talking to him. It's my Italian temperament. If you can't handle it, man, just go somewhere else. I didn't ask you to come here. I'm talking to this guy. I'm talking to this guy right now, and you're just interrupting my thought line, okay? So, again, the thing is, you're saying this is not important, but it is important because
you've discredited them. You've established them as untrustworthy.
They discredit themselves, brother.
Yeah,
brother.
So
they
move on.
discredit themselves.
So
no, I can't move on because that is obviously the thing that most of the people that believe in the globe believe in and trust. You're gonna say
you're not talking to most people. You're talking to me.
Listen, if you think I'm gonna go out onto the street and ask a kid why they believe in the globe, don't you think they're gonna tell me?
I'm not a kid on the street. You're talking to me.
Look at the ISS. Look at astronauts. Look at the pictures from space. And you think we're just gonna need to disregard this and still say at the end of the day the Earth is a sphere because they said so? But everything else
are you capable of talking like to me? I'm not a kid on the street. I'm not all the other people people.
You want to do the very thing that they're always trying to do.
If you say that source,
you want to go away from the truth that these people are liars and everything about them is a made up
if
story.
Everything about them is untrustworthy,
you're fleeing,
so stop talking about them.
You're just fleeing, my dude. That's your problem. You just want to flee instantly from what is obvious. The obvious fraud is that the biggest space agencies are obviously lying
they aren't
about
reliable
your ball.
sources,
it's not a ball,
then
man.
fine.
If they are lying, if the highest authority with the most budget are lying to you, it is not a truthful story. That's what I want to make you understand. You cannot claim the truth.
We don't need them. We don't need them. Move on.
And you still think it's a bar? Even if the biggest authorities with the most budget tell you that it's not through the credibility that they don't have anymore since they have lied so many times.
To physics, dude.
Why
would they lie? Leave it behind. It doesn't matter.
I don't move on to your diverted, perverted truth claim, okay? Where you just hide in your corners of the little branches that you can still hold.
I'm not relying on these things.
I
don't need them. They're not.
Your problem is you want to hold on to these little branches that are still in your paradigm that keep your heliocentric model alive while disregarding everything. You yourself just blatantly accept the fact that all these
only
people
thing
are
is
lying
NASA.
to you.
Your only thing is that NASA
It's not
lies.
the only
Therefore, the
thing.
Earth is flat.
That's
an amazing argument, dude. NASA lies.
That's not the only thing. You see, you're lying again. You're trying to be deceptive here. I already told you, and let alone the properties of water show you what the truth is, and you're just now being deceptive by saying, "Oh, you know."
So then let's not
NASA is
speak
the only argument you have. You know for certain that flat earthers don't need to go into space to tell you that the Earth is flat. You know that for certain.
You can't. All you have is NASA
all
lies.
We have is the truth on our side. You just see this moving on thing that you're doing is just because you're afraid of the things that I'm talking about.
It's the opposite. I'm not afraid at all. I do not need NASA or astronauts. We can do this without talking about NASA or astronauts at all.
Then you're just showing me that
we have plenty of things that you and I can talk about that don't need astronauts.
Saying that you don't need the scientific community that it has the highest credibility in mainstream media just shows
Does it have the highest credibility to you?
Just shows me that you are not here to learn. You don't care about the truth. For you, it's just keeping your whatever belief you made up.
Hear yourself? Do you believe has the highest credibility with the media, but doesn't have any credibility with you?
I don't believe them. I'm just showing if people
so why are you citing things you don't believe?
Because I'm pointing out to you that these people that they use to prove their things.
And who uses? I didn't use them. Stop invoking other people you've argued with in the past.
Listen. Let me ask my fellow people in
argue
here
with me.
Okay? Guys, when we turn on the news or the mainstream media, that most of the population on this earth,
go argue with them.
The most chill.
Hey, I gotta interrupt this ain't going anywhere. Clay, do me a favor, bro. Address his arguments. If he doesn't bring up NASA, then you can't bring up NASA for him, okay, bro? We know that NASA sucks. He's admitting that he's not trying to use NASA. It's kind of like, how does this work on the flat Earth? Well, I didn't bring that up. It's not my claim. So why would I address it? You're kind of doing that to him. Although I agree with you. NASA sucks. Go ahead, bro.
I understand, Larry, what you're saying. And the thing is, what I'm trying to establish here is to show him that you cannot ignore one thing, okay? And then just move on and just blatantly think that everything else then is consistent. If these people that are obviously lying are believing the same thing as him, what does it make him?
That's someone.
That's what?
That just because someone is lying is a liar.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay, well, let's say I'm sure you've told a lie, or you know someone who tells lies that believes in the flat Earth. It doesn't mean that is a lie.
I'm not the person that went into outer space, supposedly, brother. That's a big difference. Man, just don't be so ignorant of what I'm trying to establish here.
You're
These
screaming, bro.
people,
You just want to scream.
because it's very.
He doesn't. He isn't addressing your
not,
argument because he didn't make it. It wasn't his argument that he made, so he's not going to
because
address it. And then you just keep screaming at him. Don't ignore it. And then it's like
because first of all,
this ain't how you convince anyone, bro.
First, I don't need to convince anyone. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't need to convince him. I don't need to. I want him to be honest with himself, but he is not honest from what I've seen so far. You cannot. It doesn't work in reality that you go out and stick to something, even though you know everything else that you know everyone else within your community agrees upon. Just saying it's invalid. But still, you know, even though disregarding the properties of water, disregarding the horizon being horizontal, disregarding all the things that he's already been confronted in this Discord. This guy has been here for a long time. That's the very reason why it would not matter if we go through all the flat earth points, because he knows all these things. But it just shows me, the whole way how he's argumenting just shows me that he's obviously willingly ignorant of his reality, regardless of what he is presented with. Okay? That's what I'm trying to establish here. I'm wanting to point out that he wants to stay in the deception.
No, you've won, bro, because you said it louder. So I'd say that you've won this argument.
Oh, Vinny, come on, man. I just told you my mom is Italian. I have a temperament within me. I'm sorry if it hurts your westernized ears or whatnot. I'm very sorry for this, and I really apologize, okay? But I can't do nothing about it. If I'm very much into something, it's just the way I talk, okay? In real life, it wouldn't be maybe not come over as aggressive as it, because you would see my facial expression, because I don't look angry when I do this, okay? And I also don't curse when I do this, right? That just shows that I'm not really angry. It's just a passion that I have when I talk. You know, go to Italy once, have a vacation there, and just listen to people normally talking. They talk like this normally. It's just something within my genes. I can't do anything about it, man. I try to do my best to change it in the future, but just know this, man. I'm not angry at him. I'm just angry about the fact. Okay, let's not say angry. I'm just passionate. Okay, passionate about this topic, because I just don't understand how can someone think this way like he does, even though he has been presented with so many things already on
this way. So most people believe the Earth's a globe. So why is it like hard for you to swallow?
Why believe something if you can see the truth in front of your eyes, that the properties of water, let alone show you that it can't be what you believe in? That's being dishonest to yourself, man. That's sad, actually. That's really sad. You have no counter argument to this. The only thing you can show is maybe a water droplet due to surface tension and on a ground that is water repellent, showing that the water drop is curving. That's the only thing you guys can do to disprove this argument, for example. Which is not a disproof, it is just showing another capability of what the properties of water is, having surface tension. Okay? I'm not here to make someone feel bad or anything. I'm just trying to understand the thinking patterns of why people are so willingly ignorant towards themselves. It's not about me. I don't care at the end of the day if he wants to stay in this deception. I just want to understand why he can do this to himself, why he can hurt himself, why you can hurt yourself by just lying to yourself. Why? I just want to get behind the why.
Because it's like, for most people, like, it's an interesting topic, but it doesn't really affect my life. So, for me, even if it was flat and I convinced myself that it wasn't, for example, it wouldn't affect my life.
Why are you here?
Like I said, like, it's an interesting topic, but it doesn't affect my life. You know, like, it's not like one of the main things in my life. It's like, if it's flat or not, it doesn't really affect my life in most regards.
You know, so you don't know, but you believe it's a globe.
I believe it's a globe, bro, because Of like, well, there's pictures of it. That does it for me, bro.
Dude, and you think this is not a reason why you can get passionate about a topic if people just, as if everything you just said was nothing and they literally heard nothing of what you just said.
Like, I admire
What
your
you
passion,
said, you were
but I want to
shouting at
interrupt.
him again about astronauts or something.
Hold on, bro. You just said you got pictures of it, right? You know we have pictures of Bigfoot, right?
Yeah, but
So
that's different.
based on that logic, you believe in Bigfoot too, right?
Well, no, because for Bigfoot, you can dress someone up in a costume.
Right, but the images that we have of Bigfoot were taken on 8mm, right? And when you put all the frames and you line up the body, as the Bigfoot turned around and looked, as her right hand went behind her, you could actually see her boobs bounce. And we didn't have that kind of prosthetics in the 1960s.
So you're saying
It
Bigfoot's
was a
real?
female Bigfoot. No, this is your criteria.
What?
You said that you saw pictures of the Earth, therefore you believe it. So,
Yeah.
on that same logic, I can show you pictures of Bigfoot, and you believe in Bigfoot too, right?
Believable pictures. Yeah, if the pictures are believable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vinny, make like a painting of globe Earth, and I take a picture of it. Then that must be globe Earth is real.
Well, that's a painting.
Yeah, but you wouldn't see any difference of it, right?
What do you mean? No, because it's a painting.
Right.
You made a piece of art.
Yeah, and then I took a picture of the painting, right? A really incredible, realistic painting, right? We know
called
people.
photorealistic paintings.
Yeah, so we know people can do that. And I take a picture of it. Then globe Earth must be real, then, right?
Not necessarily.
Right.
But it would be found out if it was a painting. That would be found out pretty fast.
Sure. Okay.
Actually, it took us a while to find out about Robert Simmons, but he did admit that he was the creator of the blue marble. And he used Photoshop because, quote, it has to be.
Back in a second. I'm going to make another tea.
Why does it got to be Photoshopped in, after the 2000s? Can't they just pull up a satellite, get an image of the one Earth? Oh, they can't get that far away from it to get it as a whole. They only did that with the so-called moon landings, allegedly.
In this day and age, right, where it's so obviously that everything can be faked on TV and internet, Globes still say, well, we've got pictures from Earth, playing games, lost in virtual reality, in games, lost in games, right? And then they still claim that we have true pictures of Earth, whilst looking at a screen 10 hours a day, lost in a game, which is fake. I mean, So, Vinny, we're talking about pictures of Earth, right?
Yeah, we were.
So, have you looked into the moon landing? How they prepared for it?
Not really.
Right. So they made scale models of the moon with a track around it, so they could practice orbiting it, landing it. Right. And they made it. They did a pretty good job of replicating what they thought the moon is.
So it was fake?
Of course, those replicas of the moon were fake. Of course, yes. I've posted one picture in the live stream voice text. You can see dude measuring what he made.
Oh, is that the same moon they shot the pictures on?
They claim it's for practicing, right?
Oh. Maybe they just need to practice how to pose while on the moon, you know what I mean? So they look good.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all them girls were for before you met your wife, practicing.
But Vinny, a game isn't real, right?
A what?
A game. When you're inside it, when you're playing a game, that's not reality, right?
It is real. It's in front of you. See it.
Or you
Like a game exists, doesn't it?
Okay. So I'm not really into playing these games with you, Vinny. You know what I mean.
Well, like, is it a reflection of reality? Well, obviously not. Like,
right. So what my point was, you were making tea. Hopefully it tastes good. But what kind of tea you're having?
So green tea.
Cool. Awesome. So yeah, in this day and age, everything can be faked, right? I mean, everything.
Yeah.
So we have deep fakes. Sorry?
Sorry, do you see what I just posted?
Yeah.
Please continue.
Right. So Walt Disney was a friend of Stanley Kubrick. He was a friend of German Nazi scientist Warner von Braun. So somehow these people they grouped together, and one was a Nazi rocket scientist, one was a movie director, one was into creating cartoons for kids, right? Then Stanley Kubrick made a movie, 1968, Space Odyssey 2001, and then a year after the moon landing came. And people think, well, how could they fake it? But this is props, scale models, stop motion. This was done way before the moon landing. So artists can create real life things that you could hardly know this from fake or real.
So, did you know that Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Aleister Crowley were like all connected? Jack Parsons being the founder of JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California, and Aleister Crowley being the wickedest man of the world, 666, aka the Beast, and L. Ron Hubbard being the founder of Scientology. Shows that they were all connected. Walt Disney, Vernon von Braun, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley. What does an occultist, founder of JPL, and NASA, and the science fiction founder of the Church of Scientology, an ex-Nazi turned American foremost rocket scientist, and Walt Disney, and founder of the Magic Kingdom, have in common? Okay, you might be surprised to the extent of the collaboration efforts in Babylon. Let's see. On behalf of Horus. What does it say? Okay, it's very derogatory. But yeah, check it out. It's a well-known fact, especially Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley, man.
Yeah, he's a mad lad, Aleister Crowley. He did magic and stuff, didn't he? Yeah, I heard of him.
Yeah, if you call sex with a goat magic, I guess.
Wait, he had sex with a goat?
Yeah, it's called sex magic. It's the opposite of tantra, the opposite of white tantra.
Sex magic. I didn't realize they did it with animals.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
That's kind of cringe. I don't know why. What did he get arrested for that?
I don't think so. I don't know. Also, the modern depiction of the alien, the little grays with the really big head and big eyes and small to little to no mouth and nose. This was LAM, Lam. So if you were to search Aleister Crowley image of LAM, Lam, you'll see the image of grays, and this all came from Aleister Crowley. He was the one that literally depicted it first. And apparently this creature, entity, LAM, visited him after doing some magic. And the story about Jack Parsons is he was summoning spirits when he was younger, scared the fuck out of them because it actually worked. And he didn't do it for many, many years later. But once a magician, always a magician, showing the rockets and the signs in the sky. Right?
So like, the moon landing was orchestrated by a bunch of like spirit worshippers and occultists and stuff.
Yeah, Nazis, Satanists, competing occultists, and science fiction writers. In fact, the first satellite was invented by a science fiction author. I can't remember his name right now, but yeah, 7 or 8 years later, it became science fact.
Arthur C. Clarke, right?
That's right, Arthur C. Clarke.
And Werner von Braun wrote a book about colonizing Mars. And the main figure that would bring humanity to Mars was called Elon. Must be a coincidence, right?
Oh, like Elon Musk?
No, just Elon. His name was Elon.
Oh, like an alien would bring him to Mars?
No, just a human. In that book of Werner von Braun, he wrote about someone bringing humanity to Mars, and that someone was Elon.
Oh yeah, and Elon Musk wants to do that, doesn't he? He predicted the future.
Just a weird coincidence, right? Just like the whole heliocentric model where nothing exploded, became something, then exploded into all kinds of gases, and that gases lumped together formed balls, and then those balls created life from rocks, and then the moon and the sun being 400 times smaller and 400 times further away, that exact coincidence causing eclipses in the heliocentric model. It hinges on coincidences. So.
What about evolution, like global warming and that? Do you like not agree with that as well? Is it all connected?
Are you talking about man-made global warming?
Yeah. Is that like...
Okay, so let's think about this logically for a second. Harry Anslinger, right after the alcohol had been, reestablished back in the United States, the sales of alcohol, right? He was about to lose his job or whatever, so him and some other people convinced the whole world to take marijuana and hemp out of the ecosystem. So what's the funny thing about hemp? Well, it grows 10 times faster, produces 10 times as much oxygen, and as much paper as trees. And it's the best paper ever. The Declaration of Independence is written on it, as a matter of fact. And this paper is like, well, let me just explain what hemp is. Hemp is to fiber what diamond is to rock. It's the hardest, most durable fiber known to man. In fact, the sailors built their rope and sails out of hemp because the sea salt, which deteriorates everything, couldn't deteriorate it as quickly as any other thing. But it was the government that took this out of the ecosystem. But you want to blame me with my 1.2 liter 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage that I'm causing the climate to change? Am I getting that correctly?
But is it happening? Would you say that the climate was changing to like man-made stuff?
The climate always changes. I've been on this earth almost 40 years, and you know what? Sometimes it's like really hot for a few years, and then sometimes it's kind of mild, and we get some nice snow here in Texas.
And this is even
that's the natural cycle,
right? And this is even how do you say this? Told by geologists, or I don't know the correct word, but we had multiple ice ages, right? So climate does change.
Right.
So were the cars doing it back then too?
What was that, sorry?
Were the cars creating the climate change back in the day with the ice ages?
No.
So what was the cause back then?
Just nature, I guess.
So now it's man's fault.
Well, yeah, that's
I'll
what I'm
tell you
saying.
what we should do. This is how we should fix it.
With it.
We should tax all the Western countries and let all the other countries like China and India and all the ones that have corporations that literally pollute more than entire nations. We should just let them get away with it, and we should tax the West. How about we tax like Australia and like Canada and like the United States and the UK? And how about we just let everybody else, get away with like murder?
I guess the argument there would be like,
that's what we're doing, right?
You got to set
that's
an
how we're going to
example.
fix it.
Or like, well, no, it's not going to get
so
fixed.
we're going to freeze in the winters. We're going to freeze in the winters so we can set an example, huh?
No, I mean, because if I guess the point they would make there is that if everyone just said like, oh well, this country's doing worse than us, then no one would make a change. But yeah, I was just asking because I was just interested if you believed in like what they say about climate change.
The climate just changes, bro.
But it's not like the narrative that they push. That's not true.
Yeah, of course they're pushing a narrative. Do you know what propaganda is?
Yeah.
So do you think Bill Gates has ever like used propaganda with his philanthropy?
I mean, maybe.
Do you know that his dad was on the board of Planned Parenthood before Roe v. Wade, and they're absolute eugenicists?
Oh yeah, the big, what's that where you breed out like genetic impurities?
Right. You kill off certain undesirables.
Oh yeah, that's Hitler, innit? Hitler did that. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was in America before it was in Germany.
Yeah,
People
I
were
heard
doing
about
it here.
Yeah.
The thing is that eugenics never went away. It just has better PR, public relations, propaganda.
They do it
Yeah,
through like
philanthropy.
abortion now, don't they?
It's masked in philanthropy now.
Yeah, abortion's pretty. That's pretty evil.
Yeah, this isn't the forum to talk about that, but yeah.
But yeah, I was only saying just 'cause it's like, I guess it's all connected.
So, point is, everything you, the fact is, it's an industry now, right? So, climate change is an industry at this point, and if you are part of that industry, building windmills, solar panels, then you, I think, right? If you want to your industry to continue, you do everything in your might to convince people that it's necessary to place these things in oceans, on land, on rooftops, right?
Yeah.
And it's a big industry, man.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of money in it. So is there not downsides to like using coal and stuff then?
Do you know how dirty it is to make lithium? Like what they do to the soil? Because it's not like these little lithium bricks that they just grab, right?
Yeah, they use like
It's a
child
very,
miners, don't they? I think for lithium.
it's a very dirty process. And for anybody to say that that's green, they're obviously ignorant or propaganda.
Yeah, lithium.
Yeah, I heard something, but don't. This is something I read. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. That electric vehicle would be zero emission after 15 years, something like that. But that's I read it somewhere. Could be true, could be not true, but
I'd like to see an electric vehicle that moves after 15 years.
yeah, I once heard a story that a guy bought a second-hand or a third-hand electric Golf, Volkswagen, and then after a few months, he needed to replace his battery pack, which was the same cost for the car he bought it for, right? So he paid twice for his car.
Yep, there's an old phrase in Latin. I can't remember how to say it in English, but buyer beware. I mean, I can't remember how to say it in Latin.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to force electric cars on people, which is kind of stupid because they're expensive. Electric cars are. Most people can't afford that.
Plus, we're getting reports this year in the power grid. They're saying that either people can plug in their cars or they can heat their homes during the winter, but they can't do both.
Yep, same story here. They tell us that some companies cannot get a permit to expand their connection to the electrical grid because it cannot cope anymore. It needs the electrical grid needs to expand to accommodate for every electric vehicle, electric machine. So a big company wants to expand their production line, and they need a permit from the government, right? But they can't get it because the electric companies are claiming, well, we can't give you the power or else our power grid will overload.
But yeah, it's obviously me with my 40 plus to the miles a gallon car, right? It's obviously me causing the climate change. Right? It couldn't be like the Walton family who owns like Walmart and Sam's Club. Surely it isn't the military industrial complex because it's not like all of their equipment runs on gas, diesel, except for nuclear submarines, right? So obviously it's my fault. It's not the Navy, right, who got Navy bases all over the world, and every time those ships are moving, it's just like trudging like into the Atmos. But yeah, it's obviously me. It's not people like Bill Gates who buys up all the farmland and doesn't plant hemp, right? It's obviously me, right? Because that's what global warming is. It's me. Like one of these numbers needs to get down to zero. It's either the carbon, which I'm a carbon life form. I breathe out carbon, but guess what? Plants use carbon for photosynthesis, but carbon's bad, right? Carbon's real bad. Even though that's what plants use, right?
Oh, let me tell you a story, Larry. So today there's going to be a vote for nitrogen emission in our country. So they claim that we have these nature designated nature in the Netherlands, and everything you see here is man-made. There's almost nothing that is not touched by man. So we created that nature, the designated nature, and then Europe told us, well, you've got this nature, and you have to preserve it. And this nature thrives on nitrogen low soil. But you have all these cows and pigs and chickens and cars and airplanes. Those things emit nitrogen. So you guys need to reduce the nitrogen so that the designated nature won't turn into forest, right? Because nitrogen is good for plants. So we don't want that nitrogen poor soil turn into a forest, which is okay. But today will be the vote for if this whole plan rolls out, which includes having the cattle stock, for instance. So removing a lot of cattle in the Netherlands, removing a lot of farmland, reducing nitrogen in plants, in factories. So today there's a lot of protests going on. Freeways are getting blocked, stuff like that, because the farmers are the government points mainly to farmers, saying, well, you guys are the most nitrogen emitting source, so we need to do something about you. These people are farming for generations, right? They live on their land. They have their house there, their children. The children want to take over the farmland, which is now getting in danger because the government will just buy you out. That is one of their plans. If you don't want to move, we will force you and buy you out.
Yeah, and all the big wigs they go to the G18, the G20, and the G spot, and they all to tell you how much carbon you need to stop, and they'll travel there in their private jets. Fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous to see these Extinction Rebellionists too blocking highways and all this kind of crap. They've swallowed the whole fucking thing, hook, line, and sinker. Hey, they're just such dumb fucking animals.
It's crazy because we
head out for a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And we are this very, very tiny country in Europe with apparently the most strict nitrogen rules in Europe. And they then say, well, 30% is coming from Germany and Belgium. of all the nitrogen emissions. And then they ask of the farmers to reduce the nitrogen emission. And I'm like, what? And then our minister is saying, well, I'm going to talk with Germany and Belgium about this emission, and we're going to work together to reduce it. Such a weird thing, right?
It'll make you believe that it's all for the good of the planet. When you look closer, they're actually destroying it even worse. Just tax. New Zealand is looking to bring in a couple of years to tax farmers for cow farts and burps, not just farts, burps, actual cattle farts and burps.
Got to get over the burps too. Oh man,
believe it.
Yeah, this is what we had a few years ago with ammonia, right? So cows produce ammonia in their poo, and they used to. It's a cycle, right? So the cow, he shits, and then the farmer puts it in a tank and he throws it out on his land, and the land grows the crops. And so they said, well, that's not good anymore because the ammonia is getting in the water. So we need farmers to invest in new methods of dispersing the poo, right? So they had to buy all these equipment which now inject the shit into the ground instead of just throwing it over it.
Meanwhile, you can't eat too much fish because of the trace mercury in every fish in the fucking ocean because they're dumping so much shit into the oceans. Industrial complexes.
yeah, it can't be the corporations. It has to be the people that are driving cars.
Yeah, you and your diesel car, Larry or Hank. Me and my diesel car, my diesel Ford.
Yeah, it's a gas engine, but it's a 1.2 liter. So for anybody who doesn't know, they make motorcycles with larger engines.
Yeah.
And 3-cylinder cars are extremely rare. Other than the Mitsubishi Mirage and the Geo Metro, I can't think of any other ones.
In Europe, we have a few new builds like Fiat 500, which is a 3-cylinder. Sounds like a vacuum cleaner when it runs by. But newly builds in Europe, there are a few with 3 cylinders.
But this is what flat Earth does. It's once you realize that the fugazi and the fucking deception that's going on, and you look into everything else, you realize everything else is a fucking fake too. Everything else is just a way of taxing, and just screwing the little person, and everything's just fucking fake, man. Moon landings, shape of the Earth. What's this? Dinosaurs. Fucking green energy. Oh my god, it's all just a fugazi. I mean, is there anything fucking real left in the world? I mean, every time Biden opens his mouth, you can see it's just a mouthpiece for corporations. It's not somebody who gives a shit about the American people. He's a lifelong politician, wouldn't know what a fucking day's work looked like. Everything's fucking fake, man.
Did somebody say something about evolution?
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Is that guy still here? Evolution, what's that?
No, he went away.
He was asking, do we also think that evolution is fake and dinosaurs and shit, I think.
Do you believe in my religion? I heard it on TV, bro.
I mean, it just brings to mind that gif of John Travolta when he's looking around, shrugging his shoulders. It's like that's you looking for fucking what's real. Anything. Yeah, and if you research, you go even deeper, Hank, at a lot of astronauts died inverted commas through accidents before they even took off.
I just posted all the proof of climate change that the kid's ever going to need, right? But he's not here to see it. But don't worry, it's still my fault.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people. You can see it in their faces. You can tell by the tone of their voices that they're just never, ever, ever gonna fucking get it. Their search for truth is about as fucking real as the moon landing. The thing is, though, there's a lot of people that are actually waking up. I hate to use that term, but they are. That's a funny gift.
I just heard someone say a single word. Who is it? Nobody? Okay. Well, what?
Huh?
Yeah?
What now? What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? I don't know. It's 4 a.m. I can't sleep, and it's you guys' fault. You guys got me hooked on fucked up shit and Discord shit.
No, it's not. It's global warming's fault.
Oh, fuck! I thought I could point some fingers. I just can't.
Yeah.
You got what is it? 3 more pointing back at you.
So how you doing, Larry?
Man, I am grand.
Cool.
I spent the whole day and didn't eat anything, played some video games, and decided to eat. I feel wonderful.
My eating habits are terrible. I mean, not that I eat bad food. I just don't eat on any type of a schedule. Sometimes I'll go all day long without eating. I'll eat a little something before I go to bed, or sometimes I'll eat midday and then never eat again. I mean, I generally eat one time a day. That's it. Once a day. I only eat. And I'm just not hungry. And it's weird.
You know, when you do eat, if there's meat in it, you're causing global warming, bruh.
Oh my God. Why you got to put all this on me? Why has it got to be all my fault? Just doesn't work.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I guess if it's true, fine, but come on, man, give me a citation.
Well, it was Larry's fault. It was only Larry's fault, but now it's your fault. The list is growing. I had meat this morning, so I'm on the list.
You're on the list, the hit list.
I'm a bad person eating meat.
Yeah, me too. I'm a cannibal. Me-eating cannibal. We all do. No one's saying it's all. But I've yet to try one. I mean, not that I know of. So that's why I avoid McDonald's. I don't want the possibility of flavor adding. I probably shouldn't say it on live stream, but I've heard rumor that certain things are used as flavor enhancers, and it's not something that I would really want to eat. I mean, not because it tastes bad or tastes good or any of that, just because I don't think it's right. I mean, you don't eat other people and not any part of them. I mean, I don't think you're supposed to. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't feel right. The thought of it.
Hey, where's Larry? Is Larry here? Larry, wake your ass up.
I'm awake, bro. What's up?
Dude, I'm here, man. You see me been pinging you, man? What the hell's wrong with you?
No, I didn't know anything about pinging. You said you were gonna DM me. What are you doing tomorrow?
Gospel DM me for you. I'm no, I only got today. You're off today, right? I leave tomorrow. Fly out tomorrow.
That's what I meant, like today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you
I'm
going?
in. I'm staying in. Where I'm at. I'm in. What do you call my?
Forney. You said Forney, right?
Yeah, you know where? I'm not far from the Northeast Mall. That's where I'm at. I'm right next to that.
You're on I-75?
I have no idea. I'm like right behind LA Fitness. I'm in the Fairfield Inn and Suite.
All right, hold on a second. I'll look that up.
Well, I'm not. Well, no. Where am I? Yeah, like I said, I'm by the Northeast Mall.
On Evergreen Street?
I'll tell you in a second.
Fairfield Suites by Marriott.
H Loop, something like that.
Google Maps, bro.
1643. Hey, guy, calm yourself.
Oh, you're in downtown. Yeah, you're in downtown, right?
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Because I'm about to get on the highway.
Downtown.
I'm about to get on 820. What street is this?
It's called Road. You're on a road. Downtown. And where the lights are bright. Downtown.
Well, anyway, I'll be done by 10 o'clock. And then I got to drop this thing off. And, well, I'll be free around anytime after 1.
All right, that sounds good. I'll try to be there by 1.
Are you ever really free? So?
No. No. No.
You cannot leave the earth. There's nowhere to go.
Anyway, yeah, just look for the Northeast Mall. Wherever close to the Northeast Mall, that's where I'm at. Like right there next to it.
We live in an enclosed system. You cannot leave the earth. So stop fantasizing.
I like how they try and rationalize him saying that. They try and make that make sense.
You have a lot of background noise going on, Go Rockin'.
Oh my God. Again?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
are you doing over there, bro?
It's my TV in the background. I'm sorry. I'll shut the motherfucker off.
Thanks.
You want me to spray you in the face? That's what I thought.
Yeah, go ahead. Shoot me with mace. Go ahead.
No, that's my cat.
Then why would you threaten me with it? It's an idle
No,
threat.
not you, bro.
Oh.
Northeast Mall, Dallas. Northeast Crossing.
Fucking Texans.
Okay, I just DM'd you now. I just DM'd you now, so I figured out how to do it.
I'm gonna spray you. I'm gonna spray you. Shut your
What
ass
are
up.
you? Dog marking your territory or what?
No, I just spray the cats when they get too loud. It's better in a shot collar.
Just spray them with the water, eh?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
So you just carry a water pistol with you?
No, it's a water bottle.
Oh, water bottle. Okay.
Someone give them some fresh water.
Oh, don't use fresh water. Use some stinky, rotten shit, and they'll do you.
They know as soon as they see you reaching for it, as soon as they see it in your hand, they give you the evils.
Yep.
Cats are awesome. I love cats, man.
Yeah, me too.
I had a little wild cat. I mean, it was totally wild. Never had any human contact whatsoever, and I was trying to catch it. And so I got some friends. We all kind of surrounded it in the parking lot. It was just a little tiny kitten. I mean, probably only 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks old, just all by itself. I don't know how it got there, but it was wild. Oh my God, it didn't want nobody near it. It was hissing and it was pissed. And so as soon as we surrounded him, he's standing there, and all of a sudden he takes off and runs all the way straight up my leg, and straight to my chest, and stopped right on my heart, right in the middle of my chest, and just stopped right there. So I put my hands around him and held him. He didn't bite me or didn't do anything at all. He was just all calm and shit. But he just ran straight up my leg because didn't know. I don't know why he chose me, but from that moment on, he was my buddy. I could hold him and pet him, and I mean, it was like instant transformation from this wild cat. Nobody else could touch him, but it was okay. I could pick him up, set him down, put him in. I got a box and put some blankets in it for him, and made him a little box, and took him into my house and set him down, and then got him some food and some milk and some, whatever, and started feeding him. Whenever I wanted to hold him and pick him up, boy, he'd just more than happy to have me pick him up, hold him, and pet him. But anybody else, oh no, he wouldn't have nothing to do with nobody else. And after about a week, then he started warming up to some other people. But it was so cool and so weird that he just, for some reason, there was like about 6 of us had him surrounded in the middle of a parking lot, and he's right in the middle of us, and he just took off like a bat out of hell, run up my leg, and stopped right in my chest. It's like, help, hold me. And so I did. I grabbed him and put my hands around him and held him. He just, from that moment on, man, he was my buddy. It was so cool. He loved me instantly. So I took care of him, took him home, like I said, fed him, made him a little box to sleep in. And then, from that moment on, he was my buddy. And then I raised him up till he was about a month old. And at the time I was I was working for a friend. I was maintenance man on a motel and a restaurant and golf course and the whole resort thing. I was with the maintenance guy there. And I had a motel room that was mine that I could use to sleep in or use or hang out or whatever I wanted to use it for. And so that's where I had him. And I had a farmhouse out of town that I had as well on 500 acres. But so there was this maid that worked at the motel, one of the maids, and I was telling her that I probably needed to get rid of the cat. She said, "Well, I got a farm." She says, "I'll be happy to take the cat, this and that, blah blah blah." So I gave him to her. So she took him to her farm, and she had 4 or 5 other cats, and she just And then I kept tabs on her and asked her how he was doing and this and that. She said, "Oh, he's doing just great. Blah blah blah. He's made himself part of the family, part of the pack. So everything's good." So it all turned out good. So I'm glad I saved him though, because he was all by himself, in the parking lot of a big motel, and he didn't know what to do. He was scared, and all by himself, and yeah, it was cool though. I'll never forget that.
That is a nice story, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, when I see people that have like a lot of cats, like I don't think to myself like, oh my god, what a weird, crazy cat person. Like I think to myself like each one of those cats is a miracle. Like this person chose to take care of them instead of kill them.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thanks for the conversation, boys, for a few minutes. I'm going to try and lay down and get some rest. I got to go to the hospital at 9 a.m., which is about 4.5 hours from now. My brother is in the hospital. I had to take him up there day before yesterday, and he wouldn't stay, and so I took him back home, and then he decided he better go back up because he's got huge. They x-rayed his chest. He was having chest pains. He's got huge, massive blood clots in his lungs, and it was causing his heart. He had a mild heart attack because of it. They checked his blood, and he had troponin in his blood, so that showed heart stress. So it was either some sort of damage or just stress to his heart, and he couldn't breathe. And anyway, they x-rayed his chest, and he's got like several blood clots in his lungs. And he's been having problems and wouldn't tell nobody. He kept it a secret from everybody until day before yesterday. He was sitting in his room, just sitting there sobbing, holding his chest, crying. My sister said, "What is going on? Please tell me so we can help you." And he said, "My chest hurts." And it's like, as soon as you said that, I called the paramedics. They came, did an EKG, took him to the hospital, x-rays, boom, you got a life-threatening situation going on. And then he refused treatment and went home. I mean, my God, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, "Mark, what are you doing?" He says, "I just fuck this place. I'm tired of living. I want to die," and blah, blah, blah. I hate my life and all this shit. He's like way overweight, depressed. And so I took him home. And then this morning when he woke up after talking to a few people, like the bishop came over and talked to him, and I did, and like half a dozen people talked to him. "Mark, you need to go in and have this taken care of." And he was real combative at first, and then this morning he said, "Okay." Yesterday morning he said, "Okay, I'll go." So he tried to walk just from his room to the stairs, which is about 20 feet. By the time he got that far, he was out of breath, couldn't walk, and it's like he was going to try and walk down the stairs. And I'm like, "Oh no, you just wait right there." I called the paramedics. They came, got him, took him up. So now he's been up there under a slow heparin drip, blood thinner drip into his system, and they're monitoring, drawing blood every hour or two, x-raying his chest a couple times a day, making sure that the clots aren't migrating, and blah blah blah. Anyway, he's in real trouble right now, and I just hope that he pulls out of it. So, but at least he's in the hospital where they're going to try and go in with some kind of they go up the arteries into your lungs, and then they suck the clots out and remove them. But that's dangerous because they could break loose and travel to your heart or your brain, cause a stroke or whatever. But it's either that or wait for the heparin to dissolve them slowly, and it could take up to 2 or 3 months. And so it's like, holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wish him all the best, man.
Yeah, thank you. So I got an appointment at 9 a.m. with the doctors and the social workers and everything up there. I was just going to send him home. And
Fair play to you. I've been the same thing with my brother, so I know what you're going through.
Yeah, so.
Well, dude, if you can't get him to change his fucking lifestyle, it ain't gonna help.
That's the key.
Gonna help. Yeah, because like my uncle died. My uncle died. Blood clot, same shit. Fucking died. You know. So if he don't change his lifestyle, what's the fucking point? You know.
Yep.
So you said he's overweight. I don't know if he smokes or anything, dude, but he's gonna have to change. He's gonna have to fucking change if he wants to live.
Yep. That's what the deal is. You're right. And so hopefully he'll see the light and want to, lose some weight. He's way overweight, and yeah. So yep. I just lost my dad 6 weeks ago. He died 6 weeks ago, but he was really, really sick. It wasn't a tragedy. It was like more like, oh, at least he's gone now where he's not suffering. So, but he was suffering really, really bad. And so lost dad 6 weeks ago. And then when my brother almost is in this situation, it's like, oh my gosh, we can't. Another one. My mom is just, because he lives with my mom, and she's like, I can't deal with this. This is too much. And I'm like, Mom, it's going to be okay. And she's going, yeah, but I just lost my husband, and this is too much. I can't. Why is he refusing treatment? And blah, 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 blah. And so he finally agreed. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's pretty tragic, the whole thing. Not so much for me, but for my brother, my mom, having to be right there and watching her son possibly dying 6 weeks after her husband dies. I mean, yeah. But,
dude, I've heard stories, man. I know of people who have lost both parents within a couple of months, and also a spouse within a few months later. Wow.
Yeah, I've heard stories like that too. As a matter of fact, one of my brothers that's in the hospital right now in trouble, his best friend just called. His dad died yesterday. His girlfriend tried to commit suicide the exact same day. And now my brother's his best friend, and now my brother's in the hospital almost ready to die. So his name's Justin. He's having a bad day.
Well, hopefully they sort him out, and Justin gets his head in the right direction.
Yeah, Mark is my brother's name.
Mark,
Justin is. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, hopefully we're trying. We're doing everything we can to convince him that he needs to do those things. So, and we told him we'll be there to help him and whatever else. So, we'll see.
He's lucky. He's lucky because it's just some people don't have that at all.
Yeah. So anyway, I got to go up at 9 a.m. and speak to the doctors and whatever else, and they're still trying to figure out what the best treatment is for him, whether they're just going to sit and do the heparin drip or other types of blood thinners to try and dissolve them, or actually go in and remove them with some kind of they go up the arteries and suck them out with some sort of a suction device. I'm not quite sure exactly what it is, but that's dangerous as well, because, you break one loose and it travels and goes to your heart or your brain or whatever else. It's not without risk. So,
well, try and get a few hours in you, and keep on trucking.
I will for sure. Yep. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Thanks for the chat. Maybe we'll talk to you guys tomorrow evening or something. Have a good night.
See you, Bart.
Yep.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Hey, it's not easy, man. Wow. This shit I've been through since 2020. Fucking hell. Lost a sister. Brother's lost his mind. Life support, alcohol. The dad lost his mind, but he came back a little bit. I'm looking after him, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And the fucking icing on the cake, Larry or Hank. I was told 2 days ago, I have cancer of the tongue.
What?
Yeah.
Dang, bro.
Yeah.
Where?
Just on the side, it's like the size of like a, what do you say, a dime or something.
Oh.
I went and they went.
I think that if you were to, I don't know how to say clean up your lifestyle without trying to offend you, but whatever you're doing, your body's storing up like a little bit of poison right there. So maybe you should stop using chemicals.
Yeah. I know. I've cut down on the cigarettes. I've actually given up the cigarettes. I drink Guinness, but I have to give that up too. But I know that's all ahead of me now. I have no choice in the matter if I want to beat it. The bloods.
I think it's all about desire. Like the guy said, he didn't want to go to the hospital. Like he's going to get what he wants, I think.
Yeah.
But if you want to live because you know there are people that depend on you, like I think that your desire to live, and don't be repeating none of the shit that the doctors say because they might say, "Oh, you got 6 months." Like don't repeat that shit at all. Like never.
No, he was good. Yeah, he says, yeah. You're not on any. He was good. He was good. He was positive about the whole thing. I think they'll cut it out and that'll be it. They've cut it in time. That's it. I'll not be able to talk for a couple of weeks, but sure, everybody will be happy about that.
That's not necessarily true.
But you just never. You never think it's going to be you sitting in front of a doctor and a special cancer nurse, and he comes out with the C word. No, yeah, that's cancerous. You're like, what? Okay, goodbye, cigarettes. And it takes you a day or two to get your head around it. I went to work. I just went to work, man. Straight away that night, went to work. I've been at work ever since.
So this is the way I understand it. What causes illness, according to the doctor that I listen to? And of course, this isn't medical advice, but you're either lacking in some sort of essential, like, nutrient, right? That can cause illness, or all other illnesses caused by chemical, emotional, or physical stress. So if you're not like meditating, right, or adding to like your ability to like regrow, regenerate, right? Like you got to sleep right, you got to eat right, and which by eating right, he says is like an all vegetable diet. That's what I would do if I had cancer, by the way. I would eat like once a day, like nothing but vegetables and maybe fruit. And you got to meditate, you got to eat right. Whatever you can do to help get rid of waste in your body, like sweat, drink, clean water. Don't drink anything with like preservatives or, yellow number 5 or anything like that. And the body is always trying to reach homeostasis. It's just sometimes you put so much bad chemical in it that it causes it to the cells to die off faster than they can be regenerated, right? And I think if you were to do everything natural as possible, like homeostasis would return. But if you want to get a surgery, talk to your doctor because that may be the best bet. But I don't think these other things, doing these other things, will necessarily hurt you. So I've heard of people taking like copious amounts of like vitamin C injected directly into their veins, right? And I've heard of other people who say that you want to eat apricot seeds, like the middle part that nobody usually eats. And so my kid had cancer when he was 2, and he's 19 now. He's a black belt in Taekwondo, so he's like really healthy. But I think a lot of it has to do with like just doing unnatural things for so long that it causes your body to go into like, like it's not regenerating like it should.
Yeah, mine's more chemical. It's chemical. And
chemical stress.
Yeah, this chemical, and there's been a lot of stress in the last 2 years. Yeah, but yeah, there's been too much beer drunk, too many fags smoked.
Right. Yeah, I hope the best for you. I really do. Hope it works out for you. I think it will. I think you'll find that homeostasis is like you have to work against it at your age. Because what are you, like 40?
55 now.
55? Yeah, you're still a young man.
Yeah.
You might not think that because of what the doctor told you, but they say that men live up to 120 years. So you're not even halfway there, bub.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling I'll see 100. Positive thinking. Yeah, I've cut out all the shit. I'm only drinking water now. No more Fanta and Coke and shit like that. It's just water. And lots of vitamin C and turmeric, and I'm eating healthy. But I just can't give up the Guinness. I still have to sup about 6 or 7 Guinness, 8 Guinness on my days off.
Well, I wouldn't say that you need to quit drinking. I would say that you need to increase your tolerance. I'm sorry, decrease your tolerance. So are you a partaker of the reefer?
No. You mean marijuana?
Yeah.
The devil's lettuce?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't partake.
Well, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but from my experience, marijuana increases anything that you're doing. So if you were to, let's say, normally drink 6 to 8 beers, right, and you don't smoke, and that's gets you feeling pretty good, I would say you could probably switch that down to 3 to 5 beers, and you'd be feeling pretty good if you were smoking while you're drinking.
Huh.
But that's just me. Like if I normally drink 6 Guinness, which I don't, and then I were to smoke a blunt, I'd puke because it makes everything more intense.
Do you
You
drink,
ever
Larry?
smoked weed before? No, I don't drink.
Me?
I take it back. I don't drink like most people. I get the Asian glow. You know what I'm talking about?
Nah.
So when I drink, my face gets all red and kind of flustered, and I almost don't want to say it on air. Something else happens too.
Is it like Viagra?
Well, yeah, for your eggs. Yeah, I get all warm and toasty. Let's just put it that way.
Jesus, why aren't you drinking all the time?
I can't handle it. So if I drink like a 6-pack of Guinness, I don't like myself. I specifically remember being online with one of the trolls, and he had his own face, on there, and I was like, "Oh, look at this guy! Oh my God, look at you! Look at your face, bro! You got fetal alcohol syndrome." And I like diagnosed him like over the internet. Like that's not something I would normally do.
Ah. You mean it's like a Jekyll and Hyde thing with you?
Yeah. But the last time I got really drunk was Southern Comfort. So I don't know if you know what that is. You ever drink that before?
Oh, I know exactly what that is.
So Southern Comfort, I was so shit-faced. I fell in the yard, and I had to crawl up the stairs and get in my couch or my chair. And I was just like analyzing everything about my life, telling my wife, I'm sorry I'm so stingy with my time and I'm stingy with money and, I'm always conservative and everything you want to do is liberal. And, it's like, yeah, that was healthy about once every decade. I don't need to do that again.
You were kind of helpless. The cats
Well, I was just
around you.
I was just analyzing myself, like self-reflection.
The cats are looking at you going, let's spray water on them. Let's spray water on them.
They're being quiet now.
Yeah, Southern Comfort.
Shut your ass up.
There's a drink with Southern Comfort. Do you know Smirnoff Ice?
Yeah, I think the white beer.
That's the one.
It's
Yeah,
like gray.
yeah, that's the one, the white one, right? Okay, Southern Comfort, a tot of Southern Comfort, a bottle of Smirnoff Ice, and some blackcurrant, and then a lot of ice. It's fucking lovely.
What's blackcorn?
Blackcurrant.
What's that?
Oh, okay. Let's see. It's very, very popular here.
Cordial.
Yeah.
Like Ribena. Do you have Ribena there?
You broke up a little bit.
Ribena? Yeah, it's a cordial. It's a well, blackcurrant's a berry, and it's very, very popular here.
Huh. So you're not talking about a third alcohol or drink. You're talking about blackberries.
Well, it's kind of like when they're dried, they're like raisin.
Oh.
So you take the Southern Comfort, you take the Smirnoff Ice, and then you put some blackcurrant in it, and then you take some ice, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's a great drink.
So my favorite drink is Bloody Marys, Black Russians.
Oh, shut up, Black Russians, man.
Oh yeah, I love Kahlua. If I can sneak a bottle of Kahlua, because see, I don't like buying it because everybody drinks it up like it's theirs. But if I can sneak a bottle of Kahlua in the house,
oh man! And people are onto this ice cold coffee shit, and they're actually bringing out Guinness coffee now. By the way, I seen that today. Guinness coffee.
Oh man,
it's That's Guinness coffee, but I nearly bought it, but it's like nearly £6 for 4 cans. But anyway, I'll try it soon. But I never thought I liked cold coffee as much, but Kahlua with vodka, and then I top it up with a bit
Kahlua is genius.
Oh, it's just beautiful. That's my favorite drink, man.
It must be the Irish. To like the Mexican fluid. I'm mostly Irish. You know that, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. You can tell when you look at me.
Oh yeah, the glow.
What are you ginger? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I got the ginger beard. Actually, every color known to man, every natural color is in my beard. Black,
Yeah.
red, white, clear, brown.
Yeah, that's strange. My hair too. People have been mentioning that too. I'm 55. I got grey, brown, red, black, fucking everything in my hair. Like.
Yep.
Must be the Irish. And we get this glow when we drink this. What do you call it? The Asian glow.
Yeah, our faces turn red. So
Mhm.
Asians, they don't drink very much, but certain people who can't handle their liquor, like Asians, their faces glow red. And I can't drink. Like if I drink like 2 beers, I'm like, woo, feeling good. Feeling good.
I'm fine. I don't get the Asian glow to the hangover. The
I'll put it
next
to you this
day.
way. There's this beer, Modelo. It's like Mexican beer. It's like 3% alcohol. If I drink 3 of those tall boys, like I'm sitting still until I gotta piss.
Oh my god.
Like I'm on the couch watching UFC, not moving.
3%. Could you even call that a beer?
I know, right? They sell 15% here. In Texas, you can get Four Locos. So that's 15% alcohol. Now that's a beer.
Cool.
We drink it in shots. Yeah, I never was a big drinker. Since I turned like 21, I used to like open a beer and like lay down flat on the bed and guzzle it, you know. And ever since I turned 21, like there's no point in drinking. But I'm a big fan of the devil's lettuce. I wish I lived in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, where the something runs free all the time or something. I used to smoke a devil's lettuce. I did for 3 years, about 10 years ago, and it was great. I had no paranoia, nothing, and I only smoked. I didn't smoke until after like 6 o'clock at night, and I would make like one joint, and then after about a couple of months, it moved to like 2 joints, and after about a year, it moved to about 3 joints. I had about 3 joints every night for like 3 years, and you know, depression gone, all that shit gone. I actually enjoyed it, like, but for some reason, I just one day woke up and that's me. I'm done. I just stopped, and the sweats and the nightmares coming off that shit. Oh,
Dude, I'll tell you, Terrence McKenna said that you're supposed to quit smoking for like a month and then one night just rip it just as much as you possibly can take. And that's how we're supposed to experience marijuana. So I'm thinking the way that I smoke is probably the best way because I'm the type of guy like, oh, it's summertime. Okay, let's go swimming. But first, let's build a gravity bong, right? With a 3 liter, not a 2 liter, right? And let's put some hoses in it, get some medical hoses. Now we got a gravity hookah. Like, okay, who's going to hold this bitch for me? So when you get like ripped, then you go to the pool and you let all the air out and you see like how long you can stay under the water without breaking focus and coming up. So it's like, I don't know. You're not starving yourself from oxygen because obviously that takes a while. You can't just it's like your body tells you got to pee before you actually have to pee. I think for guys, it's like 85%. Hey, like you're going to have to piss in the next couple hours. For females, I think it's like 95%, like exit, exit on the freeway. But, yeah, I used to just rip it, dude. Just white smoke. It would be so white, it'd be yellow smoke. It just, oh man. And, yeah, just gravity bongs.
So the only way to smoke it really is to bong it. Like in the young days,
if you don't cough, you don't get off, right?
Yeah, ground bongs and smoke it through fucking apples and all kinds of fucking bongs. I grew up in South Africa, so
Potheads turn into MacGyver when they don't have any rolling papers.
They don't call me MacGyver for nothing.
That's right. Do not use aluminum foil. Apparently, that's not good. Causes cancer.
Where I grew up, it was cheap, man. Oh my god. It used to grow wild in the fields. Like in South Africa, they put you away for 10 years for having fucking a matchbox full of grass because it was that
10 years.
Yeah, long. Well, maybe five to 10. There's a thing over there called Mandrax.
That's the real apartheid, bro. What the hell?
Yep.
For Matchbox worth?
A Matchbox worth, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, they were heavy on it because it was so everywhere. But it was cheap. My God, I didn't find out until years later that my brother was actually going to a place where the black guys that were working in the mines, they were growing it in the fields and then they were selling it to the white people. And my brother was going out on a motorbike and grabbing what they call an arm. It was called an arm because it was from the size of from your wrist to your elbow and about as thick.
Yeah, I've seen those.
For $10 or whatever it was at that time.
$10. We paid $100 for ours.
Yeah, $10. And when you unrolled it, because I remember doing it with my friends too. When you unrolled it, there was just these massive heads in it, and this is good. This is primo devil's lettuce, like. And then he would keep most.
You got to say premium. Primo means there was cocaine or something.
Okay. Oh, premium.
Premium.
Right. Yeah, premium. First class. Anyway, he would be selling it to people at school. He's just, I never realized my brother he always had loads of money about him. I had no idea why. Little drug dealer, so he was.
It's not a drug to me. Like, to me, a drug has to have significant side effects. And the side effects of marijuana, as far as I can tell, it makes you hungry, happy, and sleepy. So I used to fight like a lot when I was young. Like, I think I've been in like 17 or 18 fights. One day I was just blazed out of my mind, and this guy from downstairs in the apartment, he come up, and he was like accusing me of being a cop, but I didn't know it because I was so stoned. Because I had a 9-foot steel whip on my Toyota T100 pickup truck, right? So he saw the antenna, which is, kind of fading out about 2001, right? Not really very popular. But I had one. He thought I was a cop. Like, dude, you could follow me to work. I work at Burger King. And he was like threatening to kick my ass, and I'm a snitch and all this stuff. And I just sat there and let him talking shit to me in my house because I was so stoned that I didn't care.
Yeah, it makes you passive.
Mm-hmm. In my own apartment. He was a little dude.
Yeah, I fought a lot too when I was over, all the time. Fight.
But that's
I
what
kind of think it's normal.
But that's what weed does to some people. It makes them paranoid. It used to make me paranoid. That's why I stopped doing it.
Yeah, it makes me paranoid if I got to go in public.
Yeah, exactly. You think everyone's staring at you like they know you're high. It was just.
Right.
I just stopped because that was one of the main reasons why I stopped. I was like, all right, this shit's gonna make me crazy.
I've already got beady eyes. So, like, growing up, everybody was like, you beady-eyed, big-nosed Jew. I'd be like, what? I'm not even Jewish. I wouldn't disagree with them about my eyes or my nose. But I already got beady eyes, right? So, when I smoke, I'm like the Chinese white guy. Like, just fucking slits, man. Just paper-thin little fucking robot, what is it? Robocop slits. That's all I got. So, when I get high, you can tell. Like, holy shit, Larry's out of his mind right now. Some people ask me, can you see through those? It's like, yeah, there's enough light getting through. I can see you.
Do you ever see that skit that, Cheech and Chong?
Yeah.
I think it's Chong, he's on stage there. It's recent. It's on YouTube. He does it, the one about how paranoid he gets and waiting for the cop. He thinks it's a cop behind him and all that there. No? Did you ever see that one?
Nope.
Oh, it's genius, man. 2 seconds.
Shit, I haven't touched weed for like 2 freaking decades, man. Like 2.5 decades. Crazy.
Yeah, I can tell you're the type to not really back down. You're not very docile, are you?
How do you mean?
Fraud, you do not seem like the type of person to back down when confronted.
But I'm not I won't
You're not a
cross the
passive.
line. I am passive. I won't cross the line though. What I do is I draw out the worst and then the best in someone, right? Because I make them realize that, hey, you don't have to cross that line. You can debate, you can argue without it getting physical. It doesn't have to go there. You know what I'm saying? So that's
right.
I back down that when I see if I know someone is that way, I'll never engage with them. You know what I'm saying? Because you can always tell. You get that vibe from someone when you know what I'm saying, they don't joke around. You know what I'm saying? You know people like that, people that don't joke around. You know what I'm saying? You know certain things you can't say around certain people because it will offend them. And because guys that grew up fighting all their lives, dude, you can't talk to them a certain way. There's certain ways you can't talk. Certain things you can't do. You can't joke around. You can't poke fun. Because a lot of those guys, they're hypersensitive and they will swing. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even worth it. So, no, I don't cross that line. I don't push people to fight because I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not that guy. I'm not a fighter. I've never been that way. I didn't grow up like that. When you're young, you want to pretend you're tough and you're cool, but then you grow up, you're like, wait a minute, dude, I've only been like one fight in my life. it's like that was when I was like 15. So I won't back down though, but my back's against the wall. You know what I'm saying? But it's always a way out of something. So I don't. But I don't like fake people. That's one thing I don't like. I don't like fake people. I don't like that.
You do get tired at the wrong time, though. One time I got pulled over by a caution light.
You got pulled over by what?
You see that little skit I posted there? It's only 2 minutes or something. Chong driving stoned. Have a little listen to that. It's absolute genius.
Yeah, I get paranoid if I have to go out in public. But if I'm smoking pot at home, or maybe smoke a pot, go to a public pool, that's no problem. But I do tend to avoid my motorcycle when I'm stoned. I think because I know that I'm automatically clumsy, and I want to be like super astute and alert when I'm gambling with my life. Not because I don't trust myself so much as I don't trust other people, but at the same time, it's like, what if I did just miss that, one little cue, like that tire pointing a little too far to the left? Because it's the left turns that kill us motorcyclists.
Yeah, I got my. I don't ride anymore. I got my shit revoked for like 5 years when I had a bike. I never went back. I was one of those idiots on a bike that did stupid shit. So I'm too hyping. I'm like a speed demon. Dude, I have the heaviest foot, so I have to watch myself. I think I'm hovering on like 9 points right now on my license. So I gotta be careful because they come up with 1 point a year. So I gotta wait before I start speeding again. All right, so now I'm in Forney because I gotta drop off this shit, unload this shit, then I'll head back to Dallas hard. Hey, you guys fall asleep? What the hell happened?
I'm still here, just reading. Yeah, I think Forney would be a good place to live. Not too big, not too small.
Yeah, this guy's got a pretty nice house out here. I mean, it's a little community, but it's pretty nice. It's newer build, these homes, because they're still building homes.
You wonder why people are smack talking each other on 50-cent tables. 50-cent tables poker. And they're calling each other Nazis and hope your family dies of cancer. 50 fucking cents, bro. Smoke a bong, chill out. Gee, that's too funny, man. He's up on the roof smoking. His little grandchild comes and, "What are you doing, Grandpa?" I don't know why I said it, but I said, "Fuck off." That's brilliant, man. Some guy last night, right? I swear to God, right? We hear this. He comes into the hotel. He's like, "I booked a room," and he shows me his phone. And it's got the room booking on it from Expedia, which is a big booking thing out here. Expedia.com. And I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm going, "No, you're not booked in here. Go and show me that phone again, right?" And I look and it says he booked it for the 27th of July. I was like, "Well, sir, this is the 27th of June. You booked it for July." "Oh, no, shit." He's a Turkish man. He owns a barber in a place called Ballycastle. He's been in Northern Ireland for 25 years. He had his wife with him and he felt so stupid. And I was like, "No, don't worry. People do this all the time, you know. People do this all the time. We'll sort you out with a room anyway." "Well, how do I get my money back? I paid £112 to..." I says, "You have to go to Expedia.com and get your money back from them. But tonight, if you want a room, you have to pay 90 £90 is what they charged him. And we were charging him £112 for that night." He goes, "But why are you charging me £112 when I paid £90 for the room?" I said, "That's because it's a month from now. If you book a month in advance, you get a lot of money off, you know." And he was a little awkward, but he was nice. He was a nice fella. He was a nice guy. And he says to me, when he says, okay, nice, okay, I got the room. Does it have a nice view?" I said, "Well, there's a window in it."
You know, I turned down the job to be a night manager at a motel.
Yeah.
I did it for a couple weeks. And I was like, okay, this is going to be different. Well, guess what the night manager does in the motel? Do you know?
Everything.
Yeah. He prepares the food.
Yep.
So I was like, oh man, you gonna make me wear this stupid outfit and I'm still working with food?
Yeah, hotels have a way of doing that. They want to have like one person running a 4-star hotel with fucking 100 people in it, doing room service, serving at the bar, a little bit of hoovering. Fuck off. And the hours, oh my god, as manager, I wouldn't want the job, man. These boys are doing 12, 13, 14 hour shifts, and they're getting paid for like they get paid a steady wage. They don't get paid per hour, so they end up basically living at the fucking hotel for $2,000, $2.5 grand a month. My current manager started off as a night porter, as myself, but okay. But he basically lives there. He's just bought himself a new BMW for £16,000, which is like $20,000 second hand. This thing is like a fucking computer on wheels, you know. He loves it to bits. But he's no life. He's 36 years of age. He looks older than me, and I'm 55. And that's
Good.
Yeah, that's actually no joke. Short, balding, gray hair, big belly.
I got the big belly, but everybody tells me I look way younger. When I tell people that I have a 23-year-old, they're like, what? Like, no.
Yeah, we all got the big belly after the COVID.
No, I had it before. My wife used to bake. She used to love baking. And I grew up like extremely poor and was not allowed to like let food waste. So my dumb ass wouldn't let the bakery go in the trash, like the baked goods.
Oh, Larry,
So,
Larry Five Bellies here.
yeah. Yeah.
Your excuse was I can't see it go to waste. Nom, 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 nom.
Well, she quit baking and I don't eat sweets anymore. I don't like sweets anyway.
So that's the problem where I'm working, man. It's just fucking everything. You name it, man. I'm at, beef dinners, all kinds of fancy fucking sweet things. Temptation. The other guy I'm working with has to buy a new waistcoat because he can't fit in his fucking waistcoat anymore. He's got that big.
So yeah, now that I'm approaching 40, I figured I better start taking my health a little more seriously. It's kind of like at this point, I better change or something's going to change. I used to work out every day, and then started meeting females, and then it was like, oh, working out. Why would I do that? Like, I want to go chase the females. And then once you get married, you're not really trying to impress anybody. So, pretty easy to eat like fast food. I don't eat fast food anymore, but I did when I was younger.
Yeah, you see that all the time. I've watched friends of mine and family. They get married and the two of them get big together. What's happening, Larry? Is that the wife in the background saying, "Larry, stop talking shit"?
It's an ice machine.
I thought that was pretty funny though. The guy was asking me, "Does it have a nice view? Do you have a nice view from my room?" I was like, "Well, it's got a window in it." I don't know, bro. You just showed up saying you've got a room. Your room isn't for a month. I'm gonna get your room. Stop being a dickhead.
I'm sure he was in bed.
Nah, he's a nice guy. He was a nice guy.
Once you told him there was still a room, I'm sure he was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh yeah. He phoned me 10 minutes later after getting into the room, asking if there were slippers, special slippers. You know, that 5-star.
It's that jar.
5-star hotels might have. Any slippers in the room? I said, "Excuse me, slippers." So we can. No, I don't think so.
Vinegar? What is it?
It's Italian lemon juice.
It's lemon juice.
I don't know why it had to come all the way from Italy.
That's not for drinking.
Hello, Larry's wife.
That's my child.
What that's for?
What is that for?
Cooking chicken.
It's for cooking chicken.
For cooking a lot of stuff. It's lemon juice. You know how in La Victoria they put like lemon zest and stuff? Like when you cook like meats or you make a sauce, you add a little bit of lemon juice. Like making a tomato sauce, just like some onions and garlic. You add a little bit of that.
Consume within 30 days? Let's test that.
Okay.
Let's test that theory.
Well, I think that's not real. It says
Can I just say sorry? The audio quality was that bad. I couldn't really tell if it was a man or a woman.
That's right.
Sorry about that.
I don't care. Not me, buddy. The young one is complaining about room temperature water.
Sounds like you're being daredevil about. That's not past the sell-by date yet. It came all the way from Italy. You may as well drink it. It's got 1 day left. Come on, Dad. Let's do it. Live a little.
It said no preservative. Treat like wine. Consume within 30 days. Okay, let's test that theory. Okay. Because I'm the type of person, like, if it passes smell test, then I'm going to eat it. So I know in Europe that's like crazy. Like, you guys if you take home a doggy bag, like you're literally going to feed it to the dog. Like you guys don't eat food that's like from lunch, right? Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again.
If you take home food from lunch, you don't actually eat it when you get home. You give it to the dog.
No, I put it in the fridge and eat it within 3 days.
Oh, okay. That's a misconception I heard about Europeans that they.
Hey, Irish and English people aren't fucking Europeans. Scottish people, no, Europeans are a different breed, bro.
You guys aren't Europeans?
Nah.
Lose me.
Nah, well, I don't consider myself European. Not at all.
So you're just Irish?
Nah. I suppose geographically we can be considered European, but I don't even
But you
consider
kind of
myself.
don't want to be lumped in with the rest, huh?
No, thank you. Not the Europeans. Them motherfuckers crazy.
I'm tempted to go for a bike ride, but Rod said he ain't gonna be ready till like 1 p.m. That'll be a really long bike ride. See if I can do a side hustle real fast. VHO. Oh, there's some roots. Starting at 7 a.m. Oh, I can't make that drive. $80. 19 stops and 40. Let's see this. Where's the big money? 60, 70, 60, 70. Oh, these people are bullshit. Royce City, 22 stops. Garland, 23 stops. $80 for 3.5 hours of work. 20 stops. See, 3 hours minus gas. If I run my car for an hour.
Do you ever play poker, Hank?
No, not a whole lot.
Okay.
I know how to win, though.
I like
You
your.
know how? You don't get drunk. You let everybody else get drunk. And then you win. No, I've never been big on gambling.
No, me neither. Me neither. Like people go mad here for horse racing and greyhound racing and all that horse, especially the horse racing.
I'll tell you this one thing though. I could make a lot of money gambling because when I consistently watch UFC and I'm current with the fighters, like I've seen all their fights, I can predict who's going to win, like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I'm not a gambling man, so I don't take advantage of that. And that's a skill I didn't know that I had until I started getting invited to all these fights. And I would just kind of show up and throw like $20, $30 on the table and enjoy all the fights. And then after a while, it was like every one that I called won. And then I would see a fighter like switch stance, and I'd be like, "Oh, that other guy, he's not reacting. He's circling into the strong hand. He's about to get knocked out." And then, bam, he gets knocked out. Like I called it. But yeah, when I watch it consecutively and consistently, I can predict the fights, how they're going to end, or who's going to win. I can usually predict who's going to win.
Hey, you got a golden ticket there, man. Why don't you use it?
Gambling's against my religion.
You have a religion?
Sort of, yeah.
Is it Rastafari?
Well, at least when you're dealing with the Rastafarians, you got the atomic bong. The celebration, not devastation.
Holy Armageddon. For when that man comes, there will be no.
I am a big fan of Bob Marley.
Yeah, man. What a dude. His
maker
is for the hopeless sinner who has all mankind just to save his soul. He said a lot of fucking really good things. But you know how he passed away, right?
They say it was skin cancer, right? Or lung cancer?
Big toe cancer.
Big toe?
Big toe. Apparently.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the doctor says, Bob, we got to cut off your big toe and you'll live a long life. And he went, no. They said, well, why not? Because the Rastafarian religion doesn't allow you to amputate. But like the Jehovah's Witnesses don't allow you to fucking take blood or something, right? So parents would actually allow their kid to die because they wouldn't allow them a blood transfusion. Well, Bob, I'm not saying it's as silly as that, but apparently he got cancer in his big toe, and he wouldn't let them amputate, and then it spread up his leg, and that was the end of Bob.
Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah, some talent. Only the good die young, man.
Right. I know that's right. Might as well take them now before the world corrupts them. I guess is the logic on that one. I should probably be sleeping.
Yeah, I'm not far away. I got like an hour left. I have to be.
So this is my second day off in a row. Since I don't know how long.
A year, maybe.
Been a while.
What do you do, Hank?
You didn't know how to deliver pizza?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know that, man.
I've done lots of jobs. I've done
I don't believe
roofing.
you. I don't believe you. Do you do? Okay. Are you Dave? Are you Dave Hinkle?
Nah, bro.
I know. I don't care what you do, but I was just wondering.
Dave is short and concise and to the point, trying to bring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah. Hey.
And I'm kind of the opposite. Long-winded, beating around the bush, talking about everything that comes to my mind.
Yeah, same.
That was
tart. Is it weird when people still call you Hank when your name's Larry?
No, I don't care.
Yeah, I thought so.
You never can control what people call you.
Well, that's true, you wanker.
Yeah. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I don't worry about things like that. What's that serenity prayer? People always conflate it with like alcoholism, but I think it's like a solid like affirmation. I think it's solid. It goes something like, Lord, give me the strength to change the things that I can change and not to worry about the things that I can't change and the wisdom to know the difference or something like that. I don't know exactly how.
Were you watching Mr. Brooks too much?
I don't know what Mr. Brooks is. I don't watch TV.
You need to watch that. That's a great movie.
But yeah, like people at work would be like, what about day crew? They didn't do any dishes and they didn't stock. It's like, I don't give a fuck. Watch me like burn through these dishes and stock everything up. It's like, don't you worry about Jeff? He's so lazy. Like, I don't give a fuck about Jeff. I don't care what the fuck he's doing. People are always like, doesn't it bother you? Why aren't you angry? Why? It's like, I am angry. I'm just not perturbed. It's like, why am I going to let this shit get to me? How am I going to let this shit affect my vibrations? I'm trying to take the center path.
That's what I think it's all about too, though. It all depends how you react to things. It determines emotions the path you take. If you don't react, then nothing can phase you. So Mr. Brooks is the one with Kevin Costner was actually a serial killer, is that right? Is he going? Oh, he's gone now. Fraud saying, yeah, fraud. I don't like frauds. Mr. Brook. Yeah, it's all about how you react to things. Like if somebody treats you like you're a non-person or treats you badly or says something and you just laugh or you shrug it off, then that's meaningless. So that's a good thing.
I've been doing this thing for a long time where I try to maintain my ability to copy myself and not just let it go. You know, retention. And I try to not get too angry or not get like too happy. So I try to like stay centered like all the time.
You're talking about
Like just,
stoicism.
yeah, you know it. Yeah. So that way I can prepare myself for the future for when times really do get tough. that I've already had the practice put in.
Yeah.
Because it takes practice.
It does.
You can't just be like, I'm a stoic now. Like, no, you've been eating vegetables for a week. You're not a vegan yet.
I think there's something to this stoicism, though. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because what's the one thing you expect someone to do when you punch them? You expect them to cower down, right? Or you expect them to hit you back. What you don't expect them to do is to be completely unperturbed and to stare you in the face like nothing happened.
Yeah. That's right. Yep. What's up, bro? Why you do that? That totally confuses them.
Yeah.
Shit. I don't
Now,
know.
if I thought I'm about to get knocked out, if I'm about to get knocked out, I'll fight back. I'll defend myself. But if it's like a female slapping me, I think I've only been smacked by a female once before I got married and once after I got married. Before I got married, she was just a random female that got offended by. No, there was two females. There was the redhead and there was the Mexican. And the redhead was trying to knee me in the balls, but I was too quick with the hip twists, so she couldn't hit me in the balls. So she slapped me really hard. And with the Mexican, she overheard something I said, thought it was directed to her. We were walking in school. She turned right around and popped me out of nowhere. I didn't even know who she was. And I was like, the fuck was that for? And then my wife, her and I were having an argument when we were younger. And she smacked the fire out of me.
That's always a
I
turn on
leaned over.
when a chick hits me in the face. I don't want it turns me off.
But you got to think, I can't hit females. The jury would fry me if I ever hit a female. They'd be like, the death penalty. The judge would be like, the death penalty isn't even something we could give him. Do you see how big he is? Kill him.
It's like their bone density is not even close to ours. You know what I'm saying? So even if let's say they worked out and whatever a lot and whatever, it's still not gonna hurt that bad. Because I've been punched in the jaw. Because I asked one to punch me just see because like she started doing all the CrossFit, and I want to see if it would hurt, and it didn't. Like, you guys really aren't that strong. But it just they're not supposed to be like that. They're not. You're not supposed to go up against a man. It's just not what it's about.
Right. I taught my boss how to punch. And she's a little Mexican lady, right? She never had a fight in her life. I was like, look, you're not punching this hand, you're punching this hand. And I put my hands like 6 inches in front of each other, one in front of the other. It's like, okay, you're going to make contact with this hand, but you're going to push it all the way into that hand. So I taught her to punch. And then when we was done, I showed her a few practice swings. Then I put my left palm on my left jaw. And I said, now pretend that my hand is, but you're not punching this hand on the right side of my cheek. You're punching this hand. And she punched me right on the corner of my jaw where the ear, it's like right below the ear. So she hit me right on the button. And you could tell in the video that I was slightly stunned.
That one can actually knock you out just below the ear.
Yeah.
That's it's one of them points, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, it's not about how hard you hit somebody, it's about where you hit them. And had she been like, using her footwork with the punch, I mean, she may have knocked me down. But I taught her how to punch. So you got the footwork thing right. Because it's all about the big toe. Like your punch starts at the big toe. And then as you move forward, you jab, and then you pull it back and move forward again to get that double jab. So it's like pop, pop. And then once you line them up with a few jabs, and their head starts moving around, like if they're looking at the ceiling, that's when you throw the right hand. Anyway, I think self-defense is like something everybody should know.
Well, Tyson had a little trick. Remember the little trick? He would body punch and then
he would like roll around, peekaboo. Yeah. He would just roll around and peekaboo. Gotcha.
You see, it's
really good for short people.
If you watch it, yeah. If you watch it on YouTube, he had this little move that he won a lot of fights with. It was kind of like and he was just bang into the six pack, boom, the point bounce, and bang uppercut, and that was the end of it. That was the end of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
He done that a lot of time.
So, like, I don't believe in different races, but the different ethnicities have different weaknesses. Black men are incredibly smooth. You can't hit them in the head, right? Take a look at Bones Jones, Israel Adesanya,
Super Ray
Maru Usman. They don't get hit in the head very often. So these dudes, you got to hit them in the body hard. You got to hit them in the body because you're not going to hit their heads. So with Asians, you can hit them in the head or you can hit them in the body, but they're not very good with wrestling. They're not usually very powerful. So with white people, their thing is their durability. So if they're really good at wrestling, then you have to stand up and fight them. And if they're really good at stand up too, then you better be a really good, accurate striker. So how to beat the white dude? You basically have to survive his onslaught,
grind
and grind them down. And you're going to have to pick them apart, and it's going to take a while because they're usually tough.
Mm-hmm.
Not that black dudes aren't tough. If you don't know not to hit them in the stomach and the ribs, and you try to headhunt like most people fight, you're going to have to grind them down. It's going to take you a while to, kick their legs, hit them in the stomach, and then you can finally, knock them out. But if you don't know that, it's going to take you just as long as fighting the white dude. And then with the Asian, they got like this really high amount of like
Wait.
fight
Get
IQ.
back to what the fuck you just said about black dudes, motherfucker. What you say?
You're hard to hit in the head. You're extremely hard to hit in the head.
Oh, that's because
You're
black guys are
dancing
very dodgy. Yes.
Yeah, you're fast as fuck, bro.
Yeah, you're fast as fuck, bro. That's
Yeah,
exactly right.
I'm really fast. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not a fighter. That's I don't fight.
So this is just something I've observed watching UFC. Now, obviously, it's what is it? The by and large fallacy. What's it called? Stereotype fallacy. But I'm just saying, by and large, from what I experience, like you wouldn't ever want to try to hit a black dude in the head. You just can't catch them. They're too fast. They're gonna slip. They're gonna weave. They're gonna bob, and you're gonna miss, and you're gonna get countered and knocked the fuck out. So you kick them in the legs or you punch them in the body, and then once they slow down and you start hurting them, then you can catch them.
You bite them in the ear.
No, you don't bite them in the ear. So here's the thing about Mexicans.
That's a joke. That was
Mexicans will hit you so many times that you think that you've been fighting for like hours. So their punches aren't really strong, but they have like the battering ram effect to where they hit you so many fucking times in such a short amount of time, and they don't get tired because they're used to working their ass off. So you basically got to outlast their onslaught and be tough enough to eat their punches to survive their shit. Because they're extremely high volume, and they're tough as nails. They're usually, just as tough as white folks. They're just usually a little bit smaller. But yeah, and let's see who else. I haven't seen any Aborigines people fight. Not from Australia, so I don't know.
I
Do those
haven't
people
seen.
even fight?
I haven't seen too many Asian heavyweights or MMA fighters, bro.
Their bone density is different, man. It's just not the same.
The good with the
It's all about bone density when it comes to fighting, right? So just because you got muscles on top of your bones doesn't mean your bone density is dense. You know what I'm saying? So that's why usually the hardest punchers, their freaking bones are strong. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why Kimbo Slice, before he died, dude, you couldn't take a punch from that dude. You know what I'm saying? That dude, he had no stamina, but do not get punched by that guy. You know what I'm saying? That dude's hands were huge. His bone density was, it was just too much. People couldn't handle it. You know what I'm saying? So, he didn't last long because he had no stamina. But like usually the best fighters are, if you notice, before they tank out, or before they what do you call it, reach their peak, and then they plateau, and then they start to go downhill. They were very strong. Like who was that one guy in UFC that ran it for a long time?
The
in
best
the early
fighters.
days.
The best
He was a
fighters.
white guy. He had a mustache. What was his name again? Oh, fuck. What's his name again, Hank? The white guy.
With the mustache?
Yeah, he was bad. He was better. He was just bad. He was doing the Ken Shamrock days, but he beat
Dan
he beat all the
Stiven?
best. No, he beat all the best fighters. What the fuck is his name again?
Sure ain't Dan.
No, he was
Steven
a smart.
or something?
He was an intelligent dude, smart guy, but he beat all the best guys, and he was the best. You know what I'm saying? But the guy was just he was jacked, but you could tell that his bone density was just freaking just insane, because when he get hit, he did, people like swell up and stuff like that. He didn't. He never swelled up, got a big none of that shit. It's like he could just take whatever you threw at him. You know what I'm saying? And just give back more. Who knows? I don't know if they were juicing back then. Who knows? But but the guy was Dan. Was it Dan something? I can't remember what the fuck his name is. But he was a badass. And then Boss Rutan was good too. I don't know if you go back and watch his old shit, but he was fucking pretty lethal too.
Dan Stevers? No, that's a.
I'll find it. Hold on. Don Fry. Don Fry was the shit.
Oh yeah.
Don Fry was awesome, bro. He was just a fucking badass dude. He's fucking badass. If you want to talk about any white guy that's a fucking badass, that's the fucking guy. That guy, you just watch his fights. He was a fucking badass dude.
That's some mustache.
But that's what made it even more awesome. You know what I'm saying? He wore that mustache like a badge. I'm gonna beat your ass with this mustache on.
Yeah, there he is when he was younger.
That was back when the UFC was more brutal and the cage was bigger. Cage was like twice as big. I don't know if you noticed that. Like, dude, look how twice as big Cage was when he used to fight.
Let's see if I can see some after fight photos.
You might catch him bleeding or something, but he was never like puffy or you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
I always remember that Japanese dude and him just like hitting each other in the face like a couple hockey players for like seemed like a minute and a half.
Right, and that Japanese guy's face was just like he looked like a balloon. You know, it just swole up.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah,
no
I'm
was
looking at it
nothing
right
wrong
now.
with Don Fry's face. Nothing was wrong with his face. Nothing. He had like almost no damage. It just looked like.
Yeah, the Japanese dude, his nose is broke, his right or left eye is swollen shut, his right eye is almost swollen shut, and he's bleeding out the corner of it.
Yeah, but he got blasted up. You know. Who knows if his face ever recovered from that? You know what I'm saying? He probably had smashed freaking orbitals. You never know, bro. I mean, like, fuck.
Oh, I've seen the GSP fight where he smashed Josh Koscheck's orbital. Ooh, man, it was nasty. He did it with a jab. Think about that for a second.
Well, you gotta think of what I noticed though, like, bro. If you know, like Anderson Silva broke his leg. You had what's his name? What's his name from Conor McGregor, and then the guy who Anderson Silva broke his leg on. That guy broke his leg same spot too. It's just over time, dude. All of that punishment you put on your bones gives away. So you never know, like, how many hits that guy took to that side of the face, and something just eventually gave. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's what it seems like. It's like there's just too much punishment because, like, even doing training, you're kicking, you're punching things, and it's just like I say, it comes down to bone density. Shit, after a while, it's just not like what it used to be.
So in Brazil, they got these really soft trees that, like, you can literally chop them down with your legs after you get good. But they just shin those trees. Like, that's how they train. They just chop those trees down with their freaking leg.
Yeah, I've seen that. You know, you train it up. But I'm like saying, dude, I mean, you gotta heal. You know, if you don't let allow yourself time to heal, it's just gonna fracture eventually.
Yeah, man, I've been watching UFC since like the 90s. I was watching wrestling, you know, WWE, WWF, WCW. And then my uncle was like, hey, you want to see some real fights? He's like, come over here and look at this.
Yeah, that's what
He's
happened.
like,
Same thing.
I never watched another wrestling match after that, except for one time I got
UFC is like
just
Jesus
not real.
Bob.
It's not
Like
real
you
at
look
all.
at these are real men. You know, it's like back into the gladiator times. You know, so. But you know, it's funny because that's you know the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. So you know all this shit's just coming back around because that's how it used to be back in Rome. You know, but it was just slaves that fought. You know, it's different.
Vegan slaves at that. They were only eating vegetables.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Because I'm vegan. I mean, I'm vegan too. So that's how I know. I mean, that dude, you gives you so much stamina, bro. Like in the morning, I'll have a bowl of fruit, like a fruit salad, bro. As soon as your first spoonful, you feel energized. Like literally, it's like a shot of adrenaline. It covers your sinuses, every fucking thing, bro. The first spoonful. And it's just and then just carry, but it burns out fast though, because it's straight carbs, it's straight energy.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying. In like an hour and a half, you're hungry already. You know, so even if you aren't doing anything, so. But that's how it is, man. It's all stamina. That's all it gives you. All vegetables, fruit, energy, and longevity.
That's why Spartacus was so fucking such a thorn in the foot of the Roman Empire. He took him on a merry-go-round chase for 3 years. I know the Roman Empire fascinates me. Somebody says something about Romans there, right? The Goths sacked it. Hannibal.
But they're evil though.
Hannibal came over the mountain. Hannibal took him on a merry fucking chase for about 3 years. Spartacus.
Oh yeah.
They had a hard time. Them Romans. A great empire, but
I want my legions. Give me back my legions.
Oh, what was it? Varus. Well, yeah. The Germans, and that was a guy that was called. Fuck, what was he called, man? He was brought up in Rome. He was one of them. German gave over his son, and he was brought up in Rome, and then he betrayed them. Then eventually,
Well, they pretty much betrayed the Germans first. That didn't happen in a vacuum.
what was his name? Give me back my legions of the Gutenberg Forest. They destroyed them.
Didn't stand a chance.
But that happens with every empire, like even the British Empire. The British Empire got destroyed by the Zulus.
The Zulus?
Well, like, yeah, the Zulus. Yeah, it was the Zulus.
No,
right?
no. They ain't traveling from fucking Africa. What are you crazy? It's the barbarian hordes. The Moors.
The British, Rorke's Drift.
Maybe you know something I don't.
Well, the British Empire got destroyed by a fucking bunch of. That's a guy spear wielding fucking black people. And
No, bro. The British Empire got destroyed by what's his name that was in World War II? That big fat fuck with a cigar.
Churchill?
Yeah. Churchill's the one that destroyed the British Empire.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, just because you got a competing empire doesn't mean you have to go to war with them. And when you got people getting genocided that are German on the other side, of lines that you can't cross, and you're like, "Excuse me, can I get through here?" Apparently, there's some genocide going on, and we'd like to go help out our German friends. It's like, you shall not pass. Like, well, guess what? We're passing anyway. Sorry, you can't stop me.
I suppose the point I'm trying to make is if you look back in history, every fucking empire that ruled the world for hundreds and hundreds of years, whether it's the Romans with Spartacus and Hannibal, etc., or the British with the Zulus, or the Americans with Custard, there comes a time and they're so full of confidence, but the so-called barbarians or the people they're trying to suppress just kick their fucking ass, man. Just kick their fucking ass, bro. But they're that big that they can bounce back from it. They have enough resources to get more fucking legions and do more shit, blah, blah, blah. But they were destroyed, every fucking empire. Like, it's like, the Americans, Vietnam, the Russians, Afghanistan. There's always this little nation that's going to kick your fucking ass.
Yeah, Vietnam, the rules of engagement was that you couldn't attack a northern Vietnam missile facility until it was fully operational. What does that mean?
I mean, it's strange. What's the deal, man? 10 years in Afghanistan, America, right? $3 trillion sent to them, and then they all just fuck off and leave them fucking. Was that?
It was 20 years.
Oh, sorry.
Afghanistan.
Yeah. Oh, 20. Sorry. My bad. And then, what's that all about? And then won't they just go out?
Well, there was a pipeline that they wanted to put in, and they couldn't put it in.
And the poppies and the heroin.
So, Pipelineistan was a really good idea for the American people, to cut out, other people like Russia. And it turned out really good because when you're trying to overthrow the American populace, the best way to do it is to wage war on them with drugs. So how many people in America are addicted to methadone and opium or some sort of barbiturate?
All made in China.
Right. And the thing about it is that it's the fentanyl that's killing everybody, but people are so addicted they don't care. But I don't want to use the word cure, but it seems like the antidote to this poison. What's that stuff? I got a bunch of it just in case. What is that stuff called? I forget what it's called, but it's a natural plant from like Indonesia. What is that stuff called?
A choc pie? Oh, choc. No.
It's basically what you give someone to get off of opiates.
Yeah, well, yeah. I suppose this is the theme, right? Remember, well, they so-called history, right? The
Kratom.
Okay, thanks. Chinese were addicted to opium, and the Chinese.
Yeah, kratom will get you off. It'll help you get off when you don't have the really bad withdrawals. So I got a bunch of kratom stored up just in case I come across any opioid people who want to get off of it. Kratom. I've never taken it myself, but apparently it's just like making tea.
Puppet government at the time says we're going to get off it. And the British.
Yeah, kratom's legal in the States. So really what the people that are waging war against us with the opium epidemic, it's like our choice to be on it. Because we go to the doctor's like, oh, you stubbed your toe, or you got an ingrown toenail, something like something simple. And they're like, why don't I give you some methadone? That'll fix that toe.
You won't even know you have a toe. In fact, you'll be talking to your toe. Your toe will be your best friend by the time you've taken this drug.
And it's so crazy that we try to get a doctor's appointment, and they're like, no, it's hydrocodone Wednesday. He doesn't see anybody but hydrocodone patients. Like, what? You got like an entire day to hydrocodone patients? How does that work? Like, come on in, Mrs. Smith. Okay, you still hooked? Okay, we're still dealing. Get out of here. Oh, hi there, Mr. Anderson. Come on in. You still hooked? We're still dealing. Get the fuck out of here. How does that work?
Yeah, the Opium Wars. The British just sent a couple of fucking gunboats up some fucking rivers, like the Yangtze, and bombed a couple of towns. And the Chinese went, okay, we'll start selling it again to the populace. Thank you very much. Because they were making too much money off of drugs, man.
Opium Wars. You guys did that. The Brits, they did it in, what was that place that you guys owned for like 100 years?
What do you mean we guys?
Everybody started rioting.
Everywhere?
No, where do people start rioting at before the, the Holocaust? Bangkok? No, not Bangkok. Beijing? No, that's not right.
Hong Kong?
Hong Kong? Yeah, Hong Kong. Yeah, you guys did the opiate wars. Hong Kong.
You keep guys. I am not you guys.
The British. Okay, the British did it.
I am not
fucking
fucking British. Capiche?
Okay, not you guys. So the Osama bin Laden group, Al Qaeda, in the 70s, they were bringing opium up into Russia, waging war against them for waging war against, the Middle East. And we were funding them. Gave Osama bin Laden like $3 million in like CIA training or something like that.
Oh, yeah. The CIA and the KKK.
I don't know about the KKK. The CIA probably infiltrated the KKK. Or is it vice versa? The world may never know.
Let's just fuck them, bro.
I don't know if you guys know about the game Red Dead Redemption, but it's basically like Grand Theft Auto back in like 1912 right? So it's made by Rockstar. So one night I'm out in the woods and I see like a campfire. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to rob these people. I'm just going to go see what's going on because you see some freaky shit in the woods at night. It's a KKK meeting. So I'm like sneaking around the outskirts of their camp. And I'm like, you know what these guys need? They need a stick of dynamite.
Bullet in the head.
Yeah, just threw a dynamite right in the middle of the camp. And like you see them, like they all see it. And they're like, oh shit. Boom. Killed them all. That was pretty fun, actually.
If only that was real life.
Oh man, I wouldn't dynamite them. But in a video game, you know, I think it was kind of like, well, what am I supposed to do with these guys? Obviously, I'm supposed to kill them.
Right. World's a strange place, bro. It doesn't make much fucking, never mind to me. It doesn't make much fucking sense there, but
Yeah, Louisiana in the 1910s, 19 teens. That would have been a very strange place indeed.
yeah, the things that people do to each other.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me at all. How people could be that cruel to each other. That tells me that this is not fucking reality. You know, this isn't the reality. This isn't something made by a benevolent fucking god. This place is too fucking scary biscuits, nightmarish to even be something that a human or a being or something benevolent could even dream up. With all the bad shit that happens, it's something else. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that what people don't realize is that we're right in the middle of World War III. We have been for a long time. It started out as an information war, and there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. We've all heard the word, you know, agent and shill, you know, over the past few years. It's because we all suspect, you know, that we've been competing against, you know, the military industrial complex, the military intelligence industrial complex, their propaganda arm, which is NASA. That's what we've been, you know, kind of exposing for the past 7 years.
Well,
and what?
Sorry, finish your sentence, Larry. Sorry.
Yeah. And we're right in the middle of a war, and it basically boils down to we're being divided and conquered. There's a song,
Yes.
Brainwashed, and it talks about the 10 ways that we're divided and conquered. And that's basically what's going on. So the emotional people and the lowbrow, mouth breathing, low IQ type fall for it. Meanwhile, everyone else is like, you're asleep, you need to wake up. The amount of melanin in your skin has nothing to do with what's going on in reality today. Like, I'm sorry to tell you that, yeah, my wife, she's as pale as she comes. Guess what happens when she got caught with a roach? She didn't get no privileges. She got kidnapped, thrown into a dungeon with torture cuffs. So, you know, this ain't about me versus you. Not anymore. Those days are gone. There is no me versus you. It's us versus them. Meanwhile, you're mad at me for some shit that I didn't even do, and you're not mad at them for the shit that they're doing? Come on, man. It's like, if you want to hate me for my religion or hate me for my beliefs. Don't hate me for shit that I didn't have anything to do with choosing. Like, I didn't choose to wear the uniform of, you know, the big tall white guy, the cisgender male. Oh my God. Like, I didn't choose that shit. So don't be mad at me over shit I didn't choose.
The world's going crazy, man. The world's going crazy, bro. I mean, I don't care what color, creed, religion, philosophy. What the fuck? You're in two categories. Either somebody that I want to talk to, or somebody I don't want to talk to. If I don't want to talk to you, I'll just ignore you, and that's it. I won't even fucking acknowledge that you're there. That's if and it's crazy. It's crazy. And the divide and conquer thing is I think it's an age old tradition that's been going on for how many hundreds of years. But nah, man, nah. I think a lot of people are waking up to that. I hate to use the term "waking up" because a lot of woke people are fucking retards, but. There's only a couple of stipulations you need to have. You need to be open-minded, a decent person, and not bigoted or anything like that. There, I know within 5 or 10 minutes of talking to you whether I want to talk to you again. That's it.
So me, I kind of analyze people. I can't turn it off, and I can tell like who I can plant seed with and who I'd be wasting my time with.
Yeah.
So what I do is I kind of suss people out, see if they're, if they're using their noodle, like my dad used to say, which is a funny way to say, they're using their brain.
No,
so
really?
if they're actually connected, to their mind, and they're not just a reptile, like walking around like rodent, like smell it, eat it, kill it, burn it, shit on it, piss on it, it doesn't mean anything, life doesn't matter. The nihilist reptilian type. So as long as they're they're somewhat in tuned with, my level, my frequency, whatever you want to call it, then I'll try to share stuff with them. So back in the day, I would pass out like DVDs. And,
Hello?
And not like the copyright protected DVDs, but the stuff that I would get from like documentaries and stuff, to where people would like share this knowledge, put it out. So I would hand it out on pizza, like, hey, you want a free movie with your meal, And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people around here are like pretty well educated on 9/11 because of me. Like, I passed out thousands. I don't know how many actually, but it's over the thousands. And maybe some of them went straight in the trash. Maybe some of them went in the DVD player and got watched halfway and then straight in the trash. But it's hard to watch Loose Change second edition and go, yeah, that was a good pizza. It was a good movie. I'll never think about that again. It's really difficult to do that.
Sorry, sometimes my internet is shitting itself tonight, so I got most of that.
Yeah, I said that I passed out like Loose Change back in the day with a meal. I deliver their pizza and give them Loose Change or Zeitgeist or something like that. And when I'd give them Zeitgeist, I'd be like, just ignore the first part and watch the second and the third part. Because I'm not into astrotheology. Yeah, like around here, like people are pretty aware about 9/11.
Doesn't that make
back in the day it was hard?
Doesn't that make you think, that there's something else going on here?
Right now?
Well, yeah, but the whole fucking thing, like, doesn't that make you think there's something else going on? The way you see the divide and conquer, the way you see that the system working, and the way, doesn't that make you think that maybe there's something else going on here? Maybe. No.
Yeah, World War III. Ever since September the 1st, 2001, we've been in World War III.
Well, I remember you saying that before, and I can't disagree with that. Because they're already making, what was it? They're already making fucking noises about it. There's some British general that says, this is our 1939 moment or something.
They think the world is overpopulated. They think there's too many of us, too many useless eaters. So they want to cull the population.
I was going to say that. Sorry, my internet's going fucking stupid tonight. I know. Hello.
Yep, still here.
Yeah, there's. I think there's a culling on the way, isn't there? Some kind of mass culling.
Yeah, they're going to starve us into submission. I think the way they did it last time is that they had FEMA camps built near like beautiful waterfalls, near the mountains, beautiful like historical buildings that have been there for a really long time, probably from the last reset. So they would invite them into these FEMA camps, and now we know them as insane asylums, right? Where they did like, all sorts of weird things inside those insane asylums. But I think that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to starve people into submission.
Well, they had hundreds and hundreds of sanatoriums way back in the 60s, 70s, 80s for tuberculosis because of people who worked in places in certain industrial complexes. So they set up these sanatoriums. And these people couldn't even take their pension because by the age they were 50 or 60, they were dead because of the shit that they were. You did?
Yeah, sure did.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Well, yeah, because it was incurable in the like 60s and 70s, but it is now, right?
Yeah, it took 6 months worth of vitamin and a drug, and it tasted like 10 times worse than aspirin. It was like really on your tongue. Really tart. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, I suppose the point I'm trying to make is I don't think that this reality is real reality. I think there's some other kind of reality. That's basically my point.
Yeah, there's a reality somewhere where people have stood up to these banksters and lawyers and bar members and kicked them the fuck out. And we have records of history where a certain group of people, the Jesuits, and I think they went by another name, they were kicked out of like 80 something countries, like 100 and something times. And these Jesuits were kicked out of like, Catholic countries. So
yeah, that was also
you're right, bro.
Yeah, that was also the men in little white hats. Yeah.
Yeah. They both share a very similar demographic of people who were just told, don't collect go, don't go home, the fuck out. So yeah, I mean, in the past it's happened. You're right. There is a different reality where men are free to do anything they want. Everything is lawful according to God, as long as you don't cause a victim, in other words, create harm, injury, or loss to another man, woman, or child. As long as you don't do that, everything is lawful. Now, everything's not legal, because you have a legal society. And the legal society is occupying your courthouse, even though it's your courthouse, but they have a monopoly on violence. And they have blanket impunity in America, also known as qualified immunity.
There's something, I suppose what I'm trying to say is there's something bigger going on here than we understand or come to terms with. I don't know if we're caught in a prison or we're caught in some kind of fucking some kind of cosmic joke or whatever it is, but it's life, Jim, but not as we know it.
So basically what it boils down to is whatever mind control the television allowed, they took full advantage of it. They were completely aware of the power of the live vision. And in fact, they were investigating communists in Hollywood way back in the day. And apparently the most notorious communist, was such a good liar that he basically lied to all the courts and hearings and got away with all of it and left the country, and got away with it. But if our generations before us, everybody wants to say boomers, I don't blame it on the boomers. They weren't ready for the propaganda that the TV brought. They were not ready. And, we can see this. The first movie ever made was a rocket that goes to the moon and stabs the moon in the eye, right? So they weren't ready for this type of propaganda. So they were all brainwashed. And it's like if you thought differently and you were a conspiracy theorist, well, they could just take you down to, the local insane asylum and, frontal lobotomy, stick an ice pick in your frontal lobes. And it's like, oh, well, they wouldn't do that to me. Well, sorry, they did it to the president's little sister. So if they did it to the president's little sister for, basically not conforming to society, well, they'll never do it to the president. Well, no, they'll just frontal lobotomize his ass right in front of everybody on TV in Dallas, Texas, with a bullet. So you better not step out of line, right? So, like, years after that, decades after that, everybody was like, you better not be talking about them conspiracies. Don't be a conspiracy theorist. The government loves you. If not, they'll lobotomize you. Okay? So the government loves you. So I think that we have to make a choice. Like, how much are we going to put up with? Because we're docile, right? We're all drinking fluoride. We're eating fluoride. We're breathing in all the crazy stuff. We're all docile. We don't like to fight. We don't like revolution, but revolution just means that things are going to change, whether you're part of the revolution or not. Things revolve. There's a cycle. And this natural cycle goes like this. Hard men create good times, and good times create soft men. And soft men create hard times, and hard times create hard men, etc., etc., etc. And this cycle revolves, throughout time. There's been times in the past where men are freer than they are now. And there's been times in the past where they were more locked up. So if you look at the black community in the United States, they've only been out of apartheid for 50 or 60 years. So the fact that the black man in the United States. So the fact that a black man in the United States can have like a flamethrower, an AK, an AR-15, that's pretty special for them. For black women to be able to defend themselves with a, snub nose, 38 special, that's actually a very good thing. So think about the Native American. I don't know if you know about the natives going missing. The female population that goes missing Native American in this country, it's ridiculous. So the native females, they need guns to protect themselves because they go missing a lot. Like a lot. Apparently, they're highly sought after or something, because they disappear all the fucking time in Oklahoma. So the fact that, you know, we live in a society right now where the so-called minorities have the ability to protect themselves so that they cannot be oppressed, it's a beautiful thing. But they've been brainwashed by the TV to think that, you know, guns are bad. It's like, no, honey, guns put me and you on equal playing field. And trust me, you need all the help you can get because you're little, you're tiny, and you're small. I mean, I hope all the women carry guns, and I think it's a women's rights issue, not a guns rights issue, because guns don't have rights. People
What's up,
do.
Flatty? America isn't even the top 10 of people who die by gunshot. And by the way, all them motherfuckers protesting in Washington and where's the other one? They're protesting against this Wade. They can have abortions up to 3-6 months. Guy asked me the other night, he says, Paul, what do you think about this? I said, listen, bro. Flatty. Thank you. My body, my right. What about the little fucking human being in your fucking body, bro? Where is its right, right?
They don't consider human. You have to demonize the enemy. So they say that it's a fetus, not a human. Flatty, you have a terrible connection.
That's okay, man. Don't worry about it. I don't know where I stood, but if something is 3 months growing in your body and it's got a heartbeat and it's hearing things and its brain's starting to develop, I don't think you have a right to kill that. It's called a termination. Terminate. So you're killing it. You're killing a life force. Why are you doing that? You're murdering something. It's just wrong.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. So the only thing that the Supreme Court ruling did was gave it back to the states to decide, which I think the states should decide anyway.
Yeah, Roe versus Wade.
Because we don't elect the Supreme Court. So for them to decide something this monumental, technically it's none of their business. Right? So I think the state should decide. And if you want, you know, abortion, then get out there and vote for abortion. If you don't succeed, move to another state. Like Colorado, they'll wait till 9 months, 10 months. Fuck it. Like, even though they could just skip the step of snip, snip, you know, they could just deliver a healthy baby and adopt it out. They'll wait till 9 months. The baby's ready to come out. But first, make sure you snip, snip, spinal, so that, yeah, they do full-term abortions in certain states. They do it in some states.
But not in most states.
I think it's California and Colorado. Let me double check.
Maybe Maryland. PMAC, to what you were saying, I keep on seeing these videos and the people say, well, it's not a baby, it's not a human. My rebuttal to the ones that are like, well, it's not even human, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's good news. That means you don't have to get an abortion then. No one could rationally, I mean, they're irrational, don't get me wrong, but no one could rationally say that it's not a baby and then also say that they need an abortion, because if it's not a baby, then they have nothing to worry about. There's nothing to end in the first place.
Oh wait, look at this.
They would have to concede. They would have to concede that a human will eventually be coming out of them, and therefore they are actually murdering a human.
Yeah, yeah. So the whole debate is at what stage of the gestation is it a human being? Well, I would say within the first 2 or 3 months, it's definitely a human being. It has a heartbeat.
Well, when is it not going to be a human being?
Yeah, exactly. Why? Good point. Good point.
That's
Right
the
on.
point.
Yeah. I'll
So,
show it now.
yeah, I mean, no offense. It's just, it's either going to be a human being or not. It's always going to be a human being. If there's anything that you think you want to get removed, then you're already conceding that it's going to be a human being by nature of you wanting to remove it. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to remove it. And then really perverted people would be like, well, at the early stages, it's akin to cancer, right, or some other nonsense thing that they would say. But then there's validating tests that would be able to prove that to be the case, and obviously it isn't the case. So anyway, it's corrupt, corrupt and perverted ideologies.
All right, listen to this. This is crazy. So this was in 2015. No limit on abortion. So that means that it could be 10 months. The baby could just be taken out, but instead they want to snip first. Okay. Here's the states in 2015: Alaska, California, Colorado, Connecticut, D.C., Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Kentucky. I don't know what MD is. Maryland, Minnesota, New Hampshire, New Jersey, NM, was that Maine, Montana?
New Mexico.
Okay, Ohio, Oregon, Tennessee, Utah, VT, Washington, Wisconsin, Wyoming. So all those states, instead of it just being get rid of the baby, take it, I don't care what you do with it, it's make sure you snip first and then take it out.
I don't understand though how Washington State and a lot of other states, right? The gestation period, right? Legally for abortion was up to 6 to 9 months. 6 to 9 months. Are you serious? That's crazy. That's just sacrificing your kids to ball.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find the total number of people on the waiting list. The adoption waiting list. Anybody know? I'm trying to find the total. About 2 million couples. Okay, so there's about 2 million couples currently on the waiting list.
They're going to be waiting a long time.
The statistic says that up to around 36 families per one child that's placed for adoption. One of the most primary arguments that I've heard is you only care about the child before it's born, but after it's born you don't care about it. Blah blah blah. Whine, boo hoo. But I'm only mocking the boo hoo because it's all lies.
I suppose
millions and millions of people waiting for an opportunity to adopt a child. So,
I suppose what I find fascinating is that they've taken all these people and they've turned them into child killers, because of the fanatical thought that my body, my choice, and through all the propagandization of the, they're like, I suppose it's hard to explain. They're fanatical fucking followers of a fucking death cult, where they started off thinking that war is bad and you shouldn't kill other people and life is good and everything is lovely and eat fucking vegetables and be nice and yeah. But when it comes to fucking aborting a baby, that's cool. Do you know what I mean? It's so twisted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck is going on out here. These people are crazy.
No, ain't nobody does, Chuck. I mean, every day you wake up, you're like, what the fuck's going on?
What? Like, people are arguing for the right to kill babies now? That's what's cool now? That's what's up? Like, this is insanity. Oh, but somebody tells you they found a fucking microbe on a light in the sky, and they call that life. That's life, bro. Well, life on Mars. But this baby, nah. That's not life. What? I can't even. I don't know what the hell's going on in the world. It's disgusting. Anyway, good morning, guys.
Good morning. That's a good word for it. Disgusting.
It is, bro.
It's like, this might be a little bit fucking out of here, right? But at some point along the line, I don't know if it was fucking 2010, 2012, 2016, 2018, 2020, but somewhere along the line, we moved into a different reality. Something went fucking just lost its shit.
I mean, you might be right to some extent, because every time I look at the administration that's supposedly running my country, I always think, am I living in a real life Saturday Night Live skit? Like, is this real life? This can't be real life. This can't be the president. This can't be the vice president. This can't be the people who supposedly are the most powerful people.
She's terrible.
Can't finish sentences. Don't know what's going on around them.
I'm not even self-aware, bro. They're saying one thing after another. People are like, there's things on TikTok and YouTube meme the left, and take a piss out of the left. No, they are fucking. Well, we're gonna sit here. We're gonna work together because one day we will all work together as a person. And I'm thinking of this now, and we will all work together. This is the vice president of the United States saying "work together" in the same sentence 6 fucking times. And not making, at the end of the sentence, not making any fucking sense.
Yeah, man.
Is this real life?
I'm telling you, man. I feel like I'm living in a Saturday Night Live skit.
That's exactly
somehow took over reality.
That's how I feel, except it's a cartoon.
Except that it actually touches my life, because when I go get fucking gas, like I put $10 of gas in my fucking tank the other day. That used to give me pretty much like half a tank. I put that in, my gas light was still on. I got in the car, turned the car on. I was just like, what?
Gas light was still on.
Still on after $10, bro.
I believe you. That's like a gallon and a half, basically.
Yeah, bro.
Not even 2 gallons.
Not even. Yeah, because it's like, what is it, $4.90 something a gallon, and I have to put fucking premium in my car. Ugh.
Yeah, like I put £20 in, and I'd hold the nozzle, and it would take like half a minute, And you're like, well, 20 pounds.
Yeah, right.
And now you go up, you go 20 pounds, you go, pew, pew, take your hand off the nozzle. You're like, what the fuck? 5 seconds later, you're like, bang. That's it. That's all the gas you're getting, bro. And you know why?
Yeah.
Putin.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
it's definitely his fault.
LOL.
He's putting it to you.
He's putting it to you.
He's just putting it to you.
Oh man.
I would say Don Pettit is more to blame than Putin.
Yeah.
Not that Don Pettit is necessarily to blame. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
In comparison.
He's got about as much blame. He's about as relevant in that discussion as Putin. Yeah. The funniest shit though is they keep running with it. Like they keep saying it like,
oh yeah,
like this Jedi mind trick thing. Like you just, if we keep saying it, eventually people will just accept that it's true.
Well, you were talking about life on rocks, and I'm thinking, bro, they're probably going to wind up using that as as an excuse and be like, the reason we can't go to the moon and the reason we can't go to Mars anymore because we found life and we have to preserve that life.
Yeah, I could see that wholeheartedly. We can't land another precious Johnny 5 on Mars because
we can't have a Native Americans 2.0 situation,
You're right.
I'm sorry. Earth has banned abortions. If you want to have an abortion, you have to go to Mars.
Nah, they won't do that.
It's just a joke gospel. Nah, they'll do anything they want, bro. You crazy motherfuckers. I honestly think we're living in a different reality from 2012. I think something happened. Seriously, I honestly think I've.
Did everybody leave the house today with their notes that tell them to when to take your seat, when to say hello, when to answer questions and shit? I hope so, because the president needs that. So I would assume everybody else needs notes.
I mean, when you look at him open his mouth, that's just that's not him talking.
No, it's not. It's really not.
That's not him. Somebody cares about the people. That's just him saying what he's fucking supposed to say. He's just a puppet.
Oh, he's been in politics for like 40 years, 50 years now. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, remember the wee diary that his daughter made? The FBI showed up at the guy at the who was it? The what do you call that fucking news agency?
Project Veritas.
Veritas, good man, good man. That's the one. So the FBI showed up without a crime being committed to find a diary. By law, they had no fucking right to be there. Get that diary.
Well, we can't have the president's daughter talking about how he used to take showers with his daughter. That's bad business. Can't have that.
That's bad for business.
Even though his son is all over the place smoking crack, doing all types of fuck shit on the internet, and just dropping off laptops and shit. I mean, That's all right. No problems here. He's just the son of the president of the United States.
I gotta tell you honestly, even with the rumors of the laptop and everything in the background, I was really surprised when Biden got elected. I thought, that's it, we're fucked. That's it.
Why do you think they tried so hard to suppress that shit? I saw the shit. I was just like, well, I'm nobody. How did I get access to this? And all these journalists that make all these thousands of dollars a year, they can't access this? I saw what was on that piece of shit laptop. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
And they still got him in? Oh, okay. I was just like, so we're just going all in with evil. We're just all in this
all
year.
in with evil.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's bad enough is that the father's running around smelling kids and doing all types of weird shit. That's bad enough. And we're still going to put him in the Oval Office. He can't finish sentences. He hides in the basement. His whole fucking campaign. Yeah, we're still going to put him in there. But yeah, his son can do all this running around and doing all this fuck shit. And yeah, that's cool, right? We're just gonna, yeah.
Fucking millions of dollars from Ukraine for energy companies and
I don't even know what to think about all that Ukraine shit.
No, but they're getting tons of fucking dollars from Ukraine. That's already in Biden's bank account. That's a goal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, connections to Ukraine, connections to Russia. I mean, yeah, nothing to see here, guys. It's all gravy. Nothing to see here.
Well, no wonder they're so interesting. I'll just post it in the chat. Ukraine border frontier, the frontier zone, also related to. It says the Tatar invasion of the 13th century. So Ukraine is linked with the Tatarians. Yeah. Anyway, there's always some type of symbolism going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust anything.
Nothing. It's all a fugazi. And I think they know it too. I think they know it's a fucking all the world's a stage and all the people players. I think they know that. And they're just living off the riches, having the good life. There's something else in charge here. There's something else in charge of this world. And if you can't see it by now, with all the shits that's been going on since 2020 or 2012, you're fucking blind, bro. You have to come to an understanding that there's something else going on here, and it's not what you think it is. You're not living where you think you are. There's a reason why they're fucking bamboozling you. Magic balls and all kinds of space shit. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, bro. Another server that I'm in, the guy likes to talk about all the nonsense going on in the world, and conspiracies and stuff. And he was just this morning posting this thing about satellites. I was like, we done been through this. I've already told you. So I posted a bunch of stuff about satellites. But he was like, they're cooking you with radiation. Because the article link or whatever thing that he was sharing, was about the microwaving us to death. It said microwave radio frequencies and Earth orbiting satellites are causing global warming or climate change. This was the article that he posted. And then the second one he posted was review of research shows climate change starts harming children before they are even born. No, he's like they are
See that? See,
he said
that's
they are
what wakes
microwaving
me up.
you.
That's what wakes me up when I think, well, maybe some of it's true. You know what I mean? When they start doing shit like that, I'm like, oh, so pretty much all the things that I feared is damn near a lie.
Yeah. What?
Because that can't be true. It can't be true. So it's like if I was a globalist, a glober, I don't know why I don't like globalists. If I was a glober, I'd be like, oh my gosh, what? The babies. What are y'all doing? You know? And it'd be a whole fucking march probably, if anyone cared, over some shit that we all know is fake. That right there would be none of us would be like, oh, you know, I did get sick, and it wouldn't be, you know, maybe not. It'd be like, oh, okay, you're lying, you're full of shit.
In the streets, the parades of people, there'd be shoulder to shoulder people being let us kill the babies next to the people that go stop cooking
Why
the
are you
babies.
killing babies? Yeah. So it hurts the babies, but that's terrible. But we're allowed to kill babies if we want.
Yeah, but anyway, you're right, Elijah. It's not even possible on so many different levels. Obviously, the satellite lie thing, but then even by their own the famous fact checkers that tell us what's true and what's not, the fact checkers, one of their litmus tests for whether or not a conspiracy is true or not is if the conspiracy involves harm to 100% of all people, then it couldn't possibly be a conspiracy. That's one of the rules that they use.
Wow. And then you just tell people, everybody's affected by this. Like, get the yo. I don't know how us humans have really been duped into thinking this way.
Bro, the AI thing is no different. The singularity and AI is going to take over and all of that, and that's really embarrassing.
Yeah, I can't stand that either. Like the people, the AI and the chips and the plants, and it's like, fam, y'all time and time again keep undermining the God's majesty. No, humans aren't controlling the weather, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, but I mean, shit, fam. No, they're not controlling the weather. No, they're not about to build AI that's going to be able to do whatever the fuck it is that we are in these meat suits. They're not going to be able to recreate that. That's insane. None of that shit is happening. Like, that's just sit. Yeah,
I'm not really
on
sure
GOD
what
if you want.
I don't know what they are capable, what level of influence they have on the weather, because they certainly tried. I don't think that they're. I mean, it could just be posturing and pretend, but HARP and they say that they could steer. They said that they could steer a hurricane. Steer it.
Okay. Okay. Create weather events. Manipulate, maybe. Do a little something, probably. But that's like, you know, it's hard to think about how big the sky is. The area.
Yeah.
The area of it. It's like, you really think you are gonna do something in that, and it's just gonna. I don't know.
It's predicated.
I would have to see it to believe it.
I think it's predicated on the concept of the butterfly effect. I think that that's where where they get away with convincing people that they could do almost anything. So if we
you know
just
what's wrong with the butterfly effect? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just saying that if they create a little area of low pressure or high pressure, that will have a chain reaction. Now, them saying that because they can do that, and then therefore they can make it rain in Tokyo because they shot a beam, above Guam or wherever. I don't know. It's just, I agree. It seems far fetched, but I don't know either.
I mean, in order to believe that, what about the inverse square law?
How does that?
No.
Can that apply to pressure systems? Don't pressure systems
I don't know. I haven't thought that through. It's just like when you think of a wave, it gets distributed through the whole body. It's not gonna just be this wave that's gonna grow and grow and grow. So it loses it doesn't lose energy. The energy gets dissipated throughout the whole medium. So I don't. That's what I mean when I maybe inverse square law might not have been the best or the proper.
I got you.
Thing.
So
But I just don't see how you
diffusion?
do one thing of energy and there's. Say again.
It's about it's about peeing in the swimming pool. Everybody's like, if you're in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, one person pees, even if 50 people pee, you're still talking
it's
about.
It's gonna spread, but the energy is gonna it'll
absorbed.
Spread, but also it'll be you get what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Like because it wouldn't cause more energy, it'd be less energy, it'd just be more spread out. But then again, I mean, what about a domino effect? Well, how does is it? No. I can only do that with dominoes. Give me another example of a domino effect.
Well, here's what they're saying. I think that some people would speculate that the things that they're putting up in the sky with these planes, and by things I mean clouds, whatever, that those somehow do something. They somehow affect the pressure system over time and can influence. You can basically, supposedly, you can do a bunch of that, and then in a general area near where you did that, you can then make it rain later on within a week or whatever. I don't know.
You know what? What if this is just what if that's another way of covering up God's creation?
What if it's
Now,
just
here's what I mean.
All by itself?
Well, what I mean when I say that is we've had conversations about like the Farmer's Almanac, and I know Michael J. Smith used to talk about how he used to ask his dad if he knew it was going to rain, and his dad used to say, check the almanac and what the weather was like last year. If it rained last year, chances are it's going to rain this year. And so, yeah.
And then within 48 hours. I mean, I learned that. I was pretty young when I learned about that, and I watched it over the years, and I was like, yeah, that's legit. If I see cirrus clouds within 1 to 3 days, it's going to rain.
Yeah. But you get what I'm with the almanac. If there are weather patterns, then you can't explain that. Which means something's got to explain it. Why not it be man's controlling the weather? How could it rain on the West Indian Day Parade for years straight? until it finally moved on. At first, I used to think, oh, they're just fucking with us in the parade and shit. Excuse my vulgar language. They're just messing with us. There's no way it could rain every year on this day. So
Unless it's just
either
a pattern, it's part of a cycle.
that's what I'm saying. What if weather is really a part of a cycle? But if it is, you kind of can't explain that in the heliocentric. Like that begets questions. Like, what do you mean the sky and the weather is like cyclical in the sense of it's like cyclical to the day, and specifically with rain? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, I was reading Jeremiah again last night, and I tell you what, that book does not leave you dissatisfied. There's so much amazing stuff. But in Jeremiah, it talks about the storehouses, and I was like, this storehouses. I was like, man, how much I glanced over stuff with a different frame of mind, and now with the new frame of mind, I read those things with much more trust than ever before.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's almost like the world that the reality that they want you to see. Even when if you don't want to admit it, for me, this is me talking about me. It's because of what I believed about reality, and I wanted to believe the Bible too. So it was basically cognitive dissonance. When I would read about cosmology, and I knew that space was real and all that, so I just used to think, whatever. Still doesn't make the Bible bad, you know. But that in itself was just knowing that just a worldview could poison my mind in that way is like, I'm really upset about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and annoy approximately 0 people real quick, and read this small section. It's only 2 verses.
I'm annoyed already.
Good. I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. The Lord made the earth by his power. He established the world by his wisdom, and stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he thunders, the waters in the heavens roar. He causes the clouds to rise from the ends of the earth. He generates the lightning with the rain and brings forth the wind from his storehouses. Just even that little phrase there, he generates the lightning with the rain.
Yeah. Why is that more crazy than evolution, gravity, weather? You know what I mean? Like,
I hear you.
It can't even get there. It has to first go. No, well, I guess there was some kind of weather. It was just like, no. The system of weather as we have it today that birthed a thriving ecosystem. It's like this one, not the lava fake story that they gave us, but it's like you got to go through explosion, gas, and hotness and energy somehow coming together in a vacuum and making a sphere. Then you got to wait 7 billion. Sometimes 7 billion years ago, planet Theia smashed into Earth, deposited our energy for our dying core, or gave us a new one, or whatever the case is. Also broke off a piece of the moon that was apparently 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times closer, giving it the perfect spot for eclipses. And then people somehow came out of all this, out of gas and everything, like being pulled in by gravity, then legs and stuff after the fish and all that. of course, and then boom, like, well, I guess maybe a little before that there would have been the weather. So it's like, how is that more believable than, yeah, there's a mechanism from which the wind and all that's coming.
Well, check it out, bro. I mean, you got Neil deGrasse, you got the grassy man who says, "Oh, God, a creator? No, definitely not. That's hilarious and absurd." But a 10-year-old boy in his parents' basement playing a computer game, yeah, we could definitely be in that reality where we are just a simulation in the 10-year-old boy's basement. That's plausible, but a creator God, no. Definitely not that.
So a reality in which there must be a creator or a simulation of something real somewhere, and then but not a creator.
Well, here's what's funny about that little statement. If we're in a simulation by a 10-year-old boy, what honor and glory and respect, what is due to that 10-year-old boy? Is it reasonable to disrespect the 10-year-old boy? Sure, it's just a 10-year-old boy. You have no duty or requirement from some random 10-year-old boy that's running a simulation for our universe. You don't owe him anything. It's just a 10-year-old boy. Or there's a creator that we are responsible to. Isn't that interesting? What a interesting difference. It really boils down to whether or not people want to be liable to the one who made them, or if they want to make up some type of story to believe that causes them the pretending conclusion that they aren't liable to anyone, that they're their own God. I'm so offended right now.
You bastard. What happened to Chocolate? Did they leave?
Yeah, he left a little bit ago.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Moral of the story, yeah, keep on being your own God and see how that works out for you. Or acknowledge the one who made everything.
I'm gonna head out to see what's going on at Nathan's.
Oh, okay. See ya.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
I figured it was. Elvis has left the building. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
It's funny you roboted a little bit during that.
Did I?
Just a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Apt.
Why does it say turtle? Is that a turtle? There's no turtle in this.
Should we be turtling right now?
Some customer left a message describing something. And I'm like, there's no turtle. Sometimes
I'm not even going to try and figure that out.
Yeah, I get emails from customers that visit our website and ask questions. And sometimes people ask questions that are like, interested in your, can you tell me the best price? And that's it. It's like, It's the price is right there. It's right there.
Hello.
That's
on the web.
price.
It's the website. You know the website for? That's the price.
Yeah. Oh well.
What website is that, Gus?
A website with urns, bro.
Urns? You got urns, bro.
Yeah. Talking to
Urn-
people that have lost their loved ones for the last 3 years.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting.
That's how he earns a living. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Napalm left field there with a fucking doozy.
Coming in hot in the morning.
Oh yeah.
My family owned a funeral home and an ambulance service in a small town for a very long time.
Huh.
My father actually grew up living above the funeral home before they built another home.
Hmm. Yeah, you have way less to be concerned about in regards to the dead. The things that funeral homes and unscrupulous people have done is far more concerning than being around dead people. Specifically, like the different crematoriums that have been outed for doing awkward and nefarious things.
Yeah.
Like
Are you implying my
working with the
family's
mob.
nefarious?
What's that?
Are you
Yes.
implying my family's nefarious?
Not at all. Not at all. No, I'm just saying
Maybe.
there have been crematoriums that have assisted for for a nominal fee. They've assisted certain criminals. They provide a nice disposal service. How can you make somebody disappear? You turn them to dust.
How do you make somebody Jimmy Hoffa?
Oh, they threw him in the lake.
You bury him under 6 foot of concrete.
Yeah, the Hoffa thing. There's some weird stuff, bro. The union stuff. That is a weird rabbit hole right there.
There's so many rabbit holes, bro. They just keep popping up everywhere. I see one and I go, nope. And it closes. Another one pops up. I go, nope. And it closes. Another one pops up and I go, oh, fuck, I'm deep down the rabbit hole. Ah, fuck that, bro.
Yeah. All right, it's time. I'm missing the radio show.
Which one?
North Dakota radio show, WTGO, or not KTGO.
Is it good? And he's hello. Gone. Smurf. Hey, Smurf. Smurf.
Was that a gospel bearer?
It was.
I thought I recognized that. What are you doing? How are you this morning?
Well, doing well. Cranking
Did you?
along with work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're busy.
What were you gonna say?
I was going to say, did you get a chance to see the alignment this morning? Are you ever up before sunrise?
That's a good question. No, not yes and no. I am during the winter for sure because sunrise is like super late, but it's like sunrise is 5 something. So I I woke up. It's just no, I haven't paid much attention to it. Seen pictures,
Right.
but I mean, and it's an 18-year cycle. So
You
it's
mean that alignment is a 18-year cycle?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw 3 of them this morning. I got actually Jenny from the block called me at her time, which is 4 a.m. her time is like 2 a.m. my time. So she woke me up at 2 a.m. I got 2 hours sleep before that.
Wow.
So then I went back to sleep from 2 to 4 and I go, I'll just get up and go out. So I packed up my bike, a pad, my camera, my phone,
mm-hmm.
and my monocular.
Nice.
And went out there and sat out there before the sunrise and like pretty amazing, you know. Like,
did you post pictures?
You know what? I do have some pictures on my phone. They're terrible though.
Okay.
But I'll post them. But you know, the strange thing about that is now I'll have to go back and try to figure out which one I was looking at, which planets.
You know what? Go ahead, finish. Sorry.
I was going to say I saw 3 of them lined up. I couldn't see the moon. Of course, it was supposed to be only at 1%, so I wasn't able to see the moon at all. But yeah.
Yeah, it's I think a thin little sliver at this point. 1%. Jeez.
So maybe, yeah, because it was so close to the sunrise this morning that it probably wasn't going to be visible for me at all. Let's see. Oh yeah, I tried to get a shot of it with my. I have a what is it called? A spyglass? I don't know what to call it. A monocular, I guess.
A monocle? No, it's not a monocle. I think you're right. Monocular.
Yeah, monocular would be it because it's a further extension. A monocle just sits in the eye like the Monopoly guys.
Singular. Yeah. So I have this little thing that my phone hooks onto, and then you can line it up with the monocular eyepiece.
That's it.
And I tried to get it. This one planet, the last one in line, closest to the horizon. I think it's Saturn.
Monopoly guy.
I'm not sure, man. I swear to God, I don't know which one it was. Probably not. Maybe Venus. That's the morning star, right? Anyway, never mind. But whatever I was looking at, I couldn't get a photo of it. But when I looked in the monocular by itself, I swear to God, I tried to focus several times on it. I could get it to a pinpoint at times, but of course it's in my hands and it's moving around quite a bit. I mean, I could get it kind of still, but what I noticed is, I swear to God, at one point I was looking at this thing, looked like it had a tail behind it. When I focused in closer on it, it didn't look like it looks like a dot of light. It looked like it had a streak behind it. I'm like, what the heck? It actually looked like it was streaking across the sky with an actual tail, like a comet. Now, I don't know if that's just glare, but it only was on one side. So if it was glare, you'd think it would be stretching out in all directions from the light source, but it was only on one side. So I don't know. I'm going to see. I don't have any. I couldn't get a photo of that because once the sun got high enough, then I couldn't see the star at all. It got more difficult.
Yeah, it washed everything out.
Yeah, it starts washing it out. I mean, at first I could kind of focus and see it. And then a little bit later, 5 minutes later, it was like I couldn't see it at all. Pretty amazing, though.
So I would love to have a list of all of the different astronomical cycles. Like from the ones that happen maybe once a day to the ones that happen every so and so days, number of weeks, number of months, number of years, number of decades, and just kind of see it all plotted out.
Yeah.
What is it? Halley's Comet or whatever. It goes through cycles.
It's like a 86-year. That's a 86-year cycle or something like that.
Yeah, I'd like to see those numbers. That'd be kind of fascinating.
I'm looking at the pictures that Latter-day Saints posted, I guess, earlier this morning of the oil rigs out there at Santa Barbara Channel where he is. He's got better shots than the freaking Black Swan. Look at the island. I mean, let's see, what time was it? At 19 minutes after. It's quite a couple hours ago. 4 hours ago. Amazing shots. I guess I don't know if he just got those this morning. Let me see. I'll try to see what these shots look like in my large screen. Give me a second. Yeah, and gee whiz, it was like soaking wet out there this morning, though. I tell you what, I'm sure glad I have this sleep pad. I have it's a inflatable one. It's really great, perfect. So I could just pump that up. It's got a little, internal pump it up with your foot, and fold
the kind
it in
that goes underneath the sleeping bag.
Exactly, and you fold it in half, and you have a nice place to sit, actually, and you're not touching the ground. So it's pretty cool. I love those kind of innovative things because in the old days they had air mattresses, but those were the big heavy air mattresses back in those days.
Do you know what I love? A song from Sonny.
What, Paul?
A song from Sonny.
You have a song from Sonny?
No. I said, do you know what I love? A song from Sonny.
Oh, thank you. Wow, that's cool, man. Thank you.
Just one.
I could just make something up here. I'm a little rusty right now. 1 second.
You mean you're gonna make shit up?
Yep.
Like the globe?
Yeah, this is different. I make shit up that's like real sounds from a real live person, a human being. I'm not a corporation. I don't even know what words to use anymore.
Just imagine walking down the street, the world's been taken over, and there's the corporations taking over the world. Is Sonny? It's just a big sunshine symbol. Sonny's taking over the world.
I wish.
Yeah.
Give me a chance.
No.
Let's see. Let's see what I have a short video. Oh, that's not right.
We're not asking for videos here, bro. We're asking for Sonny. You my life will fill with rain.
I love you.
You know, the jukebox, you
Sonny.
can't just, you're not the Fonzarelli. You can't just kick the jukebox.
Hey.
I know. Yo. Well, here's when the sun,
That's good.
here's when the sun first started coming out. There's one. I'm just gonna start loading these pictures in here.
We don't want pictures, Sonny. We just want a real thing from a real person.
Well, I saw
$1.50 PMAC. He's not a free jukebox.
Yeah, I have a PayPal.
I got $10 here right now.
Oh shit! I'll give you my PayPal. I could use it this time of month, man. I swear.
You know that? What would that be like though? $1.50 a song. If that really was your pay rate, 3-minute songs. You got to have a 10 or 15-minute break. So, so 45 divided by 3 times.
It works about
$22.50 an hour if you played 45 minutes of music per hour. $22.50 an hour at that, and that's at $1.50 per song.
No, that's not true.
What you mean that's not true?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's not true.
Some of these are all washed out. Well, I wouldn't mind trying it.
I'll give you $10 for 1 minute.
This conversation is epic.
Where's that PayPal?
Hold
And that's an average of 3 minutes per song, 45 minutes of music per. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if you did turn yourself into a jukebox, metaphorically.
I'll hook up all the equipment if it's going to be that good. I'll get all.
Listen, if it's going to take this long, for fuck's sake, man.
I'm loading photos. Wait a minute. I started with the photos.
We don't want photos, man.
You're paying me. Shit.
Where's the PayPal? Where's the PayPal at?
I want to get this one.
I'm going to put $10 in that PayPal right now. Give me that fucking PayPal link.
Gospel. Hold on. I will. Hold on.
Yo, there's your business, Sonny. Let's go.
Wow, look at the sky, and the sky looks like a texture. Oh my god, that's so weird. Hold on, I'll load these. These are like the last ones when the sun was just coming up. They're loading now. Hold on, I'll be right with you. You guys, don't go anywhere. Wow, that's so. Oh, that's the grass. That's not the sky. Okay.
Yeah, what's that last one? It's like fuzzy water or something. What the fuck's that last one?
It looks like.
No, I understand the first two. What the fuck's the third one?
Yeah, it's the sky. It looks like texture. Looks like it's cloth or something.
Oh, okay.
These are the fuzzy, grainy. The ones coming up next are the grainy.
More grainy. I don't know if I can handle any more fucking grainy photos, bro.
I know.
That's enough for me. Thank you. Moving on.
I'm just going to load them all up, and then I'll start playing something.
This is like waiting for Globe Earth to show fucking curvature.
Well, see, it's the anticipation that
it's a long ass time.
Got to build it up. Build it up.
That's right.
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait.
Is that last picture of water or the sky or
the
clouds?
Sky, then isn't that weird? There's no clouds. No, you know what? That's probably some grass.
Oh yeah, the one picture at 25.
Yeah, it might be the
Yeah.
grass.
Gotcha.
It looks like I snapped an errant photo.
Snapchat errant.
I do see the one polka dot above the tree. Do you know which thing that was?
Yeah, it's a Venus. It's pretty sure it's Venus. You can't see it.
That's definitely Venus. I know it when I see it.
I mean, that's zoomed all the way. It's a terrible phone.
Yeah, it's all good.
I know Venus when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And then when I saw the tail behind it, as soon as I tried to hook up the rig to get a photo, I couldn't focus on it anymore. It was gone. I'm like, shit. 1 second. Well, here, I'll dox myself again.
I got it. I sent it to him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can always just DM it to people, that are like, yeah.
That's true. I don't know. What are you in the mood for?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So good.
How about we do some Pink Floyd?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Well done.
Okay, let me get these words.
I got the words, Sonny. You just play the fucking tune. I'm just kidding.
No, I got words to this Pink Floyd song. Hold on 1 moment. I have so many DMs. Better clean this stuff up.
You're popular. You're a popular motherfucker.
New Perspective. Here we go. Shout out to New Perspective. He wrote the words.
Yeah, wish you were here. Could definitely be rewritten for FE. Be pretty funny.
Oh, wish you were here. Yeah, this one is God, I need to get this.
A distant ship sails on the. No, it's just going over the edge, bruh.
How weird. I'm looking at the album artwork for that.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll post it. And this is some weird symbolism.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know if those 4 things might represent the 4 seasons, possibly, but then there's like this weird transhumanism robot looking thing.
Yeah, the AI coming together. Are we living in the past?
And then there's the man shaking the hand of the man that's on fire in the other image.
And they're both
that's a strange one, isn't it?
they're both AI, so. One's on fire, symbolizing the destruction of humanity. Or what the fuck am I talking about?
I just have to do some rearranging to get all these words in the same place. Unfortunately, I didn't do this earlier.
Imagine coming to something unprepared and being unprepared.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Can I get gospel?
Well, you want a quality product, don't you?
The banter is grade A this morning.
We do like the banter.
Best was when gospel worked it out mathematically. And the answer was no, that's just not right.
Yes, the answer was
that's not right.
Start again. Try that again.
Oh man.
Stop.
Oh good.
Try it again. Go back to the beginning. Do it again.
Go back to go. Do not collect $200.
Go straight to fucking jail and stay
Speaking
there.
of which, gospel, does the Monopoly guy actually have a name?
Yeah, his name is I never had a monocle in my entire existence. Is the cartoon.
Oh,
that's his formal name that his parents gave him.
What do you mean he never had a monocle?
Would it be Mandela?
No. When he was born, when the Monopoly Man was born, his parents named him because they were prophets.
The
They could
Mandela
see the
effect.
future. I never had a monocle ever. For the entire existence of my existence, there was never a monocle.
No, you definitely had a monocle.
That's my name. That's what he was born with. It's on his birth certificate. Look it up.
Mandela.
You know who had a monocle? I'm pretty sure Scrooge McDuck had a monocle. Let me double check on that.
Like 90%. Didn't he? Oh man, I could have sworn the Monopoly guy had a monocle.
Scrooge McDuck just had tiny glasses that sat on his bill.
Wow.
Do you remember the film that Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise did with interview with? Remember that it was the interview with
Interview with a Vampire?
With a vampire? Was it a vampire or the vampire?
I don't know.
No, I think it's interview with a vampire.
With a vampire?
I think so.
It's definitely the vampire.
Okay, you're gonna get the electric this morning.
Oh boy! That was, and the acoustic was so sweet. All right,
we're in trouble now.
Apart. He's gonna break out Deep Purple in a minute. Smoke on the Water. Let's go. This is jam.
Hey, is there fire in the sky, Sonny?
Damn, that's crazy. I honestly, damn.
This one requires
I love it.
Sex and the City, Sex in the City. What the fuck, man?
So Brad Pitt interview. Let me see. IMDb, go.
Go.
IMDb, go.
It's a vampire on IMDb, I guarantee it.
Let's see.
But the whole
interview with the vampire. You are correct, my guy. Yeah, that's right. I'm looking at I remember the words now. Seeing it in the title. Interview with the vampire.
Oh, I want a list of Croatian Mandela effects. That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's a strange request.
I want a list of Igbo language Mandela effects. So get a list of Igbo, a list of Croatian, and a list of, let's say, Tagalog.
But I
So
just put this one up.
I want Tagalog, Croatian.
Forward. We scored it. It's changed that.
Igbo.
Ah. So reality, as we know it, is changing in front of our very eyes. It's no big deal.
No big deal.
Everybody go back to sleep.
Yep. It's not the Bernstein Bears. It's the Bernstein Bears.
All right, there's my request. And,
this is what I want.
Yeah.
Luke.
Yeah. I'll be a cheerleader for the Mandela effect if I can get those three: Tagalog, Croatian, and Igbo. If I can get those three, I'll be the cheerleader. I'll be the one.
So my list of demands.
Jesus. Hey, you don't ask from us, bro. What the fuck is the Tagalog?
Tagalog, bro.
Tagalog.
I was gonna say it's Tagalog, man. It's the Filipino
that?
dialect, isn't it? It's Tagalog.
Tagalog.
Tagalog. Yeah, that's how I know it too. Tagalog, Croatian, Igbo, Mandela effect. Pretty please. I love it.
If I just moved into the alternative universe, what the fuck is Tagalog, Croatia, and Igbo?
So Croatian, the language. Tagalog. is the
Tagalog.
language.
Okay, Tagalog. I'll stop saying it incorrectly. Thank you for the correction.
Is there a language called Tagalog? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Filipinos. That's what they speak. Their dialect is Tagalog.
Okay.
They speak Tagalog in the Philippines.
Yeah.
It's only one of many dialects in the Philippines, apparently. They have.
Yeah, bro. How many islands do they have? They got a whole bunch of islands in the Philippines.
They have like hundreds of dialects. Well, they have 1,000 islands in the PI. Pretty amazing.
I got 3. Should I post them? They're coming in hot. Coming in hot, Jerry. Coming in hot.
You're telling me you have a single ME for even one of those languages?
No, I just have I have that.
Oh yeah, that's not.
I know. I'm totally being a troll right now, Gospel. I'm playing around right now, man.
Hey, the Kit Kat lost his fucking dash, bro. We're in a different universe now.
The dash was everything. Oh,
Where'd the
boy.
dash go, bro?
All my short cords.
Oh, Gospel, remember the presentation I was working on?
No.
Damn, that's cold. All right.
What category of
No,
topic?
I was working on it was we were chatting briefly. I think it was last week. I was telling you about a presentation I was working on for the office.
For your work, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just wanted to mention it was received very well. Everybody was very impressed with it. So yeah, I'm feeling very accomplished this morning, I must say.
I'll go you.
Very nice.
Little nail buffing.
Go.
You know. Thank you, boys. Thank you.
Yeah, the dash. I think I remember a dash.
I remember a dash.
I think I do remember a dash.
Hey, who cares?
Hey, Glad. What's up, homie?
Globe Flat.
What do you think? What do you think about my stipulations, Glat?
I just came in, so
he's trying to catch up.
So I told these guys. I told them I want Tagalog, Croatian, and Igbo examples of the Mandela effect.
I can give you one.
What?
Yep. Tagalog, Croatian, and Igbo. So Tagalog being from, the Indonesia area, Croatian being from Central Central
Well, I know about
slash
Croatia,
West,
yeah.
and then Igbo from Central Africa, Central to Northern Africa, Igbo language. So if I can get those three, I'll be a cheerleader.
Oh, for Mandela.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Especially Igbo. Especially Igbo. Show me some Emmys in the Igbo language
Right.
that have
No.
nothing to do with America. Maybe I should have included that.
Gospel.
That's actually a good point. Oh,
Do
go
you
ahead.
remember-
Sorry, go ahead,
Do you
P-Mac.
remember Dorothy smiling? Do you remember Dorothy smiling?
I never even watched that movie.
The Bones.
I never even.
Oh, you didn't see it? Okay.
Never watched it. So
All right. Okay. A lot of us remember her with a lot of fucking.
I know. I've heard every single one.
Do you think it's
all four? Okay, let me. I'll roll that back. I've heard 427.
Did you count all of them?
P-Mac, do you think that the Mandela effect is important?
I think it's real.
Guys, but do you think it's important?
Yes, I think it's very important.
Why?
Because it means that our reality is very, very fluent, easily fucking susceptible to change.
Great. What are you going to do about that?
Nothing but laughing at it is awesome. Did you know they put a T in Flintstones?
Kiwi.
Yeah, because flint and steel, flint, stone.
Can I ask you?
You hit a stone with flint and you get sparks.
We're trying to work out what the fuck's going on here, right? Where they're telling us why the Earth is fucking a spinning ball, right?
They're completely mutually exclusive.
No. Wait. Let me speak to Glaflow.
Okay.
They're trying to tell us that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you think the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Well, it used to be, but now it's
course
Mandela
not.
affected.
Right.
Now it's Mandela affected.
Yeah. Now it's everything's Mandela affected. So
Yeah. So what's up now? My memory was that the Earth used to be a globe, so it was Mandela affected. Prove me wrong.
No.
P-Mac,
We
I
got
don't think
pictures
it's
of it
important
everywhere.
at all. Sorry. I think even if there are things that we don't... Here it is. People are misremembering shit, calling it a Mandela effect thing.
No.
No. I'm perfect. I've never made any errors in my entire life. My brain is my brain. I am God himself. Therefore, I could never make any errors in my memory. I couldn't be wrong. Other people couldn't be wrong with me. Therefore...
My Flintstone's my choice, okay?
Hey, P-Mac, I got a question for you. What happens when my memory is different than yours?
Uh-oh.
Okay, game over. Let's talk about the globe, though. Hey, because I want to put the flat earthers on a little bit of a test, or like a mission. So you know how they say they shoot radio waves to the moon, 238,000 miles, and they shoot them over 100. They say they shoot them over 144 megahertz, and that's what's able to go through the ionosphere because it's such a high frequency, right? Okay. So whenever Marconi shot his radio transmission 2,200 miles, they said you can't shoot it that far to hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles, blah, blah, blah. And it went 2,200 miles line of sight first time. And so they said, it must have reflected because it was going off into space because the Earth's a ball, so it must have reflected down. And then they quote-unquote discovered the ionosphere. Okay, we all know that. So if they claim that this other wavelength goes right through the ionosphere, if we shoot these across the Earth and we reach them too far, they reach way too far, they can't claim it reflects off the ionosphere, right? Because they claim it goes through. I'll go ahead and run through some of the Glober Zealot responses. One is that it's angle of incident, like if you skip a rock, and so it's going to reflect at a certain angle, and they shoot those directly up. I debunked them super quick. It's easy. No, actually, NASA claims you can shoot radio waves to the moon all the way down to the horizon, even when the moon's on the horizon. So that's all the angles. So angle of incident doesn't help. Okay, so long story short, and I want to see if we can kind of all work together to do this. If we shoot a radio wave over 144 megahertz, horizontally line of sight, and we can receive it thousands of miles, and we do the math based on the elevation that you shoot the angle where the curvature of the Earth should block it. As soon as you receive that signal too far, that debunks the globe within their own paradigm because they can't invoke the reflection of the ionosphere.
So that's good. That's great.
Well, how are you so sure about everything?
Which it,
Wow.
Are you bored?
Because his name is Witsit and he gets it. Now you need to shut up and learn. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not God. No.
all right,
Wow.
Witsit.
Say
Question.
somebody said that to me.
Hold on.
I don't want you right in the face, bro.
144,000 in Revelation.
So 20 million people remember one
Oh my
foot one way.
goodness. Can
What's
I
wrong?
finish my thought here?
Sorry, Gospel, go ahead.
I had kind of already started. That's why I'm a little frustrated.
Bye.
What is the range of the angle? Because I'm thinking about within their paradigm, what is the angle that you would get if you went
45.
like to the horizon? What angle would it be approaching the quote unquote atmosphere at? Because I know it wouldn't be a right. It's all according to their system. It's all curved. So what angle would it even be at? I know it wouldn't be like a perpendicular angle, and I mean I get that, but it doesn't matter.
Interrupting. I'm gonna mute you, dude.
Sorry.
No, that was
PMAC.
Sunny.
No, but PMAC keeps on interrupting. So
I know he does.
He's drunk. So if you're drunk and you're interrupting, you're gonna get muted. So thanks for cooperating. All right. So, well, in their paradigm, the moon goes down below the Earth, right? So technically speaking, I mean, you can get damn near parallel, even though there's no such thing, right? But it's still effectively at one point, if you had a high enough elevation, you have to shoot down to hit the moon, right?
Oh, a high enough elevation. Sure. Yeah, I know.
Okay, now we're obviously not going to be able to go up into crazy elevation, and that wouldn't help us anyway. We want to shoot the signal where it can debunk the globe.
Well,
so go ahead.
This is where my thoughts were going with the silly skipping stone metaphor or analogy that they gave. The reason that that's fallacious is because, I mean, you've skipped stones before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What? 15 degrees, 10 degrees, 5 degrees. You got to be pretty shallow.
Yeah, for sure.
And my argument is that mathematically speaking, I don't think that you could ever hit that kind of degree off of pretend we're on a globe, pretend you're shooting beams up at the ionosphere. I don't think that the math works out that you would ever be able to get that low of a degree. Am I wrong? So am I missing something?
Would ever be able to get that low?
I think that concept, that analogy is fallacious or implausible within the globe math. I don't even think that analogy could be applicable. Which, if you could work out the math on that and figure out what the angles are, it would actually call that entire idea because that's what they say. It's bouncing off the ionosphere. It's bouncing off the ionosphere over and over and over again. That's what they say. So if we could actually work out what the angles are, that would probably poke a lot of holes into that whole concept in the first place.
Yeah, where they claim they shoot to them. Yeah, like Zanek's response, and I don't know, I have to look into that. That's interesting. But Zanek's response was that it's an angle of incident, right? And then I'm like, okay, well, your paradigm claims that if the moon's visible, pretty much, if the moon's visible, you can shoot radio waves off of it, all the way down to the sky. So I got all the Globers freaking out. I'm in contact with Bob. He has a ham radio license. So you have to have a ham. I want to set this test up all over the Earth and just debunk the globe once and for all, where either they're going to be forced with disavowing all the claims about shooting radio waves to the moon or disavowing the globe, right? Because we're using their own paradigm. So you have to have a ham radio license to actually do this, to shoot this spectrum that we need. But you can take it online. So I'm probably going to take one. You can take it online. And if we can, so say we go to like up a mountain, but it doesn't have to be that high. And we can receive them. Because if you Google it, you can receive signals like across the Earth. You can definitely receive them like up to 4,000 miles. Right? So obviously 4,000 miles is going to debunk the globe because the curvature of the Earth is going to block it. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to see if any flat earthers can come up with a rebuttal for the Globers. Because the Globers can't do it, but we're obviously smarter than them. And I haven't been able to come up with a rebuttal for them. So this this just debunks the globe. I mean, we've already debunked the globe, but this debunks the globe within their own paradigm. They don't know what to say. They can't say refraction. One of them tried to say refraction, bro.
Where's that algebra geometry? The Google geometry. Do you know what that website is? I'm looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. I agree. I think that there's a handful of angles, no pun intended, that you could take that at.
If we just use line of sight and we shoot something over 144 megahertz and it goes thousands of miles, it debunks the globe. Like, there's just no way around it. So I'm trying to see if anyone can. So for one, I'm trying to see if anyone can think of anything differently, and secondly, if people can maybe find where this was already done. That's proven to be a tougher task than you think, because if you start to look it up, right? If you look up how far can you shoot ham radio over 144 megahertz, they of course just reify the globe. So their charts show that you can't do it, which is perfect. That's perfect. But so like you're not gonna find it like on mainstream explanations of ham radios. You have to find amateur anecdotal things, and then we would have to set it up. I'm just saying that the globe zealot, like the internet hero, this just made them implode. They don't know what to do. There isn't like a rebuttal. So I think that this would be amazing, because we're kind of, I don't want to say stagnant, but like it would be just a cool thing if everyone could work together and get someone close to them that has a ham radio, and we shoot these signals across the earth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know Devin Stack has a ham radio. Black Pilled.
Yes.
Yeah, he did a whole video a couple of years ago explaining why he didn't believe flat Earth, and it was literally contingent on him saying that because of ham radio. He was like, well, listen, the fact of the matter is you have to go up. If I go up, 4 inches or 4 feet or whatever, I can get an extra 50 miles. And therefore, he's like, it wouldn't make sense if, that was his rebuttal. It was because of ham radio. And he said the difference between a foot or even 10 feet is the difference proportionate to the number of miles that you can send a signal. And that was his argument for why he was never going to go flat Earth.
Well, that guy sounds really cool. So, okay, like, I know that you're in here pretty frequently, but like, if there's anyone in the server that already has a ham radio license, that's a pretty great start. You know what I'm saying? I know Bob Nodell has one. I'm going to take the test online. I think that I'll see how, it's like probably pretty easy. I'm pretty good at taking tests. I don't know. Not everyone is, I guess, but you can just study the answers like your driver's license test, and you can take it online remotely now. So I guess that, the cold being blown out of proportion works in our benefit some, because in 2020 they said now you can remotely take the test. So if it's like $50 and you just have to study for a second, we can have a whole bunch of flat earthers get their ham radio license, and we can just be popping off signals hundreds and thousands of miles to each other all over the earth, and it just debunks the globe. I haven't been able to think of another. So okay, the thing is, right, they hijack real phenomena, right, like always. So obviously you want to get higher elevation on the flat earth to send signals further, because it's less obstruction. You got less topographical obstruction, less atmospheric obstruction. So like going higher, you can shoot signals further. But they claim that this is because, of course, there's a curvature of Earth, and then they also acknowledge the obstruction, and then they claim that majority of these radio waves bounce off the atmosphere. Anyone that's looked into it knows that's BS, and they just made that up because the radio debunked the globe. But if we go further and we go above the spectrum of 144 megahertz, then globe debunked, unless anyone can tell me anything I'm missing.
I don't think so.
Nope, I don't think so either.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to run that by here while I was thinking. So if you guys know of anyone that comes through here, like just periodically throw it out there. Like if anyone has a ham radio license, and we can set this test up, I think that would be pretty epic. And so what I've already done is gotten a bunch of the Glovers on board with the test, because they do the typical things, right, where they try to funny mute you and straw man you. They're like those are different radio waves. They act like I'm saying the radio waves we send on the earth at the same transmission. Straw man. Everything they can do is a straw man, and it takes like 20 minutes to finally get it out. But once it finally gets out, they don't know what to say. And most of them say, okay, yeah, I agree. That would debunk the globe. I mean, these are zealots, bro. These are the people that would die before they admit it. I've gotten them to have to admit it. So if we can create this agreement across the board that, yep, this test definitively shows one way or the other, we even get Glovers to do it, and we set it up across, like, we have people all over the world. I just think that this could be super epic, because it's going to be, more inclusive, right? And so, like, when we see something hundreds of miles away, they just say the word refraction, but they can't say that. They don't even have a rebuttal for this. And we can also get them to agree to do the test. So this would kind of maybe shake things up where we would glitch into the mainstream. Flat Earth's already mainstream, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, I don't know. Just wanted to. I know Bob knows tons about this, so I'm waiting on him to respond to me. But
I think it's a good idea. I think there's some merit to push behind it.
I was trying to think here, which is the only Glover rebuttal I could think of, is they'll try to say that you did something with the results. You have to make sure you're totally transparent on the results of the test, however that would work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. That's what they're going to try to say is like human error, that we did something wrong. But that's why we want to just do it where it's super reputable, and then you got people from both sides. And we know that they can't come out and then say, oh, well, we actually weren't sending radio waves to the moon. They can never, ever admit that. So they're like stuck in the corner where they're screwed.
Okay, so how would we publish and share our results? Let's say we started from the ground up. YouTube channel, one person starts, and then you start like a sign-up list. Everybody has their cities listed or their locations listed.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. We'd have to invoke all the flat earthers with the biggest following. We try to get like Glovers to also. How would we get it published? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is something that literally would start one by one by one, and it would just start gathering momentum, right? It would literally be starting a network, right? Project Ham, Project Flat Ham. I don't know, but it has merit. If it works, I think that then we all agree to push. I think that we could do the push. But we got to all obviously see the value in the push, right? That's the big question.
That's right. If we have to all be on the same page with something and actually have a task. We'll call it Project Going Ham.
There you go.
Going ham. You've heard that. It's kind of vulgar though, but so the kids say going ham. I also, we know professors, bro, that like don't feel comfortable coming out publicly stating that the Earth is flat right now. Like even an Ivy League professor, but with something like this, we might could get them to do it. I don't know. That's why I think that if you can find a test that you get the Glovers to agree beforehand would debunk the globe, they assume it's impossible, and they are willing to do it, then that's when you get past the censorship. So you use Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. But you get the Glovers to agree. You even phrase it like, we're going to definitively shut down, or we're going to debunk flat Earth. We're going to show that you can't send these signals because it's going to hit the curvature of the Earth. And there would have to be consistent obstruction, right? So it's like they have a geometric obstruction. So if you go to a high elevation, you shoot the ham radio waves, one day it doesn't go as far, the next day it goes further. That doesn't help the globe. The globe has to be consistently obstructing it physically. And again, Marconi sent the waves 2,200 miles. We sent them over 10,000 miles now, and they just claim it bounces up and down off the ionosphere. They call it a skip zone. Of course, you can have a skip zone on a flat Earth as well. That's another thing. I think that the flat earthers are going to have to kind of brush up on this conversation so that they can understand how to explain it to people. But yeah, like you'd have a skip zone on the flat earth as well, right? Like if you go up real high and you send out a cone signal, because rail waves go in like a cone shape. Well, obviously, the higher you go, the longer it's going to take the bottom spectrum of the cone to hit the earth. So there's going to be an area that doesn't get hit. And then if you tilt your, if you tilt up the signal, tilt it upward, then your skip zone is going to be longer before it actually comes down and hits the earth. That's one of the things Glovers love to say is, well, then why do we tilt the signals up? You would tilt the signals up on a flat earth as well, because you're minimizing physical obstruction. So that, you do that on a flat earth as well. So anyway, that's just a side note, but the skip zones don't help them either. I've run this by them for a few weeks. I gave all the Globe zealots, so you name them, like the best of the best, Blue Marble Science and Zanuck and Kosho and all these people. I gave them weeks and they still don't know an answer. They don't have an answer.
Hey, Witsit, I would suggest looking into any type of experiments or tests that have been done on the refraction of the specific EM waves that you're going to be using, right? So try to leverage any pre-existing like tests or experiments that have been done to show any type of refraction to these EM waves, because we know that we do have refraction within visible light, and visible light is on the EM spectrum, so there is a possibility of some sort of refraction. That's the only rebuttal that I could see them coming with.
You're right. That's probably what it's going to be. Like when Zanuck was like fundy muting me per usual and straw manning me, but once it finally got out, that's all he could say. Was I think well, there is some refraction, right? So maybe it would be refraction. So I mean, we might run into the same wall where we hear refraction, but it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be as popular. It's gonna be hard for them to all agree on that.
Yeah, because I would be under the assumption, and this is just an assumption, that those specific EM waves would have a tendency to refract less than visible light, but I don't know for sure. I'd have to look further into that, and it's possible that different factors would cause those specific EM waves to refract as opposed to the factors that come into play with visible light.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't know anything about the refraction of these spectrums, and then like the scale as you increase the frequency.
Yeah, that would be my only suggestion, is to really try to cover your bases as far as garnering an understanding of the refraction or the possibilities of refraction within these EM waves.
I mean, they're going to try to say that the radio waves bend consistent right around the globe. Like, whatever.
I mean, you can already hear him saying that, right?
Yeah, of course. But it's really hard to, like, in their mind, it's unfalsifiable. It's just because it has no limit,
Right. And that's kind of the claim of the ionosphere, is that the ionosphere is refracting these wavelengths. And I don't know if they specifically call it refraction as opposed to reflection, or if they call it reflection as opposed to refraction. I don't know. I've never really bought the whole ionosphere idea to begin with, but
well, no, yeah, it's BS. But that's what's so beautiful about this, is it uses their own paradigm.
yeah. Yep.
Because we know there's no way, like, they're never going to come out and say, oh, we don't actually send radio waves to the moon. That'll never happen.
Yeah, so you're going to use this specific the specific wavelength that they utilize to allegedly ping the moon, right? Which would be penetrating the ionosphere.
Correct.
And you're also going to test the moon at various locations, right? From horizon to zenith, to ensure that it's not some sort of specific angle that is causing this reflection.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, we already have that done because they claim that you can send them at all these different angles already. They claim you can shoot radio waves at the moon. Right?
Yeah, then that seems pretty solid and concise. But yeah, I would. I think that's really what needs to be done, right? If everybody on both sides of the equation are just honestly looking for the truth, both sides should be able to come to an agreement as to something that would prove definitively one way or the other.
Found it.
Like, the globe proponents have to understand that what they're putting forth needs to be falsifiable in some way, shape, or form. And they have to be able to say yes, definitively, yes, this would be how you would falsify the globe claim.
I've already had like 10 of the internet hero globers admit this would prove a flat Earth, which is very wild. You know, if you just say the word debunk the globe to them, they shut down. And I had like over 10 admit that it would debunk the globe.
Yeah, I think I was there when you had like Zanuck and Kosho in the room.
Yeah. And then Left Lane and Blue Marble and B-Ball have said it since. Yeah, it's. I was talking to him about it yesterday. I mean, they just kind of assume there's no way that it would work.
Real quick, Wizard, did you record any of those admissions? Because I bet they'll deny it once this thing happens.
Yeah, they're all recorded and uploaded to YouTube on their Earth Awakening.
Cool.
And again, I don't actually care what they say. Like I use them because I know they're going to go down swinging no matter what. So I use them to like still man my argument. That's like the only value those people are. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because we gotta go. We actually have to go look at the house. But if you guys want to periodically maybe bring it up, like when there's a bunch of people in here, to see who all has a ham radio license or who all will be willing to look into taking the test and getting the license. You can do it remotely. I mean, like, I don't know how expensive ham radios are, but like if we can set them up geographically, tactical, you know what I'm saying? That would be pretty fire. Like I already have people saying that they receive signals in Florida from New Mexico. Like a Glover told me that yesterday. And I was like, welcome to Flat Earth, bro. But of course, I don't actually know the elevation that they sent to that, right? But you have to know the elevation that it's sent from. Like they're going to try everything. They're going to try to say that they were relayed. They have to make sure it's not relayed. But anyway, I just think this is pretty epic. Like, I will have to look into the refraction excuse. So if anyone wants to help me out with that. But I just want to throw that out there. I know a lot of people here like put a decent amount of time into like flat earth proofs. So if we could kind of all put a little bit of energy into this, then I think it could be pretty epic.
I'll do a little bit of looking into radio wave refraction, try to help you out. I'll let you know.
Thank you, man. it's like pretty difficult to look into it too mainstream wise because all the charts just assume the Earth's a ball, but you're gonna have to go to like anecdotal, like experience.
Right. Try to find real world stuff. I got you.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. We gotta go look at this crib. But if you guys think of anything, you can DM me, and I'm gonna talk to Bob today, and I'll kind of come back with you guys a little bit more of a coherent, specific idea. Sorry, PMAC. Please go on about how reality is fluid. I'll catch up with you guys.
Ham radio may kill the globe. I think it's a good idea, man. Have a good day.
Yeah. All right, later, bro.
Ham radio killed the Globe radio store. Sorry. Yeah. We'll start announcing it. Yeah, I guess he split. But we'll start announcing it, asking people if they're ham radio operators or if they're interested. And then we'll just direct them to DM Witsit for more details about what he's talking about.
I'll post it here in a minute, but there's a short video, 5 easy steps to get your ham radio license on YouTube. Some guy, I haven't watched it yet. Anyway.
Coolio.
Ham radio license is probably not a bad thing to have should other types of communication go down, right? Having the ability to communicate long distance with just over the radio waves is not a bad thing to have.
Exactly.
We all know there's going to be Gawk refraction on this, so hopefully this, what he was talking about, it maybe it's going to be a different, maybe it'll wake some more people up. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they kind of already invoke some type of refraction or reflection when it comes to the ionosphere to kind of dismiss away the distances. So
does refraction work on radio waves? Wouldn't that just be on light?
Well, light is on the electromagnetic spectrum. That's why I was telling Witsit we should probably do some further investigation into refraction when it comes to the specific type of waves that he's planning on sending.
Well, because I mean, ham radio works on radio waves. It's the same premise, I think, as sonar, what submarines work on underwater. Refraction, I believe, would be that only happens when light is involved. I don't think that refraction would work for radio signals unless there's some form of bouncing occurring.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I think there's much less refraction depending on which way you go on the EM spectrum, but everything on the electromagnetic spectrum is light. We just see a small portion of that light visibly, but it's all the same stuff. Only difference is the size of the waves, right? The frequency and amplitude.
Right.
All waves are interfered by atmosphere, by our environment. If you have if there's like if you have a vacuum per se, there's less things in that space, or what you going to call molecular? The hell you want to call it? So any type of wave will travel faster in a vacuum, because it's less interference, air and all dust, all of that stuff compromises any wave. You might not be able to detect it with your naked eye or whatever crap, but I mean, any wave is in any environment is interfered with to a degree. Like if you have dense fog, everything travels slower. That's a wave. It's going to travel slower through fog. Very dense fog.
No. That's a really good point, man. I didn't even think about that. Fog. That slows everything down, literally. Good point.
Like in a, you're gonna have more dust particulates in the air. So it's just whatever's in the air.
Hello, hello, is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is the spinning ball a home? Come on now. Do you think you're spinning round? But I think that's insane. Can't you see that it's a plane? Relax, relax, you'll need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me water curves? We're on a plane, we're not spinning. Distant ships zoomed in on the horizon. It never disappeared beyond the waves. You thought it was proof it's a ball, 'cause that's what they're saying. When I was a child, I was a believer. I used to think a man walked on the moon. But now I know that never really happened. I can't explain it if you want to understand. This is now and I'm not comfortably dumb.
Comfortably dumb.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this another div prick? All these ballers make me sick. Can you stand up? Stand up. I don't believe the globe is good. It's just a stupid gimmick for the show. Come on, it's time to go. We're on a plane and we're not spinning. Distant ships zoomed in on the horizon. It never disappeared beyond the waves. And you thought it was proof it was a ball, but now what are you saying? I'm no longer comfortably dumb.
Comfortably dumb. This is
lie. I learned it's flat and more than that. I can't believe I ever thought it's. I can't believe I ever thought we spun it all. But the child has grown, the glove is done. And I'm no longer comfortably
down.
comfortably
down. Epic. Sonny. On your feet again. Brian, bro.
Woo!
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah, fucker. Comfortably down.
Sorry for the rough
Great
version.
work, man. That was awesome.
Got my lighter in the air here, Sonny. Good job.
Thank you.
That's a great parody, man. That's some parody. I hope we fucking recorded that. So
Well, she's walking through the clouds, the circus smile, running wild. Butterflies and seagulls, that's all she ever thinks about.
thinks about
Running with the wind. She comes to me, with 1,000 smiles she gives for free. She says it's alright.
It's alright.
Anything you want from me. Riding with the wind.
Sonny. Sonny. Play Wish You Were Here. Wish You Were Here.
Sure.
I've heard that song so many fucking times.
Start, go.
Me too.
Dude, it's ridiculous. I almost don't like it anymore. I've heard it so many times. I mean, I'll sing along.
It's the best
used
song
to
of
be
the
my
fucking
favorite. It used to be my favorite song.
Yeah, mine too. For a
It
bit.
is absolutely my favorite.
I think it's still my favorite Pink Floyd song for sure.
No, it's actually the best song in the universe ever. What's wrong with
It's
you?
one of them. I'd say it's one of them. Sure.
Sure. What's the second one?
No, I'm saying it's one of them. Not
Well, which is the third one?
what, dude.
What other song do you like?
I'm Slim Shady.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we love that rap shit.
Well, Stairway to Heaven, but again, it's super cliche. So Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven, and We Are the World.
Isn't it really hard to like list them like that because there is so many good classics?
Oh, there's no way to actually do it. Yeah, no way.
Exactly.
Guns and Roses, Sweet Child of Mine.
That's a great song.
Oh, sweet child of mine.
Or Paradise City, where the girls are green and the grass
Take me
is
back
pretty.
to the Paradise City
The
where
girls are
grass is
green.
and the girls are pretty. Whoa, take me home.
It was almost on key.
Almost.
Yeah, almost.
Take me back to the Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Whoa, take me home. I lost that.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Nobody's Axl Rose. in the 90s.
No, nobody was that big a douchebag.
Well,
And
douchebag or not, he had a fucking very unique style and sound. Anyway, go ahead.
My bad, Glad. The throw in one flat Earth reference, kind of REM, Man on the Moon, 1990 something.
Oh yeah, if you believe they put a man on the moon, if you believe there's nothing out there to see, nothing it's cold or something.
Cold.
I forget that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you believe.
Well then,
put a man
face
on
north. To
Man on
stand
the-
in the place where you were. Now face north. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before. So he's talking about the center of the disc.
Yeah, he's actually telling you. They're talking shit.
Stand in the place where you live now, face. Yeah, man. All day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Visit that Mount Meru there at the North Pole, folks. Speculation, but I like that story.
The imitation of life. Yeah.
Direction, wonder why you have it now. Stand in the. Yeah, man. It's all there right in front of us. They always knew.
Yeah. Yep. You know how many people I've had to tell what REM actually means? I'll do it here too. Rapid eye movement. It describes when one is deep in sleep.
In sleep.
They
Yep.
perform. Yeah, that's an instinct, or it just happens naturally. The eyes rapidly go back and forth. Like if they were open, if your eyes were open and you were doing that, people would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
You know, Glad, it's supposed to be the deepest state of sleep, allegedly, right?
Yeah. That's the rumor.
Well, I think that's where your conscious is not functioning and you're strictly operating in subconscious.
Yeah. Just electricity's just taking over. But the thing is, your body's healing its best at that point too. So you're recharging. That again, that's the medical rumor, is that you're recharging the most and the best when you're in REM sleep. I say medical rumor because some aspirin kills people and some helps with heart problems. It's just like, well, people put all their trust in the authorities, especially MDs and physicians and all this. Scientists.
But hey,
You know, why
math
don't they trust? Here's the deal. Why don't they trust surveyors, real ones, not a geodetic surveyor that's paid to say Earth's a globe? I mean, like surveyors that go out and help build buildings and bridges and all kinds of stuff. Isn't God rocking one of those? Like if we had 10 God rockins in here, you know.
The people that I work with, Ontario land surveyors, they all survey land, right?
Exactly.
They're above sea elevation, but the big issue with the round Earth guys is they still stick to the fact that the base of sea level, or sea level, is still determined off of the bottom of the basin. I think, and their reference point for the bottom of the basin just is circular around the I guess the lowest point that water would be at.
Wait. How did they determine that?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how they can. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out how they can possibly arrive at this water sticky ball model. Literally.
No, don't try. That's the deal. It's a psychosis if you try to meet them where they're at, because you can't.
That's a good point.
It's like eating an apple but wanting so desperately to taste an orange. It's never going to happen.
I'm about to eat strawberries. What does that mean?
You better hope for strawberry taste.
Okay, cool. I'll let you know in a couple minutes.
I think that you're going to be fine if that
I'm seriously about to eat strawberries. I'm not even kidding you. That's awesome.
Yeah, try to taste a banana, and then you'll be like, ugh.
I had a banana for breakfast.
Well, okay.
I'm done. I love it.
It looks like we have no new people on here currently, so glad whoever wants to give your best invitation for curious people that may be open-minded and critically think to join our panel, please.
You said it all right there. We just need, I need, I'm not going to speak for everybody, I need intellectual honesty. Then if we start with honesty, we can go far together. So, yeah.
We like intellectually honest people around here.
Yeah. And a big disconnect, people learning about this or hearing it for the first time, they think they're being intellectually honest when they say the evidence presents itself as Earth being a globe. That's the big disconnect, the huge discrepancy. It's a disparity at this point that people can't realize that if you don't feel that you're moving, it's because you're not. If you never see Earth curvature, it's because it's not there. Stuff like that. So if you're honest, you trust your senses. If you're dishonest, you trust someone else to tell you about what you should be experiencing.
Solid point, Glad. The large majority of people out there just assume there's all this evidence for the globe and that we're just crazy. People that haven't even given it 2 minutes to look, So you're right on point.
Yeah, and the thing is, I get it. I understand how hard it would be, especially with the system that is set up, the regurgitation of information instead of the learning of content.
I like people coming here talking their ideas, right? But I can't stand somebody coming here telling us what it is and what it was and what it should be and what it shall ever be. Amen. No, that's not the purpose of this fucking Discord. You cannot come in here and tell me, listen, I believe in God, right? I believe in whatever you believe in, right? But your philosophy, I don't care what your philosophy is, what the skin color is, or what you believe in. You cannot tell me that. That's just you being a fucking dick.
So here's a challenge to anybody who comes in who's looking to have an open, honest discussion with us. Let's try to leave the man-created evidence, the stories that you've heard of man that tell you what you're supposed to be thinking, and let's try today to have an open, honest discussion based on what we observe. That's just maybe an open challenge.
Great. Leave everything at the door. Leave it at the fucking door. Come in here and tell me what you think. Honestly, truthfully, what you believe. What you see from observation of humanity and what's happening and what happened in the past and the way humanity goes on and where do you think we are. Do that and just don't preach. Just don't preach to me. I have my own opinions, and my opinions, I could probably sway a lot of people to my opinion, but I have no compunction.
I'm sorry. Did you guys hear all that? Probably not.
No, you cut out.
Okay, just bottom line is if nobody had come up to you and told you that the Earth is a spinning thing in outer space, would you have already jumped to that conclusion yourself? You see the flat.
Yes.
No, man. You see the flat horizon. So why then automatically would you say that means it's a spinning ball? You would never have jumped to that conclusion on your own had someone not come along and said, actually, you should consider the spinning.
I mean, go fat. We are so caught up in the delusion.
I mean, for example, before we actually got the technology to, for example, zoom in on boats and get them back in view, people did actually see the boats disappear, what they thought was over the curve, you know? But again, it was pre-assumed that it was a globe, of course. But
no, what I'm saying is somebody had to come along and put that idea in their heads. It's not something that naturally just shows up.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So why is that?
Now that's my opinion. That's speculation about the first fucking time anybody heard about a globe. But
that is true because it's only 500 years ago that they speculated that we were moving.
Yeah,
that's the first time in all of history, according to them and whatnot. So it's like, no, you didn't think you were a ball spinning in space, and the reason that the things were turning in the sky, because no, that's only 500 years old.
Yep.
So it's like, well, the question is, why did they think that? And your man's Edwin Hubble said, we can't really disprove what the ancients said about it, like us not moving or whatnot. But for our hypothesis, which is not really a hypothesis, we can't really look at it like that. So it is what it is. That's basically what he said.
Copernicus was the first guy, I think, to propose, and he was what, 1500 or something like that.
That's what pop culture says.
Yeah, well, yeah, Copernicus.
Yeah, 500 years ago, and then 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble was like, we have no actual proof of that. You see what
The
I'm
evidence
saying?
would be abundance. I don't know why we're still here if it's a globe. I mean, it boggles, just boggles.
Yes, sir. 1543. Oh man, talk about being saved up the river.
Up the river. Man, it's just a fucking fugazi, man. They're just lying all the time, bro. What are you supposed to do?
Wait it out, man. We're just gonna have to wait it out.
Yeah, but like near the end of your lifetime, you're like, man,
I don't know. This better not last another 50 years of people being like this.
But this is what I'm saying. Is it not something bigger than that?
What do you mean by it?
It. I mean, like the system.
The problem? Oh.
Or the problem, or the system, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the problem is a thinking error process that was nurtured for a couple generations, and now, to me, it's kind of like when someone says, you date a girl for 3 years, it's going to take at least a year and a half to get over her, or whatever. It takes half the amount of time. This kind of deal. I don't know if that's true or not, but
right.
If
that's
we've
what
been
they say about
brainwashed.
Coke.
Glaflo,
yeah.
Everything is moving into entropy. Everything dies. Everything eats everything else just to survive, right?
Sure.
Right. So, okay. So, do you think that this is a viable or benevolent creation?
I don't know. I can't say one way or another.
Okay, you don't know. That's fine. That's great. 'Cause I feel the same way.
And those who like to put people in boxes call that agnostic.
Yeah, but shouldn't you think about that? Shouldn't you think about what the fuck is going on here, bro?
I'm sick of that. I did a lot of acid in high school, and I'm kind of past all that.
Right. I'm not talking about acid here, bro. No reality, right?
Okay, I thought a lot about reality and figured some shit out up until this point, let's just say. And I don't have an inclination to try to keep figuring out something that no one will ever know, at least while they're alive here in this place.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But at the same time, another point. Shouldn't you try to figure out
what would I do with that information?
Well, maybe it's a subjective thing. Maybe the subjective thing is to realize where you are, what it is. It's not good, and get the fuck out of here.
Well, that's an opinion. That's a lot of opinions. I used to think this place was not good. Now I think it's equal parts good and bad. But again, good and bad are perspective based, in my opinion. It's all perspective.
And if you're brought up in something, right, that tells you this is the way things are, and things eat other things, and it's just a nature of life and everything. It's just natural, right? But what if it's unnatural? What if it's completely fucking wrong?
I don't know, man. It's a rabbit hole, and
no, it's not a rabbit hole. It's no.
I don't mean to sound dismissive. It just I don't know what I'm going to do with the information. Listen, say I meet Jesus tomorrow and he and I go fishing and he walks on water and all that stuff. I'm just saying that's one of the stories, and then Jesus tells me the meaning of life, right? Jesus and Satan both come and explain everything to me. What am I going to do with that information?
It's not about Jesus and Satan. It's about you. It's about.
I'm here to spread love. Listen, I'm here to spread love. That's my instinct, so I'm going to go with it.
I love you, man.
I love you too, buddy.
I do that to everybody.
Well, we should be telling everybody that we love them.
We should, yeah.
People are afraid of that, to tell people they love them. They're afraid to be vulnerable.
But what if this reality, right? You believe it's a God and a Christ. And there's a
stop talking about that. Did you hear that I did a segue into a different topic? Actually, you did. You said, I love you, bro. That's the way to go.
That's the way to go. Here we go. Where are we now? We're in fucking Love City.
It just seems like if we do the love thing, it's a little less chaotic. And even though if you say entropy is a law, that's great. But it just because everything eats everything doesn't mean it has to be painful all the time.
I did say I don't know. I think the lesson is to love everything.
Or try, just spread the love to stuff.
I believe
live things, dead things, whatever you want to do. Just if it's love that wins instead of the opposite, you don't even say the word, don't even give it any energy.
Okay.
Right, and then I don't know, just do the next right thing. It should be. Everybody knows the next right thing, but we just have to make the choice to do that as much as possible.
Yeah, this is one of the strangest motherfucking places to be, isn't it? I honestly think that's one motherfucking strange place to be, bro.
Sure is something, yeah. It is something.
It's something. So anyway, yeah. So I just don't like people coming in and saying that well, it's this way, it's that way. There's this shape, it's that shape. There's this God, there's that God. No, fuck up, bro. It's a subjective thing to me.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I'm talking to people like you and other people, because we have open minds and we understand that there might be something a little bit different than what you understand is going on. You've already made your mind up. If you're a gospel bearer, that's fine. Shit. That's good. That's a good thing. But don't try and push it on other people, man. We may have.
You mean like what you're doing right now?
Sorry, gospel. Shit, I put my
it's said though with a heart of gold. So
I love that guy. I do.
Weren't you just trying to push Mandela on everybody?
No. Shit. Did I say that?
Aren't you trying to push your disbelief on us right now?
Oh, you're back? What's up?
Yeah, I know you love me, so I figured I'd jump in.
What's up, bro?
I'm just hanging out.
What's happening, man?
Hey,
Doesn't the Mandela require supernatural
I'm
intervention?
not. Let's not talk about Mandela. Let's talk about you and me. How's it going, bro?
Well, I was just saying, like, do you acknowledge the supernatural?
Yes, of course.
Gotcha. You just don't like religion, I guess.
The supernatural talk to me, bro.
I don't like religion either, man. We're on the same page.
It talked to me wholeheartedly. It talked to me in my mind, in my brain.
That's what I'm doing.
Yes, it's definitely there. It's definitely there, but I don't think it's what you think it is.
Okay, fair enough.
Right? I think it's.
What do I
trying
do?
to. Well, I think it's trying to get us out of here. It's trying to make us see another path, so we can get out of here.
That's what I think it is.
Oh, okay. So we agree.
Yeah, check that out.
Hey, what you gonna do? All right, man. Hey, listen. I might get a little bit drunk from time to time, but a lot of people have a lot of things to say, and they're all good, bro. They're all good. I believe in it wholeheartedly. Okay.
PMAC, I'm actually impressed. I get to be like an angry drunk when I have had as much as I can tell you have had. So I applaud you for keeping calm.
Bro, I love everybody. I have no ill feeling towards anyone at all, ever. Even
You're
the
you're the loving drunk, the guy at the bar that everybody wants to hang out with.
Ah, you got it, man. I'm actually the best fucking barman in the world.
I can tell, man.
Hey, bro, listen. You show up at my bar at the end of the bar, I'll have you laughing within fucking 5 minutes. I guarantee
5
it.
seconds, bro. 5 seconds.
I guarantee
Hey,
it.
so hold on a sec. We got a new guy here. Not to violently change the subject. Oh, never mind. FEAR. I don't know who that is, but they're a valued silver flat earther. Never mind. I mean, other than hello, fear. Sorry, what's that? What's it?
How's it going? I'm working, so just listening in, fellas. Thanks.
No problem.
All right, bro.
PMAC, what time is it for you?
It's about time I got to bed.
Okay. so later, okay.
What's it? What time is it for you?
Almost noon.
How's the loving going?
The lovin'?
Yeah, the loving.
Pretty good. Kai is about to be 14 weeks pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah. America.
Yeah, that's wildly exciting. And did you say, what's it, that you were going to find out the sex of the baby at what? How many weeks?
I think like 18 to 20.
Cool.
So we're
18 to 20. You're breaking up a little bit. You're doing the robot.
Mr. Roboto with it. Rick Nick.
Apparently, they don't want us talking about celebratory events.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. What's it? I'm actually happy for you, man.
Yeah, man, congrats. I'm going to say congratulations probably for the next year about that.
He's going to start a whole tribe.
And when we do the homesteading thing after this all falls apart, I'm going to be the best uncle to all the children showing up.
Whole tribe of what's this?
The thing is because I'll have pockets full of candy. No, I won't. Sugar-free candy? No, that stuff's probably worse than the sugar candy. I remember family members that always had, like I had a family member that would fill his pockets with candy and come in and just like on the sly hand us candy throughout the night.
Pedo.
It's pretty good.
So what's it?
Yeah.
How's it going, bro?
It's going. Am I roboting?
You were. You're good now.
Good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ask the baby what it thinks it is, bro. You didn't know gender was fluid?
Actually, yeah. I was thinking wait until the kindergarten teacher meets the child, and then that person can decide the
You
gender.
can't tell it until it
Exactly.
can decide at 2 years old what fucking gender it is. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, all jokes aside, obviously he'll be homeschooled, and yeah, I'm saying Key because I have a bias.
You do. It's okay. It's natural. Totally natural.
Yeah.
She'll make fun of you, and you'll have to allow that, and it's all good.
But do you understand?
Did you hear what we're gonna name it if it's a boy?
What are you gonna name it? Oh, a legend.
Legend. Yeah.
Legend.
If it's a girl,
Legendess.
I don't know.
Legendess.
legendary.
I think girl names are harder than picking boy names. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we like Aaliyah maybe.
It's pretty.
Leah's nice.
And you could call her Lily while she's a baby. Actually, Aaliyah's my sister's name, my little sister's name. That's why I said that. We called her Lily.
Oh wow, nice. That's a pretty name.
I totally agree.
So
it's got Ya at the end. We wanted like a Ya name.
Well, I'd say that's the one, but that's just me. That's my bias, right?
Yeah. Dude, babe, I just remember I had a dream that we had triplets. Yeah, last night I had a dream. I just remembered that. Yeah, the second time you were pregnant, it was triplets.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. What if you really had triplets? Sorry, I'm sorry.
You jump from one child to 4 children in a year. Nutty.
That would be awesome, bro. I would be so happy.
Well, you just put it out in the ether pretty big time. So
yeah, that's out there. That's out there now.
You might want to check the Akashic records to see how that works out. I'm just kidding. Then you'll really have some trouble picking names. Goodness.
Where did you find her? Where did you find somebody that actually wanted to be with you? How the fuck do you do that?
I was on here when they met.
Me too.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
As a moment?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Did they met on this channel, or they just met during this time?
They met here on the live stream.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah. And, Witsit said, I got dibs, and, he was right.
He definitely got dibs. He got the first dibs.
That's funny.
Yeah, I got that woo, bro. I staked my flag, bro. It's over.
We had no idea.
You dirty dog. You dirty dog, you.
Shut up, PMAC. Yeah, but the stars were lining up.
For real.
Well, congratulations, bro.
Thank you, man. Kai says she remembers Sonny saying, "Get a room."
I remember that too. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And not to change the subject.
I haven't
had a drink in like 3 weeks. I quit drinking.
Hey, all right, Smurf.
Hey,
nice job.
Smurf.
Hey.
Smurf, is that the actual Smurf?
You can do this, Smurf.
Smurf, are you the actual Smurf?
Yeah, the one. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Bastard.
Hey, when you
It's
get
not
your
the real Smurf.
when you get your money coin, take a picture of it and show us, would you?
Hey, that's not the real Smurf. Seize him.
I'll send you one.
Who was that?
Yeah, shit. I'll buy you one.
I know. I know that voice.
I got a bunch of them. I'll mail you one.
Yeah. You're like, I have a shitload of 1 months.
Well,
That's great.
Over about 25 years.
Right. Yeah.
That's okay.
I love it, Smurf. Fuck yeah, dude. Keep that shit going. Keep that train going.
Here they are.
Yeah. Hey,
That sounds like at least 15. What's that, Smurf?
I'm sober. That's all I'm saying. But congratulations, Witsit, man. That's good news, man.
Thanks, bro.
I also have a 12-year one. Well, I did have 12 years. Not anymore.
It's just a happy day.
Today is a happy day.
Celebrations all around.
Right, Sonny. Play a fucking happy song. Come on.
Sonny, you're going to have to teach Austin and Kai's child how to play the guitar.
Yeah, I need you to teach me first, bro. Kai bought me
Yeah.
a guitar for my birthday, and it's just sat there.
I'd be so honored, man. I hope so. You know what I'm thinking? This next year, I may be able to travel and go see all my friends. Because I went to the first meetup. Did I tell you there were 5 of us at the meetup? 5 of us from this server were there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
That was awesome, man.
Who was there?
Who was there?
Yeah.
Me, New Perspective, Tracy Van, no Alan Belts, so see myself now. Flat Earth Dude. Let's see who else was there.
Matthew.
Matthew learns.
And
you lucky bastard.
There was almost as many Flat Earth women as men there. I'd say it's about probably 60-40%, something like that. Like,
I don't know if I could look Matthew Learns in the eye for too long.
Wait, Matthew Learns, you actually met him?
yeah, I actually met him.
What?
Really?
How was that?
It was. I mean, it was cool. You know what? Like Witsit has said, when you get in front of these people and you're right there with another human, you're like, I could drop all the rest of it. I'm like, fuck that shit. Like that's online. Like when I'm in front, like I'm right there and shaking someone's hand or giving someone a hug. It's a whole different thing. So I had a different perspective afterwards about the whole thing.
Is this creepy in real life as he sounds like on here?
A little bit.
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, he's a nice guy.
Kai said he's got to be a closet flat earther. You don't go to a flat earth meetup.
I know.
If you're a closet flat earther.
No, he's been to like 3 or 4 of them too. He keeps hanging out. Yes, he keeps hanging out with us, man. He loves us.
He can't help himself, man.
Yeah, I think so, man.
Does. To be fair, he does just always say, "No, I just believe it." So
yeah,
I mean, Vinny wants a closet flat earther.
I think so. I think there may be more of those out there than we might imagine.
Hey, I've never met anybody that takes the flat Earth seriously outside of the internet.
Yeah.
Well, you need to start getting your own.
My brother disowned me. He's not my
still outside of the internet, bro.
Wait, do you know Witsit's in the channel right now? Like he did a whole tour of America.
No, that's cool. I mean, hey, if anyone passes through Virginia, give me a call. I'm just saying, I personally haven't met anybody yet that knows the Earth is flat outside of the internet. But I mean, I know the Earth is flat. But my own brother said he's not my brother anymore because I told him the Earth is flat.
Damn, we're pretty close.
Well, he's a shithead.
Yeah. I stopped talking to my stepbrother too. We were good. We had a close relationship, and he's a super smart guy, and that's why I kept pushing it on him. I was like, dude, how can you not see this? And now we don't talk.
Some people just don't want to see it. They just don't want to see it.
Smurf, if we meet up, you're gonna have to be sober though.
What'd you say? I gotta be sober?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm working on that. Yeah. I'm trying to stay sober. Yeah.
Smurf, hey, you're in West Virginia?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. So
Yeah.
you should just get on the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app and find out who's near you. I can't use the app, unfortunately. Anybody that knows David Weiss, ask him when they're getting the Linux version because I'm stuck. My Android won't download it, and I can't get it on my computer yet.
I've heard of it. I never tried that app. I've heard the name of the app. I don't know what it is.
Well,
Will,
Sonny, if you ever want to get into the 21st century and get an iPhone, then I'm sure you'll have no problem.
Oh shoot! I'm never gonna have an iPhone, bro. never gonna have one of those.
Okay, well, you let me know when you want to leave your cave, bro.
But if anybody comes through Virginia, just give me a call, because I've never met anybody in person that knows the Earth is flat, and it's kind of awkward. Like, what's up with that?
Should go out and start talking to people.
Yeah, that's the best way.
I talk to people all the time, and they just think I'm crazy.
Well, to be fair, you might fit some crazy stereotypes there, Smurf.
You know what?
Yeah.
They probably think I'm crazy too, because I'm a long-haired hippie-looking dude.
I'm just happy I'm not a normie.
I'm glad I'm not like anyone else.
Who cares what other people think?
Sonny.
Man, the Earth is so obviously flat, and it's just so strange that I can't talk with anybody in person about that. It blows my mind.
I will. Give it time.
I mean, I have told many people, like I've explained it to lots of people, but they're all normies.
Well, just wait till we do our Project Going Ham. Because when we do
Cool.
Project Going Ham and we do the ham radio test, we're going to debunk the globe.
Nice.
That's funny that Witsit is bringing back terms that were used in like spanking our gangs from like 1936.
Way back when.
Whenever that was. 1940.
Witsit is multi-generational genius badass. Okay, guys?
That's right.
Wait, so you guys used to say ham?
Ham radio?
Yeah, it's from like the 20s and 30s. They say hamming it up.
Hamming it up, yeah.
Any good buddy on
Don't make the slam. We say going ham like hard as a mother. Back in the day, that's like what the kids say.
Yep. Well, then you got hamming it up like I do.
Or they would actually call people that was an adjective, like you'd say, that guy is such a ham.
Right, a ham. He's hamming it up.
That
it
means
means
like
cheesy, doesn't it? It just means cheesy and like
it means
like a joke.
Green.
Jocular is the word you're looking for.
Jessica.
Yeah, I think Project Going Ham is awesome. It's an awesome name.
Do it.
We're gonna do it. Cause like I've tried desperately. Maybe Crit was there too. To get all the best global rebuttals. They don't have one, bro. It's so awesome. I don't want to talk about it all again, but I'm just saying I think something like this, if we can start coming up with tests where we coordinate with each other, it'll maybe kind of rejuvenate. Like, when I went on tour, it kind of rejuvenated people for a minute, but then people kind of got like desensitized to it. But when I first went on tour, everyone started getting real excited about Flat Earth again. When they first saw me in front of the White House, that's when they first saw me doing like on the mic. So it's like if we could just kind of get everyone rejuvenated, where it's like, whoa, this test is kind of fun to do. We can all meet up and grill out and just do these tests, coordinating ham radio signals, flat Earth signals, like transmissions and messages from place to place that debunks the globe.
Out of space.
It'd be dope if we could do it all over the Earth. Project Going Ham. Over.
Because there's no way they can say that the signals are bouncing up and down all the way around until they're antipodal or even further. I mean, it's ridiculous.
They can't say it bounces at all. That's what's so beautiful about it.
Yeah, where's the citation for that? I never saw one. I mean, I've seen cartoons where they're saying, but I don't see any technical data.
If the entire world you believe in is upside down antipodal, that's all a load of shit.
I'm gonna start asking people for the receipts. I need to see documents now. I'm from Missouri. You got to show me. I need to see documents.
Holy shit! You're all American, Missouri. You have to remember, like, there's other people out here. Like, we're here in Europe. We don't see Missouri.
We're from Europe. Who does it the best? Orion does it the best. We're from Europe.
I don't think it's what they're saying.
P-Mac, you're in Ireland, right?
I am.
Yeah, you're not in Europe.
That's correct.
You're on an island.
I am.
Well, I guess
it's
UK.
my island. It's my island. God told me. It belongs to me.
Go take that to your daddy.
Take that and fucking stick up your pipe, you bastard.
Take that and stick it up your daddy.
Derriere. Holy shit, you. Up your derriere. Up your shape pipe. Yeah, no. We're a little bit strange over here in Ireland. We come up with fucking strange things, bro.
Strange world.
Yeah. Strange world defines strange things. That's about it. I don't believe the world is what it looks a bit strange, right? Whee! Shut up, littlest. You ball baggy. It's funny how the best MMA fighter and the best fucking heavy duty is Irish. Boo! Let's go. What's it? What's it? Gets it? So you think you can tell? Nothing real. Blue skies from pain. Can you tell a green field from a cold to your red? A smile from a veil. So you think you can tell? Did they get you to play? Your heroes forgot. Your ashes for trees. Out after a cold breeze. Cold comfort for change. Did you exchange a walk on part in the wall for me roll in a cage? Here comes the build up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes.
How I wish
you were here.
We're
We
just
just two lost souls swimming in a drink. Yeah. Going over the same old ground. How we find the same old field. Wish you were here.
Thanks.
You're welcome. That's fucking amazing, though. It's probably the best tune ever.
And that's on about 2 hours sleep. But I'm freaking awake now, so what the heck? Guess I'll start my day until I just collapse. Those are always good days. Beautiful sunrise this morning. Thanks to Jenny on the block for waking me up 3 hours early.
Bitch.
Shout out to Jenny.
Not Jenny from Australia.
No, Jenny from here.
Jenny from Australia.
No, Jenny's from here.
No, she's not. She's from fucking Australia.
Didn't know they had a Missouri in Australia also.
Okay, I'm skinny. Jenny from
We don't need no stinking recording.
Sonny. Have you never heard of Jenny from Australia?
No.
Oh my god, you're missing shit, man.
Yeah, I'm missing a lot. I don't have enough time to catch up with all of you guys, with all your materials.
Right, what we're gonna sing next? Dang these motherfuckers. Where are we going, Sonny? Do you know any Nirvana or Oasis? Do you know any Oasis song?
Yeah, I used to know Champagne, whatever that is.
Supernova?
Yeah. Back in the days before Flat Earth.
Do you mean when it was round?
When it was round.
Round.
When it was
Stop making the pussy away fucking accent.
You gotta hold your mouth a certain way to talk.
When it was round. Round.
Yeah, squish your lips out like
Fuck off here. Manga. America, yeah. Never liked you Americans anyway, motherfuckers. Go ahead, Sonny. Or not.
I was looking around and I couldn't find my short chords, and I had some guests a few weeks ago, and I immediately go to suspicion. Those people stole my little short chords. Why would they want to steal just the short chords?
They did. They took it away.
And guess who the culprit was? I was the culprit. I put him somewhere else, and I just found him. We can't go on with suspicious minds. I forgot the rest.
Suspicious man. And we can build the world. Oh, suspicious mind.
Oh my God, what did I start?
When an old friend I know stops to say hello. And in your eyes.
Hey, Eli. Did you get another shot today?
No, I was on the phone till like 3:30, and then I said, I'm gonna stay up and watch it and break night and go to work, and totally failed.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that's different is that the moon is not because it was a sliver and now it's gone.
Yeah, 1% this morning.
They say it's dipped below the horizon, right? Motherfucker, it's not.
No,
it's not. You just can't see it.
I just can't see it.
Yeah, you're not gonna tell me it's been going up and west that whole time, and then when it gets to 0%, it's like, oh yeah, it's like below the horizon or something. It's not in the alignment anymore.
Right.
Don't know.
It goes into that new moon thing where no one freaking on Earth. I'd still like to get a confirmation of that. That on the new moon for those 2.5, 3 days, it's not seen by anyone on Earth. That is correct, right?
You know what? It should be next to Venus, like it was. So I wonder if I look at Venus with my binoculars and look next to it, would it just be that dark black disc-looking thing?
No, the moon has to take a break sometimes.
The moon takes a break in a portal or something's going on there. But so the Venus would be the last one in line, right? The morning star.
No, it's just I'm just saying in the alignment.
Right.
It's next to the moon. So the moon was before it.
I see.
When it comes to the sunrise and this whole alignment.
Yeah. Well, I did see 3 of them lined up. I did see those 3 early this morning, about 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And we're supposed to be a part of that.
Sure. Yeah, that's
the thing
why
I'm standing on is in alignment with that, right?
Right. How's that? When we're all looking straight, all looking up at the sky. Wherever we're seeing any of those, anywhere on Earth, like me over here, you way over there, and let's say PMAC over in Ireland, we're all looking up at the sky at the same time. The sky is always up. Anyone that thinks differently is like misled. But did I tell you? So I was looking in my binocular, and when I saw that last one to come up, the one closest to the horizon as they're coming up, as they're rising, I looked in my binocular, and I swear to God, it looked like it had a streak behind it. Did you see anything like that? It looked like it was.
Which one you talk? Wait, right. Which one? What are you talking about?
The last star to come up from the horizon.
Oh, one of those stars, or one of those planets, or whatever. They got like a string of other shit on them, around them, not around. It just looks like it's like, it's funny because it's like static, but it looks like if you were to shine a light through a pinhole and you could see some of the dust. It looks like that, except it's not that because, well, it's just fixed. You have the planet and you have those other smaller dots, and it's fixed. Now, I'm guessing that that's Jupiter and its moons. That's what that looks like. That's Jupiter and moons, huh? Interesting.
It's really weird because it looked like it was a tail like you have on the comets. That's what it did. Like. But
It
I went to get my camera and hook it up, and then it got too light. And I'm like, damn, I lost it. Couldn't see it anymore.
Yeah, but that is kind of weird. If you take your binocular and go out, and I don't know if this is what they meant by depth perception for my binoculars, but looking at the sky, it looks like a quilt. It looks like every time I see a cluster of stars, it looks like it's on a flat backdrop.
Yeah, it does, man. It does. Like there's texture to it. It's really bizarre.
Like I saw this gate. I called it a gate. I called it the Stargate. And I was tripping out when I gave her the binoculars for her to see the UFO, unidentified flying object. And then right next to it, there's this gate of stars that I could not find after that. That was so weird. So weird and so cool and so creepy.
Yeah, it's always been strange once I found out about those retrograde. Like those things are going like in a weird, like we know, well, I know from Enoch, from doing when we did a reading in Enoch, that it kind of explained it, that they've left their normal path. They're
sorry. Look at this picture of New York, fam.
It's like they're still trying to take off from their path, and they go backwards. Like there's no globe explanation for those wanderers to go backwards. Like where's the globe? Where's the globe on that issue? Anyone? Because they act very strange. How would they loop around if
I'm looking. There's this picture, right, and it's like or an image of New York City, and it's like I'm gonna post it right now so you guys understand where I'm coming from. And I'm just wondering, like, how does anybody believe that aerial shots like that, or any aerial shot, like you can see it, you can see the water, and it's like, fam, like if you really believed in 8 inches per mile squared or whatever formula you would go with, along with the horizon formula, considering where the curvature would begin to obstruct somebody's view, and you're looking at the whole thing like I'm looking at like all of this area, and I can't imagine looking at this from whatever altitude this was. I can't imagine where the curve for a person down there would be, because all of this looks flat from that perspective. It's ridiculous. My bad. Let me post the picture or whatever. Where are we at? Okay, here we go. Look at that. What are we talking about? Where's the curve there? Where's that?
Let me go.
Where would it be?
Here. I know, right? You can see on the upper right edge, there's the line, some kind of line of the horizon. That's wild, isn't it? Look at that. You know what? I saw almost the same view when I took off from Newark Airport in 2005. I saw the city real close up, taking off. That's the only time I've ever seen New York City is taking off from Newark. I never set foot in New York.
Yeah.
Love to. Love to go see it sometime. I'd love to go there and rock the shit out of that place.
Yeah. Ooh.
Get me a Madison Square Garden. Oh, did they tear it down? Wait a minute. Is Madison Square Garden still there? Oh, he jettisoned. Okay. Yeah, I used to play that song, Drive. Actually, Greengrass and High Tides, that was favorite in the 70s. The meme that Levelist put. Is that supposed to be Witsit? Holy shit. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't know you were going to take me serious about getting the room part, but apparently you were.
Hey, hey, I'm just throwing my opinion out there. What's it? You still there? You still there? What's it? Well, I'm just saying, hey, I'm not a father, but if I was going to be one, I would never I would never go to the hospital. I lived in Long Beach for like a year, and my next door neighbor was one of those ladies that would deliver babies. You know, she goes to people and in their house. You know what I'm saying?
I already talked to him about that. He is
Oh,
not
cool.
going to do it in a hospital.
Yeah, I don't trust hospitals anymore.
Man, I never. The only time I went into hospital was because I had a crack in my skin on my skull. Because as a kid I was jumping on the sofa and fall down and hit my head on the heating or whatever what it's called.
Was that sore?
Yeah, that's the reason. I would never go to a hospital unless I was in like an accident, like a car accident or something. I had a bone sticking out of my arm or something like that.
Yeah,
sounded sore.
They actually sawed my skin together again, and I didn't even had any pains. They didn't even give me any drugs or anything for pain relief, and they gave me a certificate for being very relaxed and not screaming or anything like that. I was very
Sometimes
happy.
I feel my own.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
not
a
good to.
legitimate reason to go. Like if you hurt yourself, like an accident.
I hate hospitals, man. I hate the smell of it. I hate the looks of it. I hate everything about it. I would
I'm the
never
same
want to be
way.
there.
I hate that there's an energy there. It's a dark energy.
Yeah, I never was in a hospital where I was lying in a bed or something. I'm glad, thanks to you. You know, I don't want to be there. That's why it's very necessary for me, even at a high age, to stay fit. You know, I don't want to get in any hospital, especially not in the future.
I was in a hospital when I was like 8 or 10 years old or something because I drowned, you know, and I died. I had one of those experiences when you die, and what happened was I was outside of my body, and I was like at the ceiling looking down at my body in the whole room, you know, briefly. And then I must have went back into my body.
I've heard those stories from others. I know someone else that died in a diving accident and came back and told the story. It's freaking weird. So bizarre.
Yeah, it was really interesting because what happened was when I was outside my body, I was looking down at my body and I could see the whole room that I was in. I could see my body and I saw the layout of the whole room. So when I finally woke up, my eyes were still closed for a long time, but I already knew that I knew the whole layout, like where the door was. There was a TV up in the corner. You know, I mean, I knew, you know, and I didn't even bother opening my eyes out for like a couple hours. I was fully well aware of that I was in a hospital.
Was your body clinical dead? Like no heartbeat?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yes, my heart stopped beating at least a couple times, like in the ambulance.
Oh,
And
but
the
you
hospital.
but you weren't clinically completely dead, which means like no nothing going on anymore. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, yes, I was dead. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a difference, you know. Like even if your heart stops beating, there's a long time where your body still is in a frame of doing something. You know what I mean? Like not completely dead.
Well, you know, you may be right. They told me I was dead, but they didn't. You know, I didn't get a certificate or anything. They managed to bring me back to life, but I don't really know if I was as dead as you're saying. You know, but I just know my heart stopped working for a while, at least a couple of times.
That's crazy.
And so I'm not trying to go on. Basically, that's the whole story. Is that I was outside of my body and I had no body, and I kind of imagine. I think I was like I'm not sure about this, but I think I was like a glowing orb or something. But I'm not certain about that. But all I know is I had no body, and I was looking down at my physical body, and it to this day it blows my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I may have had a feeling or something that I got to go back in my body. You know.
Yeah, I also had a outer body experience when I fell asleep, and I actually thought in that moment I died, but you know, today I know I was not dead. I was just still bound to my body, you know. But I don't think that that's like when you literally die. I don't think that that's the case. You know, if when you literally die, you die.
Yeah, I'm not sure how dead I was yet.
Right. The thing is that's why you're alive right now, because you were not dead at that point. You know, you went back.
Right.
But if you completely die, like literally the body will not come back, then you died. Then I don't think that you can be like disconnected from the body and still live on or something like that.
You might be right. I might have only been half dead or something. Yeah.
What body comes back from death?
Many.
Okay, which one?
There are many instances. You can look it up, man.
Okay, show me.
Okay.
Why should I show you? You can just look it up. There is enough.
I'll DM you.
I remember when I was drowning, it was actually it was very peaceful. I didn't know how to swim, and I tried to catch a football, and when I did that, I went to a deeper area of the water, and I couldn't. I struggled trying to get. I tried to get above the water, and I managed to get above the water at least once, and but I couldn't get a breath though. I just kept swallowing more water. At one point, I started drinking the water because I consciously wanted to stop breathing it, so I started gulping it down.
So yeah, so sometimes, hang on.
Although I struggled trying to swim to the surface, it was actually very peaceful, and it wasn't really that stressful. At some point, I lost strength, and then that's, you know.
One quick question: was it peaceful the whole time, or was it just peaceful for a certain time? Because when I was out of my body, it was peaceful for a certain time. You know.
Oh! When I was out of my body, it was very peaceful. I had a slight feeling to go back in my body, but I didn't have any other feelings.
Yeah, for me, when I realized that I was out of my body, I thought about what was that. I thought about that I was way too young to be dead, and then the panic kicked in, and I wanted just to go back into the body.
Yeah, I didn't get the panic, but I think I had a similar feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a panic.
What's funny is when I was drowning, there was I guess you could call it a slight panic when I was trying to get to the surface. But as I continued to drown, I didn't have much emotion, and I just lost my strength. And since I drowned, I had no. As I lost my strength, I just figured, well, this is it, and I wasn't even upset.
Not even upset.
Probably didn't have enough oxygen to be upset.
I was dead. There's nothing I can give.
I lost consciousness in the water, but I regained consciousness when they were putting me in the ambulance, and I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, and I lost consciousness again in the ambulance. But then I regained it while I was, and then I lost it again, and then I was outside of my body in the hospital, and I was like 10 years old.
As a little kid, when I was very small and was still growling on the ground, I didn't use my hands to stop me from hitting my head. So I always used my head for stopping myself. And I was like going upstairs or something, my mom told me, and they were really like they had really sharp edges. And I just used my head and I bumped into the edge of the stair, and I had my head was then swollen, like my forehead was swallowed up, and I looked like an alien. At least that's what my mom told me when I was like 1 year or 2 years old. And then they went to the hospital, and the doctor only told them, my parents, the only thing that we can do at this moment is just wait, because either way he can have inner bleeding any moment and die, and we can do nothing about it. Or the swallowing will go back. The swelling, yeah. Yeah. I'm happy that.
How did you end up outside your body from that situation?
No. That was something happened
okay.
to me. Like I think 3 years ago. No, maybe 3 or 4. 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
Oh, you were outside your body recently.
3 or 4 years ago. That's not recently.
Wow. So this is fresh in your memory.
Yes, I can replay it every time.
I can still replay what I just explained to you, even though I was only 10 years old a long time ago. I'll never forget being outside of my body, man.
Yeah, I never forget seeing the sunlight shining through what we call physical, which was my room walls. The walls of my room. The sunlight was shining through it. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
That sounds cool, man.
Yeah, that was also my proof of knowing that it was not a dream, because right away I stood up and thought, if this was just an imagination, the sun can't be at the same position in the sky, and just went out directly, because I have a door in my room that leads out into the terrace, and I went out and looked straight up, and I saw the sun at the same position as it was shining through the roof, or the wall, so to say, from the house. So yeah, like the whole setting, it was as if everything is not really like when I was outside of my. Everything looked like as if it's like under X-ray. When you X-ray something, and you see the lines of certain things, the outlines, and so yeah, that's how it looked like. Nothing was really physical. Pretty weird, actually, to describe it.
Sounds like you had a trippier experience than me.
Yeah, I just saw that everything was not really physical. Like the walls looked translucent and so forth.
What blew my mind is you know, when I was outside of my body though, I knew 100%. Like after that happened, I knew that there's more than just the material because, like I explained, the thing is that I woke up, but my eyes were still closed. But I knew my surroundings. I was fully aware because I saw it outside my body, and that confirmed for me that the body and the spirit are two different things because my eyes were still closed, but I knew the surrounding you know what I'm saying. When I woke up with my eyes still closed, I knew I was just out of my body, and I know everything around me, and that 100% confirmed for me that the spirit and the body are two different things.
Yep, just how it is described in scriptures. I totally agree.
But hey, you said you saw that the reality, you saw the non-physicality of it. Now I didn't get to see that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, for me it's like it was very, because of the sun, everything looked very bright, and it's like as if you could see how everything is actually just made out of, you know, frequency and vibrance, because everything is spoken into existence, right? So everything has a certain frequency. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not like this frequency guy. It's, you know, things that everything. I'm not trying to sound new age, but it's really hard to describe it without sounding like a new age or anything like that. I'm just trying to say that what we see as physical when I was outside of my body just looked as if it was the, man, that's really hard to describe actually, as if it was just the light of it or something. Imagine an X-ray vision. That's how it looked like. I mean, you could still see the shapes, but
can I take a guess? Would it be like the world is holographic?
yeah, almost like that. Yeah, like a holograph. Exactly.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. And today I know why I had the pleasure, or how you want to call it, of why he showed me this. You know, that was before I actually came. You know, before I was being saved. I always need to clear that out. And understanding came afterwards, later the years. I really understood why Yah showed me this, and it's just a confirmation of that everything is actually created through his voice. You know, that's the biggest confirmation I have out of this. And that we do have a spirit, you know.
Yeah, I believe this 100%.
Yeah, everything is actually frequency and vibration.
No, I think about how our minds are just antennas, you know?
What?
Like our spirits like tune into our minds or something like that.
I don't know. I wouldn't interpret so much to it. I just, for me, it's just, you know, what I have as revelation about it. Just a confirmation that this is indeed how it is. It is spoken into existence. Everything that exists, including me, is spoken into existence. That's just my clarification with the whole thing that I witnessed.
That makes sense. The most logical.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. When I was outside of my body, I can only guess that I was like some sort of awareness. You know, we've heard about that before. You know, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't have any other. I only had one real slight feeling that a feeling that I should go back into my body, and then after that I woke up, but again my eyes were closed for a while. But other than that, I didn't have any other feelings. I didn't have any other thoughts, but I could see I could see, and I had that slight feel. I didn't have any other feelings or thoughts. Makes you wonder if that's now. I know that y'all didn't have that same experience as me, but just assuming that's how reality works, makes you wonder what happens when you leave your body for a longer duration of time. Like if you go into afterlife, or it makes you wonder what it's like to not have a body. You know, I mean, what would that be like if there was like 1 billion people in another dimension that had no body? I wonder what that'd be like. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if all of us were in the afterlife with no body. I mean,
Yeah,
I wonder what that would be like. I mean, would we be able to communicate, or
We probably already were there. That's where we came from.
Yeah.
That's where we're going back to.
Yeah, man.
And wouldn't this lead people to ask the question, where's the evidence for that?
Yeah, I understand that. It's very subjective because someone's saying they left their body and during a near-death experience or a death experience. We can only go by their testimony, but I think it's kind of proof of what I've been saying about the observer, that's the one that's looking, that we can close our eyes in the dark and the quiet and observe our own thoughts. I think that's our spirit.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something. Now, I don't expect anybody to believe me. I'm just sharing a perspective that I experienced, and I was just saying, imagine that hypothetically, because I don't expect you to, you did. A lot of people haven't shared the same experience. I think a lot of people out there have, though.
What's the idea of the meat suit, right? Your spirit is wearing the meat suit, and you're experiencing things here on Earth, so that your spirit can learn development of self.
Yeah,
that's the most logical explanation I can think of so far. Yeah, we're just in our meat suits right now.
And Smurf, that's a very thank you for that share, man. That brought up some.
You're very welcome, buddy.
Pretty good thoughts.
Very welcome. Ever since that happened to me, I've always been aware that the spirit and body are two different things. And I still believed in the globe until I discovered around 2015, I found a bunch of flat Earth YouTube videos, and I saw it was the truth. I spent over the course of a few months, a couple hours or a few hours a day, just like my mind was blown. Studying the flat Earth. But before that, before I found out the Earth was flat, I still believed in outer space and all that stuff, but as a child. But anyway, I knew that the body and mind were two different things. So I'm really happy I came across the flat Earth, because then it makes it even easier to grasp. Because the whole galactic universal thing is absurd. But to try to I don't know how to say this. To try to grasp that the mind and body are two different things is a lot easier to visualize on a flat Earth cosmology. I mean, there's no, I don't know if I'm using this term right, reference point. There's no reference point with the galactic universal perspective,
Mm-hmm.
The major thing for me in finding this community was the aspect of truth. Like, yeah, everybody's just here because of the common perspective that we share this idea that we're on a stable plateau. And when I say share this idea, again, I'm being cute in saying it that way. Like, we know what's going on.
On top of that, let me add that the great thing about this community is I believe it's the most skeptical group of people in the world, and I respect that. if you wonder something like current events recently, like with the latest psyops, if you come into this channel, you can say what's going on with this or that, or the 19, thing or whatever, and you walk into a place here where you have the most skeptical people that I've ever seen before, and they break anything down and disassemble. This is truly like I don't know. It's a great place. There are a lot of brilliant people here. I'm just community is great here because of the high level of skepticism. And that's my opinion. The high level of skepticism is I wish it was more common. I wish the average person was as skeptical as the flat earthers.
Well, I think the skepticism is what brought us to this point, right? We all, like, for whatever reason, we all detected, like, our spidey sense was going off and thinking, hey, something is amiss here, and let me investigate this further. And we jumped into it, and we got further and further. Like, for me, the aspect of diving into the movie that we're watching, I've been digging into this for the last 2.5 years. So to finally get to this point and meet you guys at the end of the tunnel, I'm like, man, I feel like I've arrived.
Yeah, I was very reluctant to come here because I had already become 100% certain the Earth was flat, and then I knew this for a few years, and then I was really drunk one day, and I got frustrated that I still, to this day, I still have not spoken in person with anyone that can come to the same realization. People think I'm a lunatic. They think I'm crazy when I explain the Earth is flat, and but I continue to do it anyway. But I got drunk one day, and I found this channel on YouTube. I saw it was being it saw it existed, and I downloaded Discord, and I came in here super hammered drunk, and I realized, wow, there's a lot of really smart people here, a lot of really good people here, and I've been here. I come here ever since.
Yeah, I think I was here when that happened.
Yeah, cool, man.
Gospel, I love it. That's so good, man.
Yeah, I was hammered, and I was actually drinking, y'all, because I knew the Earth was flat. I came to that realization, and then I came in here, and I had to pick a name on Discord, and I just picked the first thing I thought of. I wrote the name Satan, and it really upset a couple, particularly that Australian Becky. She got really upset, like 'cause she's Christian, and so I had to change my name, and so I was joking around, and I was joking about the Big Bang, and I said, the things just smurf around. Like I was talking about gravity. I was like, it all just smurfs around, and everybody thought that was funny, and so I just changed my name to Smurf. But I came in here to prank, just to joke around, like just joking with y'all, because I didn't think I could learn anything. Because I didn't think you could learn anything beyond the Earth being flat. But wow, I learned a lot. I learned a whole lot of stuff here from people. Like I can't even begin how much I've learned here. I learned a lot of stuff here. I learned stuff from a lot of people here, like Witsit, for example. A lot of y'all.
Gas needs a container. That's a huge one I learned from you guys.
Yep. You right about that? I went from, I guess you could say I was 99.9999% sure the Earth. After I came here, I became 1,001% sure the Earth was flat. I basically already knew it was flat, but then I was like beyond knowing. Like, wow, it's I don't know how to say that. But it's really important to be able to communicate with other people that know the Earth is flat, because to this day, I still haven't spoken with anybody in person that knows the Earth is flat. I was just flat smacking a couple people the other day, and they don't know it's flat, but I do.
Guy, you were literally saying that, and I was just flat smacking my IT guy at work. I sent him the message. You literally said the Earth is flat as I was typing the Earth is flat.
Yo, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's called.
That's so jokes. Oh man, he came at me with the whole political stuff that's going on. So I knee-jerk reaction and said the Earth is flat.
That's awesome. Oh, so when I figured out the Earth is flat, I became immunized to the latest propaganda, like the latest psyop that's been ongoing the last 3 years, the medical psyop. I didn't believe that for 1 second, because after you figure out the Earth is flat, I mean, it gets really difficult to BS you, you know. It's really difficult to, you know what I'm to. It's hard to get a flat earther to believe in these lesser, I call them lesser psyops, or you know what I'm saying, because the flat earth is the umbrella psyop. They call it globalist, whatever, and all these other psyops fall under the flat earth. So they're like, hey, we got a global pandemic. I'm like, really?
Hey, can I quickly correct myself, because
yeah, go
someone
ahead.
corrected me, so it doesn't sound so I don't put wrong thoughts in other people's head and so forth. I need to correct myself on saying, I'm not sure if I said it that is, everything is vibration, because that would be implying the same thing as the adversary always tells us. My intent when I said what I saw being outside of my body is just trying to say that the way he created things, he, which is the creator, by saying things into existence, may, because I can't prove it, and it could be also, it has been also maybe influenced by the adversary when I saw these things. Maybe I was also being influenced by something. I don't know, right? So I'm just trying to correct myself, and so I don't sound like as if I'm trying to, maybe lead people into thinking that there's anything real about these new age things, that we always heard about universal energy and whatnot, all this stuff.
I got what you're saying. I respect it. I respect that.
I just want to give the glory to the creator. Everything is created, regardless.
There's a distinction between the cause and the substance of the cause or the effect. So, like, if vibration was the cause, that doesn't necessitate the effect to also be the same thing that was the cause. That's all. I think it's as simple as that.
Thank you, Gospel. He was actually the one who corrected me, and I'm always happy if people correct me, because I myself wouldn't have seen the error in that, probably. So I'm sorry to everyone if
I don't think you're speaking most what people have heard over and over again. So probably nobody even noticed. I'm the one that what is it, pet peeve, or I'm highly aware of certain phrases, and that's so.
And I
you're
thank
not
you
the
for
only
this.
one.
I noticed that. Yeah.
I thank you for this, because I think I do still make errors in what I say, and I'm happy if fellow brothers correct me. I'm for being it now like 2.5 years or so, I'm very new to scriptures and so forth. I mean, you personally have way more experience, or way more things research, I guess. I think it's for you, it's like 40 years. No, not 40.
No.
25 years or something?
Yeah, about 23 years, but yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it's or 24, I guess, at this point. But
yeah. So thank you, man. I highly appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's on that specific thing with the vibration is simple as going, what's the cause? What's the effect? Is the cause also the effect? Does this create a conundrum? Because I know for a fact there are people that will maintain that belief. They're like, well, I don't care what that guy said. I believe that everything is vibration. It's like, well, my question for you is the effect also the cause? And are you not sounding exactly like the Globers with their Ouroboros logic to have the snake eating its own tail? It's the Ouroboros. This Ouroboros logic is what I keep on saying. Well, it's called circular reasoning. Why do you have to talk about Ouroboros? Because, maybe Ouroboros has some significance to some people. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, when you say that the effect is the cause, this is the sort of thing that I'm like, and this is a repeated thing. It's a repeated theme, an underlying common denominator. So yeah, I would suggest people avoid Ouroboros logic, or I don't know if that's your
I think
your
I know what
thing.
you're saying. You're talking about the new age perspective that energy is recycled, that everything recycled. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, that's one of many aspects of the teachings. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
yeah, thank you for pointing out the error, man. Really, was my fault, and
you're fine.
Just want to,
what a big deal, bro.
I think it's great, Clay, that you clarified that. I get what you're saying. Hey, Gospel, what is your theory on what? I know that there's a lot of mystery. What's your theory on the metaphysical of this specific subject you talk about?
It's a really broad question. I don't know.
We were talking about how our spirits are separate from our bodies and vibration and stuff. How do you think the metaphysical is structured, like the reality, the world?
I guess it's akin to understanding what the flavor 5 tastes like.
Huh. Like, I think the world, I kind of wonder if the world's held together magnetically with star energy fields, like stars and stuff. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that?
Stars?
Like I'm saying, I wonder if the world is.
Your mic cut out.
I'm sorry. I wonder if the world is holographic. What is your opinion? I know that we're not completely certain, but what's your theory?
I'm touching things right now. So to answer your question in a less roundabout way, I think that there may or may not be overlap, but what I know for sure is that I live in the physical world, and anything related to the spiritual realms seems to be mutually exclusive in a lot of ways. I don't know if it's mutually exclusive in all of the ways. There does seem to be some connections, some crossover, some communication, and so on. But for the most part, we dwell within the physical realm, and and it seems to me that there are a lot of people that promote the spiritual realm for the purposes of elevating oneself at or above, or I don't know if you could say above, but at the position of the creator. That's just my observation, though.
Yeah, I've noticed that with like new age stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
So
something I completely disagree with is the you go on YouTube and you can listen to all this so-called spirituality stuff. It is about what you just said. They have this perspective they spread to a lot of people out there. Millions of people believe that they're all God, and I don't agree with that at all. I believe that I'm a spirit and I'm separate. Like God probably created me or something, or I don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? What you just said, they're trying to spread that to everybody. And I believe I'm a separate I'm my own small entity, like everybody else is. But they're trying to get everybody to elevate themselves to the level of God, and I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to this. Are you going to be one of the people that accepts the law of non-contradiction, or are you going to be a person that rejects the law of non-contradiction? It seems to me that is kind of a base axiom.
Interesting way to put it. Because when I was outside my body, that was me. I was my spirit. Now but on YouTube they got all these new age people trying to say that everybody is the same spirit. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Here I posted a video up above that addresses a little bit of that topic. The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, but video there that addresses NDEs, near-death experiences.
Cool, man. Check it out.
Yeah, this is a good one. I watched it recently. Before the end of the month.
Now, on that note, though, I kind of wonder about the animals. And I kind of want, I'm kind of confused about the animals because when you see a flock of birds or a school of fish, I can't help but wonder if they're like tuned into like a frequency, like a hive mind. And that's kind of what the New Agers are trying to say about people, that we're all one consciousness, one spirit. And I already said I don't agree with that. But the thing about animals, though, kind of perplexes me. I wonder if the New Agers might be onto something on one level or a layer regarding animals,
It's hard to compare animals because from my understanding, they operate with no ego. And that's why they work on hive mind so well. They understand if there's work to be done, they work. If it's time to play, they play. If it's time to mate, they mate.
Never thought of it that way. The animals have no ego?
Apparently. And one can then argue like lions and how they hunt and so on and so forth, but one can then say, well, lions they are bred hunters. They're instinctually driven. There's no ego with lions. They do that stuff out of instinct. So I don't know. I just it's something to entertain. But
that's a really interesting perspective. I never thought about that. Animals have no ego. That's possible. It's also possible we might have lesser degrees of ego.
Is the concept ego a convention?
I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Did he throw a rock at his phone to answer that question?
Thanks, Splat.
So far away.
Thanks, Splat.
I'm really only like 2 feet away, but...
Yeah, it's funny because it does sound like you're standing on the other side of the room.
We can hear you clear, but yeah.
Splat, I need a Monica right now.
Oh my god!
Kiwi, what exactly
god!
What exactly is it that you're having issues with accepting that the Earth is flat? Just out of curiosity.
Absolutely nothing. I'm just and I think I'm just the odd man out at this point. But I totally promote the idea that the Earth is flat, 100%.
No, I was
promote
looking
the
at your
idea. I
roles.
think it's the wrong. My verbiage is probably the way I'm. But I don't observe myself in being in architecture. I don't observe anything that tells me that the Earth is round. There's nothing that in my purview that tells me that the Earth is round. 100%. Period.
Yeah. I was looking at your roles. It says globe skeptic, so I was just curious.
Yeah, no,
so
I think it's just a running joke at this point in time. I asked yesterday, I'm like, why am I still orange? And then Gospel countered with, orange is not a bad, or what's wrong with orange, I think. And I took a screen cap and showed that orange is globe skeptic, which I'm far from not. No. But thanks for asking.
Yeah, of course.
So if you were to be having a conversation with with somebody, which I've heard you talk to some people, but what would you tell them about why you know it's not a ball?
There's nothing that I witness in my purview that I take in that tells me that the Earth is round or that we are moving. The stuff in the sky is moving. I can point at a plane moving at 650 kilometers an hour and say that that's moving at a constant rate because I know that. But I'm on a plane, on a stationary plane, and when I get in a car and I start moving, then I know I'm moving because my head gyroscope tells me that I'm moving, which is the best gyroscope ever created.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Have you guys ever seen the quote where Stephen Hawking's admit you can't tell if the Earth is geocentric or not from the Earth?
I haven't seen that. No. I saw the Albert Einstein quote, though, is similar.
Yeah. Well, Einstein has a quote, and he says, I've come to the conclusion there's no optical experiment that can show that the Earth is moving. And he has another one that says there's no terrestrial experiment. But this one is Stephen Hawking. So which is real, the Ptolemaic or Copernican system? Although it is not uncommon for people to say that Copernicus proved Ptolemy wrong, that is not true. One can use either picture as a model of the universe, for our observations of the heavens can be explained by assuming either the Earth or the Sun to be at rest. Stephen Hawking.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Can I be again? And I like calling myself the village idiot because I say some stupid shit, but I'm gonna be transparent in saying something here. And I don't trust somebody who carries the set square and the square and compass. If you carry the square and compass, I don't trust you. You're automatically lumped in with like no. I can't rely on your testimony. So if Copernicus carries the set square and the compass, his testimony is thrown out. In fact, I am more than comfortable going the absolute opposite to what that dude said, based on what he carries as a seal.
Yeah, I've noticed that pattern also. Yeah.
These are really cool ways to break people's cognitus, because it's like it's the physicist himself within their paradigm. Like this one says, I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring to the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Physicist George Ellis just straight up tells you it's a religion. It's philosophical preference.
Okay, so here's a couple questions. The astronauts that went to Apollo, again, I go there, they carry the same seal. So I throw out their testimonies, right? Because they were 33rd degrees. The aspect of rockets, that's the other thing that I learned here and starting to throw around the idea is that if we look at rockets in space, rockets propel based on the environment that they're interacting with. And I may put so when rockets get to a place where gravity no longer exists, what are they pushing off of? Because you need something to push off of if you're going to propel somewhere, don't you?
You're right about that. You're 100% right about
that. That's the paradox that I always try to point out. How can you move in nothingness? If nothingness is nothingness, there's no direction, no forward, backward, left or right. Nothing is literally nothing. So how does 0 plus 1 equals 2 if you have the force of the gas that is coming out of the device that you try to move, which then can't interact with nothingness because you cannot interact with anything that is not existent or not there. So how would you get another result out of this, which would be the forward motion in this case? So
do you want their answer?
1. Yeah, I know the answer. Matthew tried to explain it to me, but it makes no sense at all. You still would move.
Their answer is it creates its own medium around it.
Holographic force? What are we in, Star Trek?
No, they would say that as it shoots out the stuff from the from the engine or whatever, the jet, what the propulsion material, that the propulsion is pushing against the propulsion material.
It's creating a relative field so it can push off of itself, which is complete and utter bullshit. Yeah.
But they can't prove this anywhere.
Like if you fart in space, you're gonna smell it. It's gonna stay with you. It's not going anywhere. Sorry.
Kiwi, I was listening. I want to now respond you like a listener, like a normie, like let's say Glover.
Cool, Sasha.
Because you said, look, rockets, blah blah blah, going there, and there is no gravity, and in the space, and there is nothing to push. Now, Glover will say, no, you said that there is no gravity. That means there is a gravity there, and rocket is using gravity for pushing.
Yeah, and then we show you an experiment where you have a closed container in a vacuum where then the thing just starts moving as soon as the gas pressure has filled the empty space, which would be impossible in nothingness where there is no containment.
They use a container, yep. The other thing that they would say is every action has an equal or opposite reaction. So how would you ever suggest the possibility that you'd be causing, performing an action without an equal or opposite reaction? That would be the most logical thing that they could possibly say.
Yeah.
Right? So what's your rebuttal? Every action has an equal or opposite reaction. Therefore, if you're shooting even in the middle of a vacuum, if you're shooting out something, where are you suggesting that energy to be going in relation to the object itself? Well, every action has an equal or opposite reaction. So why wouldn't you
space?
Well, no, it's a little different than that.
I just think that.
All right. Have you ever held a fishing pole?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
All right, and cast the fishing pole.
Yes.
This is a silly analogy. Might not. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. But when you cast your fishing pole, do you fall down backwards?
No.
No, of course you don't. There's very little resistance with the fishing pole against the air, but pretend there was no resistance at all. Even more so, you wouldn't fall down. Now, if you take your fishing pole and swing it through water, a lot more resistance, right?
Yes.
It almost giving you the sensation of backwards, like the reaction, right? Well, if there's no resistance at all, this is the rebuttal to my little trivia question with the whole, well, every action has an equal or opposite reaction, so why wouldn't you realize that the ship would be going somewhere after it the rockets are blasting? Well, it's because there's zero resistance, so that equal or opposite, it's not opposite, it's equal because there's nothing to oppose the rocket, right? There's no oppositional force. Yep. Therefore, it is equal, conforming to that law of nature, not violating it. So,
yeah, that'll work.
That's the rebuttal.
And then it becomes strictly a minute maneuvering system after that, like psh, 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 as they're firing the rockets, manipulating their trajectory.
Sure, but that's all predicated on the concept of opposition, of which there is none.
Right.
So it's that equal or opposite. Opposite meaning when you're a swimmer and you're kicking off of a wall, that is opposite. And there's something to oppose. So when there's nothing to oppose, you couldn't possibly conclude opposition. There's no opposition. So it has to just shoot out. And there would be no net gain because there's no opposition. It's really simple. It's just people don't think things all the way through, I think. Taking it for granted. This is the thing.
Hey,
All right, boys.
Gospel.
Oh,
What?
People doesn't know. What's that book that you said you've been reading?
Jeremiah.
Oh, Jeremiah.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in love with that book. Not just that book, but the book of books. But Jeremiah is really providing me a lot of encouragement recently. I'm super thankful.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
What's gospel? What version are you reading?
I like the BSB, but if I'm doing word studies, then I'll just break open a lexicon, work through logically and all that hermeneutical stuff.
You ever checked out the scriptures version?
Is this the pigeon one? No.
I don't know. I just know it's called the scriptures. I don't know. So it has the Hebrew names in it, but everything else is in English.
Okay. I'm trying
I found
to
it's
figure out.
very, very good when it comes to the Hebrew translation. Man, obviously not perfect.
Oh yeah,
can
never
only
mind.
buy
Stephen
on
Fidgen
the
is the safer. That's what he calls his thing.
I read the Slaughter translation in German.
Gotcha. Well,
the scripture. I think the scriptures version. You literally can only buy it from their website. It's wild, but it's worth looking into, man. Seriously, because I love it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just disappointed for anybody out there that refuses to read the Bible on account of not knowing which translation to read from, because they hear like 500 different people promoting 500 different versions or translation. Not versions. They're not versions. Don't get me wrong on that. They're translations, but that is always super disappointing and annoying to me.
I agree. I think a good first one for people is ESV. I mean, there's problems with it, but it's just like really easy to understand, but it's not like too messed up. Like, because there are some you wouldn't want them to read, right? Like, you wouldn't really want them to read the Message.
That would be not a translation. That is a paraphrase. And then
What about I'm sorry.
The New World Translation would be the other one on the no list. And
what about
I agree with you. That's probably the better approach. Is pointing out the ones that you definitely shouldn't read instead of being like, only this one's better or none of them are good. Because you don't really want to give someone an excuse to come out with it.
Is that on there?
It's a dynamic translation. It's just there's a whole scope of literal to dynamic, word for word versus idea for idea. So it's a spectrum of which translators lean towards. So there's centrist ones that kind of balance the two concepts. Is it a word for word or is it an idea for an idea? And there's everything across the spectrum, all the way to the super extremes, which a super extreme of idea to idea would be referred to as a paraphrase, or even beyond a paraphrase would be a complete retelling. So the Cotton Patch Bible,
Right.
for instance, which the Cotton Patch Bible would be a retelling. It's almost a mockery. There's also the Lolcat translation of the Bible, and that is also in the realm of extreme idea to idea, in the realm of probably mockery. The LOL cat translation of the Bible,
Wow.
it's a thing. It's a thing. So
wow, I would
and
never
then
imagine that to be a thing.
and then you've got Young's literal translation and a handful of other translations that are on the extreme of word for word translation, which can also be a corrupt, illogical method for translating.
Dude,
So
from my
ESV
experience,
is a pretty good one.
it's all right. Yeah, ESV is all right because it's pretty easy to
Yeah,
understand. But like, well, from my
Right. Well, that's
experience,
what I
dude,
thought about NLT,
but from my experience, if
yeah.
you pray with like a sincere heart and you try to read the scriptures, if you're asking for guidance, like the Creator, like the Father, will talk to you with all. Like I don't like the NIV, but that's the only Bible I had at the time because I got it from Christmas. And when I got right with the Creator, he literally like was talking to me through that Bible, like directly answering prayers, like in an insane way. So I've just found that he's going to get the message across to you with a plethora of translations. It's much more about like sincerity of pursuit.
How bad is the NK, the New King James?
That's all that, these questions are mostly subjective.
Right. But my question to you is, what's your opinion then on the New King James Version?
My opinion is folks ought to read the most popular book in the history of mankind, and if they have questions or they're confused or having a conversation or a debate, they ought to look at make the realization that they're more than likely reading a translation, unless they are even a native Hebrew speaker, like modern Hebrew, is going to need time, effort, resources in order to properly understand some of the aspects of. There's some differences in modern Hebrew versus the original writings. Same with the Greek. Modern Greek is not very different in form, and there's similar words. You got a lot of the same words, but some stuff changes over thousands of years. Long story short, but yeah, basically that's my opinion: is read the book, and when you have questions or you're in an argument with somebody, take it back to the original. Roll your sleeves up and do hard work.
Dude, the modern Hebrew is actually like the Babylonian cuneiform version. So pretty crazy. Like you got Paleo, and then you have like Babylonian cuneiform, and Paleo is much more pictographic and intuitive. So I found that to be pretty interesting. That like if you look up Hebrew, it's going to be in the Babylonian cuneiform.
Yeah, I keep on hearing this word cuneiform. It's triangles and lines, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so like Ugaritic is cuneiform, for instance, but I'm not sure what you might be referring to. This is cuneiform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but aren't there like variances of cuneiform?
I'm pretty sure cuneiform refers to that writing style, which is a writing style which is done with a stylus, and a clay tablet. I'm unfamiliar with cuneiform relating to the block system of writing that is done with any form of Hebrew that I'm aware of. I don't think Hebrew has ever been associated with cuneiform.
Okay. Do you agree that the modern version is the Babylonian Hebrew? Because from my understanding, it's the Babylonian Hebrew. I mean, not to say that it's like intrinsically evil or anything like that, because I mean, even like, authors of the scriptures wrote in that version, but because like they were in Babylonian, I'm just saying it's pretty interesting because it looks like the most attacked language ever, where they have us writing the exact opposite way, and the pictographic version that's much more intuitive, because I mean it's pictographic, is really rarely even seen. Because I was trying to learn Hebrew and I'm like, dang, I'm about to have to learn. I'm just going to learn not the more accurate pictographic version. Again, these are like, I don't want to be misinterpreted. Like, I agree that there's some detriment in things like this because people are just like, oh, it's just so, they get like overwhelmed and they're like, I don't even want to look into it. So I'm not trying to do that. Anyway, just very interesting because the pictographic versions are more intuitive. Like you can understand them; they make much more sense, and it has like this very simplistic version. And then you have like this like wizardry spell number correlation going on with the Babylonian version, and they don't even. It doesn't make any sense. Like if you look at the like Paleo Hebrew, and then you look at like modern Hebrew, like there's no, it's just all over the place. And then when you try to learn the alphabet of both, it's like, whoa, what's going on? It's really weird. It's like it doesn't really make sense. Anyway, all I have to say, I just think that they tried to make it very difficult to try to really get to the bottom of some of this. But again, I said a prayer one time, like, so I asked the Creator for confirmation of something that I kept on, like this reoccurring thought I could get to go away. He answered it anyway, and then like a week later, I started like, I stopped trying to cuss, I stopped drinking, I stopped smoking, I stopped hanging out with random girls, and then like 5 days in, it was like getting really difficult for me. I'm like, this is like, these are petty things. Do I really have to stop this? I was kind of getting frustrated and about to give up. And so then I woke up at like sunrise. I went to the park and I said, "Dear Lord, help me apply discipline to my conviction." Because I was like convicted of these things, but I was starting to like lose diligence. And so I said, "Dear Lord, help me apply discipline to my convictions." Amen. That was it, really short. And then I opened the scriptures, that NIV version, up directly to where it says, "He who despises discipline, he who disregards discipline despises himself, or he who despises discipline hates himself." Like directly to that. And then, of course, what came after that was like very encouraging sentiments to pursue through it diligently. So, long story short, my point is that the Creator will respond to you in all kinds of different versions. It was probably just a coincidence. Okay, we see the person that always gets triggered is triggered again, so we'll move on. So she runs a server. Okay, here's another quote about geocentrism. What happened when the experiment was done in 1887? There was never in any orientation at any time of year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift. No fringe shift. Nothing. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 2 miles per second, 2 MPS, at the Earth as in its orbital motion around the sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michael Samoili experiment? The implications is that the Earth is not moving. Yeah, that's like killed it. Here's another quote. Physicist Richard Wolff, same guy. If the Earth isn't moving relative to the ether, then Earth alone among the cosmos is at rest relative to the ether. Now, that may be an absurd possibility, but maybe it's true. I think you can see that this is not going to be very philosophically satisfying, and it isn't satisfying physically either, but it violates the Copernican principle that the Earth isn't special. It is particularly absurd in light of what we know from modern cosmology, namely that there are places in the universe, distant galaxies in particular, that are moving away from us at speeds very close to the speed of light, allegedly. It's absurd to imagine that everything in the universe is pinned to Earth when there are such a wide range of speeds relative to Earth throughout the universe, but it suffices to rule it out on this philosophical ground. Like, it's just a religion, bro. It's like admittedly philosophically driven.
I've got a question actually for you and maybe Gospel. I don't know if you've even heard this before, but someone told me the other day that Ursa Major apparently rotates in the wrong direction relative to the other star constellations. I don't know if you guys know anything about that. I don't know that that's true, but I was wondering if you guys had some info on that.
I do not. The wrong direction. Yeah.
I mean, maybe wrong direction is bad.
Science.
The opposite direction is what I meant.
Right. I don't know. I've never heard that.
Yeah, what you're saying is broadly true, of course. They take kind of a scattergun collection of quote unquote evidences, and then they exclude any. It's literally cherry picking it like a cosmic scale. They take the evidences that they think back their opinion. They'll take other evidences which could be interpreted in a 4 or 5 different ways, and only interpret it in the way that backs their model up, and then they call it they call it fact, and then they're done. And at any time you point out that they're doing this, they call you a dumb flat earther. So, I mean, you can't really do anything with these people. They are just zealots.
Yeah, it's crazy. But if you talk to the average Glober, that's real. They act like it's just absurd to question the heliocentric postulation, and they're like, it's just a fact, it's been proven, and blah 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 blah. But it's very funny when you go into the actual people that gave them this worldview and built it for them. They say, like, unequivocally, that it's a philosophy. And so then you go, like, it's very interesting. Like, to an open mind, this would be very resounding, you would think, right? Like, heliocentrism was proposed about 500 years ago via Jesuits, obviously religious, right? And then you go to now in 2022, it's still just a philosophical decision. So that should be pretty eye-opening. So in its inception to this very day, it's a philosophical preference that we can't be special. The Earth can't be special. It can't be important. Therefore, we must disregard it as such. Very wild.
In some ways, though, they've raised the stakes because back in, say, 1905 or 1910, there was no claimed space missions, right? So they had to, at some point, either decide, right, we're going to come clean about this, or we're going to double down on the lie, right? So the stakes are much higher now than they were back then because they were just kind of saying things like, oh yeah, of course the Earth's moving, of course the orbit, blah, 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 blah. Now they're actually claiming to have sent physical things into this realm. And so it's like, now going back on that lie would have much more serious repercussions than it would have done 100 years ago.
You understand the history, though? Like the years of when things actually happened?
That's literally what I was just talking about.
That's what I'm asking you. Like, do you understand the process of what actually transpired, like over the last 60 years, 62 years specifically?
Well, I would have thought that what I just said demonstrates to you that I do understand that, yeah. But what was your question?
No, it was just with respects to like the attacks on space or the attacks on the dome, Operation Fishbowl, Dominic, all those things. That's what I was referring to. But I apologize. I didn't realize you understood all that prior mumbo jumbo. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, I've been here about 7 years, bro. Maybe you don't know me, but I've been around this topic a lot.
I've been here for 2 years. I have no, or sorry, 2 weeks. I have no idea who anyone is beyond the daily run-ins here. So I apologize, my friend.
No problem. But anyway, welcome to the server. I haven't heard your voice before, but maybe you could talk about something very specific, and then we can develop a conversation from there.
No, my friend. I'm just here as I'm working, and I just provide little stupid comments as the day goes. So it's all good. Appreciate you though.
All right, check this out. I want to say this. So, as it comes to the Big Bang, which is still like the most popular postulation about the inception of the universe. So, looking into this anomaly more deeply, we will find that it remains robust throughout all 7 years of published WMAP data, and furthermore, that it is very difficult to explain within the context of the canonical inflationary lambda cold dark matter of cosmology, which is the Big Bang. The observations disagree markedly with the predictions of the theory. Astrophysicist Glenn D. Starkman, Craig J. Copey, Dragan Huterer, and Dominique Schwartz. So, point blank, the observations debunk Big Bang. But wait, this next quote is even better. It's very interesting. So here is a quote that I found pretty amazing. One of the most surprising findings is that the fluctuations in the cosmic microwave radiation temperatures at larger angular scales do not match those predicted by the standard Big Bang model, the European Space Agency.
That's actually very recent then, isn't it? Because the ESA's only been around, I don't know when they were formed, but they're not as old as NASA, as far as I know.
Yeah, it's from 2013.
Oh, well, there you are. Yeah, very, very recent.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, bro? Like the ESA quote.
Not even 10 years old. Yeah.
Wild.
But of course, I mean, that's not going to appear on the front page of CNN or BBC, is it? Like, so, oh, by the way, our model can't be possible. Like, yeah. So, what do you think? Obviously, you talk to these zealots a lot more than most people. Do you think that, you know what I said about raising the stakes and how, like, you've got all these claimed space missions, whereas previous to the 60s, there weren't any claims. Do you think that the idea that we've gone to space and therefore the Earth must be a globe because we've gone to space, do you think that self-reinforcing mindset is based on some kind of misplaced patriotism, or do you think there's something else like at play? What do you think the psychology is that keeps them believing something like this?
Sense of pride. I think there's the seeing the American flag placed on the moon with the wind passing through the flag, ruffling it ever so gently, fills people with a sense of pride.
Well, like patriotism, then, basically.
Bingo, bango.
But it's like, what are they prideful of? I mean, it's I don't know. It seems to me like America is a country that wants to kill itself in every other respect, as does much of Europe. Like, it doesn't like its own history or its own people, right? So why would a flag bring? I don't understand. Like, why would a flag bring pride when the country seems to spend all its time shitting on its own people? Doesn't make sense to me at all.
I'm their friendly neighbor to the north, so I can't understand totally, but
yeah, fair
right.
But you understand what I'm saying? It's like, if I suppose it would be like Stockholm syndrome. Like, I mean, I don't really feel pride in the British flag now. I did when I was younger, but every time I turn on the TV, the TV's telling me that I'm bad. So, and the governments and the news agencies don't seem to be investing anything in me or my people, right? So So in a kind of basic sense, why would I owe them anything? And so I guess what, like, for the Americans, I would see it as a similar thing, because they're, you know, your American media, you're Canadian obviously, but the American media treats American people with contempt. It treats them like morons. Yeah. And so why would you respect that? I don't understand. I'm not saying you guys, I'm saying people generally.
It takes a very intelligent, subjective view to be able to extract what you just said. Not everybody's blessed with that, with an eye of discernment at that level, to be able to say, hey, this isn't right. Something's amiss, and I need to look into this more. For me, the investigation, I mean, I've been walking with the Lord since I was a child, and for me, the investigation started with this whole idea of what is understanding what the firmament is, and I kind of started unpacking everything from there.
Is that why you asked about Operation Fishbowl, like as it pertains to kind of your religion?
That's literally, like, that was the firmament in this entire thing is my heart and soul, because it's literally on the first page, and I don't care what version you read from, everybody has this idea of what this thing is because it's on the first page, right? He created it on the second day, and that to me is something that holds a lot of essence. And yeah, Operation Fishbowl and Dominic, that was interesting, because I saw that as the alignment of, like, the Tower of Babel in a way, right? That was the Tower of Babel, was the identification of God. We know you, we see you, right? And we're going to come up to where you are so that we can identify with you further. And did the same damn thing with Operation Dominic and Fishbowl, right? Tried to go upward, attack what was above us. The quickest way to make an animal go crazy, put it in a cage and just watch it go crazy. It'll constantly attack what is boundary, what it is hindered by. And that, coupled with the definition in the 59 encyclopedia of what the firmament is, I can't help but resist in saying that there is a lid to our closed system. And if there's a lid to our closed system, to quote Bill Nye the Science Guy, humans have to understand that we live in a closed system, and you cannot escape a closed system.
Yeah, without getting too much off the beaten track of what Witsit was saying, though, don't you find it interesting that these philosophers from back in the day were more willing to accept the philosophy behind the religiosity of the model than the people are today? Like, and what I find interesting is that they put it in a different context. So, like, you've got your Einstein quotes, you've got your Stephen Hawking quotes, and all the rest from back in the day, saying that you can't actually tell if the Earth's moving or not. But now they won't say that. They'll say, "Oh, well, the model doesn't align with the cosmic background radiation," right? So they're kind of saying the same thing, but they're not admitting as much. But they are still admitting something. Because back in the day, it's like, if you heard this, Albert Einstein, who a lot of people mistakenly think is the most intelligent man to have ever existed, or whatever, say, "Oh, by the way, we can't tell if it's moving or not, bro." Like, that would have been big news, right? If it was actually presented as news. But of course, nowadays they wouldn't even go that far. So that I find interesting as well. It's like the dampening of the news over time.
Yeah, the coercion of the news, the inversion. Either way, the news isn't good. They ain't trying to tell us anything but the truth. Damn it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I'm thankful I got into numbers. That's all I could say. Studied architecture coming up and building codes and all these different things, and that's all I needed. I'm just glad I didn't get into any kind of science-related stuffs. That would have been bad.
If you're an architect, then it's an applied science. And the thing about applied sciences is that you have to apply them, right? And that sounds really fucking obvious, but go with me. If you're having to apply something to the real world, then it has to be grounded in something that you can actually see, something you can test, something you can observe. The problem with so-called quote-unquote astrophysics is that there's absolutely nothing that grounds it to the real world. So they can just say whatever the fuck they want. No one can prove or disprove anything. And they just spout it off as if it's real.
Well, you know? I think about what potentially happened 700 years ago in the 1500s or 1600s. Two guys sitting around drinking whatever the heck they were drinking, and they literally just started to throw around an idea. One guy said one thing, the other guy said the opposite, and a fight broke out. When I say a fight, like a verbal, hey, I'm going to prove you wrong. Okay, and the egos went to blows, right? And this guy's like, I'm determined to disprove what you are attempting to prove. And the guy that was attempting to prove the Earth being a globe and that we're moving, I would say quickly resorted to sky science instead of looking at what he observed in his purview, if you will, on the ground.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of sad when you think about it. Like they think that they can just like observe and declare. It's like, well, I can observe and declare as well. Does that make me right? You know, I see lights in the sky, therefore those lights are, I don't know, angels. And, you know, if you pray 3 times to Polaris, then your wish will come true. You can make up a whole, you know, obviously
A plethora of stuff.
flowering nonsense, but like obviously you can do anything with this stuff. And then if anyone questions it, you can say, well, don't you see Polaris in the sky? Right?
Mm.
Yeah, of course you do. Oh, therefore the angel story is true, right? No, that's not. There's no therefore. It's a non sequitur.
Gorilla Beard.
I don't realize.
We have a new guy in the chat. Gorilla Beard. You gonna talk, Gorilla Beard? Do you have any questions about the plateau, the stable plateau that we reside upon, that we inhabit? Shout out to Gorilla Beard. Gorilla Beard going once. Gorilla Beard going twice. Gorilla Beard not answering.
Huh.
You're hot micing.
Yo, what's up, man?
You're hot micing.
I'm Mikey. Well, there's
Yeah.
nobody here. There's nobody here, so nobody gives a shit. I'm the only one here talking. I was the only one. Everybody else is muted. So you can't call that hot micing. You can just call that micing, period. No hot. Hot is when, I'm talking to somebody else and I'm not talking to you guys. Right? And you guys are talking. It's got to be a clear definition of hot micing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you're the only one on here making noise, that's not hot. That's just microphone, period. Prove me wrong, man. Shit. Change my mind. Right? Okay. Maybe my logic's fucked up. I don't know. Could be. Anyway, I appreciate you last night. You were getting into that guy, man, about how ridiculous the globe is. So, that was awesome. That was really cool. That was after I went to bed, but anyway.
Rolling, was it? Is it rolling my boulder?
Yeah, rolling my fucking balls. Rolling my balls, man. That's what he's doing. Rolling his balls. Fucking A, dude. I want to get that guy a couple of beers and fucking give him a noogie on his fucking head and say, stop it, you fucking Mongo. Stop that bullshit with your, it's a fucking, oh, fuck off. I gotta get in. Anyway. That was ridiculous. Rolling my balls. Got no evidence, but the fucking movement of the sky. Fuck off. Dude. It was, anyway, it's pissing me off. But yeah, you were on him. Thank you. Thanks for getting on him. I'll get on him at some point. I might go a fucking full retard on his ass, but shit happens.
Shit happens, man. Yep. Rolling my boulder. Dude. Anyway, keep at it, man. I'm going to make some noise here. I'm going to mute up for now, but I don't want a hot mic, you know. How dare you? How dare you ruin my hot mic? How dare you?
Still there? Sir Dudeness, are you there? You just talking.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I was just talking a minute ago. Yeah.
I just wanted to concur with you that you're the only one making noise that says with no hot mic.
Right.
Even if you're making weird noises, that's still just mic.
Right. It's just Mike. If you're the only one on here. Now, if I start like talking to somebody or flat smacking somebody, that's
Like a pretty slow moment here
might
on the server.
Might be.
We've We've got.
That's all right. It happens.
We do have a Gorilla Beard, but I believe they were here yesterday and they never spoke. So let's give them one more chance. Hello, Gorilla Beard. Flat Earth Dude has some questions for you. Gorilla Beard. Manila Gorilla. Has the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to you, Flat Earth Dude.
He was muted again because he must have left and come back. Still didn't have a VC verified role.
Oh, okay. Did you
But
unmute just now?
I just unmuted him. But
okay.
But yeah, for whatever reason there.
We would love to hear from you, Gorilla Beard. What say you?
Yeah. It's a valid question.
I mean, people join voice VCs, and the idea is to use your voice. You know, I don't know.
All right, Lewis, maybe you try.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi. What'd you trade?
What I trade? I trade currencies, sometimes stocks.
Okay. Welcome to the server.
What's up? Well, I think I've been here before. Like
you
2
sound
years
familiar.
Ago. Yeah, I've been here. I was here 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, I believe. I'm 19 now.
Okay, what was your screen name? Because your voice sounds familiar.
Abvistic. I believe it was that. ABV-istic. It had to have been that. I think it was that, most likely.
Huh.
But I was here 2 years ago. I remember I was playing this game and I was listening to someone debate this globalist that you know, he was actually pretty respectful. He actually genuinely wanted to know like what was going on. Like he wanted to know like why, you know, we believe in what we believe in. And so yeah, there was just debating them and stuff, and they was destroying him. Destroying him, not gonna lie. Just straight destroying him. Someone brung up something about cannonballs.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can remember though. Something about cannonballs and the rockets. I forgot what they said about the cannonballs. I kind of remember the rocket thing because like I think they sent blueprints of this stuff, like how it was designed, how they possibly cannot work if the Earth was curved and all that. It was crazy. But they were destroying him. Some people was talking about Antarctica.
Yeah.
And brought up some like some, I guess it was like some research team that went out there. No, it was this guy, and he actually made it past the whole like screening, and they was sabotaging him supposedly. It's like sabotaging his boats and stuff when he was out there. So that's all I remember though.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I definitely remember this server, the whole live stream and all that stuff.
Cool. Welcome back.
Glad to be back.
So, would you consider yourself a skeptic of the globe, or you know why Earth is not a globe?
I kind of know why. I was mainly trying to answer my own questions, and so I would go out and basically research and put it together logically in my head using my common senses as well. I end up not believing in gravity whatsoever. I don't think gravity is, I mean, they say it's a theory, so it's just a theory, right? Let's just leave it as a theory. And I was moving more so like density, you know, it's a fact. Density is a fact. The whole concept of the vacuum around Earth, the globe Earth, and yet we still have, you know, an atmosphere, just couldn't make sense. people say gravity, but it's like once you remove gravity, then everything else is just not even. The globe is basically done for. If gravity is not a thing, the globe's done for. But even so, if gravity was pulling our atmosphere, it still kind of didn't make sense to me because gas is not a liquid nor a solid. So for gravity to be pulling on that many molecules at once to keep it down here, it just didn't make sense to me because a vacuum, you literally is powerful. It would just suck up everything, just suck it up. So that just didn't make sense to me.
You ever seen this right here?
Where do I go? Lobby?
In Livestream voice text. Sorry.
Okay. No, I've actually haven't seen this exact thing, but I've seen something similar. Explain, what's this?
Yep, so that's sulfur hexafluoride, which is a gas that is more dense than air. Very, very dense gas.
Wow.
All right, so here's what's really cool about this, because they say that gravity keeps the gas on Earth, right? Well, it just so happens that this gas is heavier than regular air.
Wow.
Okay. But even though it's heavier than regular air, this container that it's in, that fish tank looking thing that they have it in, and they're able to pour it, right?
That is
but
crazy.
In the span of about 30 minutes to an hour, that whole sulfur hexafluoride will be gone, or rather dissipated.
Wow.
Even though it's heavier than the air, it will escape its container. That's the second law of thermodynamics. Gases don't just go up and down, they go everywhere, and they escape their container if there's an available opportunity for them to escape the container.
That is wow.
Even when they're heavier. So it's a fantastic example that actually allows somebody to demonstrate why gas being held to Earth via the concept of gravity is not part of our reality. It's an idea, it's a story, but we can demonstrate the opposite of that happening with something like this.
I've never seen this before. This is blowing my mind right now.
Yeah,
he's
cool.
pouring. I was wondering, I'm like, what is he pouring in there? I don't see any liquid or anything. And all of that's just gas. All of that's just gas. That is crazy. And I was thinking, I've never actually researched into it, but I was just thinking, I'm sure there's a gas heavier than oxygen, right?
Yep.
So this right here just, answered that. Wow, that is crazy. He's pouring.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But I like to show it because they say that gravity is holding the air to Earth. Well, the fact of the matter is, gas requires a container in order for there to be any gas pressure, because when it isn't contained, it will escape, and we can prove that. And I think that that's really important for people to know if they're trying to work through the lies and stuff.
Yeah, it's just I'm about to say, because it just doesn't make sense that we go from atmosphere to straight vacuum, right? So I'm sure the oxygen at that point is just what atmosphere is just going to outer space, right? But that wouldn't make sense. It would have to just take everything all at once if that was the case. Like, it would have to, because there's no way. It just couldn't. I mean, wow, this gift is really blowing my mind.
Yeah, man.
It's really blowing my mind. I'm kind of
gas goes where it can go.
Right.
Unless it's contained. But that's the point. Gas goes where it can go. And if it can't go anywhere, then it won't go anywhere. But
wow.
That's the second law of thermodynamics. The gas will fill available space unless contained, right, Gospel?
Yep.
Science, man.
Real
This is
science, not
crazy.
the
Not
not
the
the
pseudo.
storytelling kind. Yeah.
Yeah, you nailed it, Lewis. Gravity is just a story that people made up. It's never been proven scientifically. There's no hypothesis for it, nothing. It's just a story.
Jesus. I knew I wasn't tripping, man.
No, and the thing is, the word gravity is kind of but it's like, yeah, things go up and down, but it's not because one thing is attracting another thing to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's because things go up and down.
Right.
Well, what makes it go up and down? Energy. There's a lot of answers to that question. What's the cause?
Right.
But you first need to understand the what before you ask the why.
Mm-hmm. Because it can be force, it can be density, be a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, what it hasn't ever been demonstrated to be is a physical object attracting another physical object because of its quote unquote mass.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Now this is still blowing my mind to see that.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Have you said hello to Fridge yet, Gospel?
No, I saw the tag. How new are you,
Hello,
Fridge?
Got your mic open. All you gotta do is say hello. Or not.
Yeah, good talk. Good talk.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Lewis sounded good so far. He bounced. Maybe he'll be back.
Yeah, he said, he was here 2 years ago, so kind of ring a bell. Awesome.
Guess Fridge chooses to remain silent. Back to you, Gospel.
Yeah. Is your fridge running? Well, you better go and catch it.
You got Prince Albert in a can.
Yeah, I
Better let
never
him
did
out.
that. I never did that form of trolling, the prank calling. I think my parents really did a great job putting the fear in me. Like you'll go to federal, pound you in the prison. Not really, but they were like, nah, that's a no go.
One time in college, I had a page over the intercom at the bowling alley. Stupid SO. Is there a stupid SO here? Anyway.
Yep. Plus, I didn't grow up in a kind of household where I had free reign over the telephone. That's not my kind of lifestyle. So, are you going to take all of these quotes, Witsit, and just make a slideshow? Because you posted like, it seems like double digits by now. So I feel like you could just 60 seconds a piece, play a song, turn it into a video. What a name. Yatendra. Huh. Interesting.
Okay, I'm back. I have a
Yeah.
question. I don't
Yeah,
know if
go ahead.
anyone can answer this one, but okay. So I would assume for the governments to go to the lengths of hiding the truth, obviously it matters a lot. Because if it matters that much to them, then it should matter that much to us. Obviously, right? So my question would be, what are they trying to hide exactly? Because it has to be something more than just the truth of our Earth shape and how it really is. It has to be something that can, I would assume, empower us in some way.
Yeah, that would be a potential assumption. But I would like to clarify one thing with you before moving on. This concept of the government. First of all, we all know that the government is not one person.
Right. Right.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that it seems rational that there are probably senators and governors and mayors and sheriffs and so on that play a role in the totality of government that wouldn't necessarily know one way or the other?
Right. Like there's levels to it. Like certain people would know, some wouldn't, basically.
Yeah. So that's an important thing to just keep in mind. And then on the other hand, you can really boil it down to the people that are claimed to have left Earth. Not the ISS people necessarily, but the ones specifically that have the story that they left Earth to go to the moon. That list of people, that would be the list of, it would be almost impossible unless there's some major brainwashing going on or something. It would be almost impossible for them to not know that Earth is flat. Almost impossible. So that's the only group of people that is at the highest level of almost impossible. And that's a really short list of people.
Right.
It's a short list. Everyone else is living within a house of cards. Doing what they do. But anyway, are they hiding something in regards to empowerment or whatever? I would provide an analogy to answer that question that would maybe allow you to answer that question without me telling you what to think. So I'm going to use the word cooties because it's a happy-go-lucky, not bad word, right? It's just a joke between kindergartners when you're in school, preschool, and kindergarten, and first grade and second grade. You talk about cooties. Now, I'm not talking about viruses. I'm not talking about bacteria. I'm not talking about medical information. I'm only talking about a hypothetical. And I'm making that preface for the sake of the live stream. So you have to ask the question, what is it accomplishing? And that is kind of your question. But are there other things that we can think about that a story is told, and what did those stories accomplish? Well, there's all sorts of answers about cooties, but what are some even other things where stories are told and what did they accomplish? Are they keeping you away from something that's good, or are they keeping you away from something that's bad, or some blend, 6 in one, half a dozen the other, maybe a little bit of both. I don't know. I think it's a question that if you keep on thinking about it, you will come up with different answers over time. And those answers may be relevant to you and not relevant to someone else, and vice versa.
Right.
So there are many, many, many answers to the why would they lie. The overarching answer is always control. But the other type of answers you may come up with may expand on that control and why the control and what it's for and all that.
Okay. So overall,
but hypothetically, this is completely imaginary, right? I'm not about to give any medical advice. But let's say you found out, hypothetically, that there was a tiny thing that everybody was afraid of, but that tiny thing was actually completely fake. We'll call this thing splinters. Splinters. Now, splinters are real, but let's pretend that they're not real, for pretend's sake. Now, this is a special type of splinter, a splinter that nobody's ever seen with their own eyeballs, and this splinter causes you to get all sorts of different symptoms of dis-ease, like you don't feel well, maybe for 3 days, maybe for 5 days, maybe only for 1 day, whatever. These splinters, nobody's ever seen them. You can't even find them, but the idea of them exist. And then somebody says, okay, paint your arm red. Okay, paint your arm red. If there's any blue that shows up, then you have a splinter. Okay, and you're like, wow, oh my gosh, that's amazing. If I paint my arm red and I see blue, therefore I have splinters. This is incredible science that they've made up. This is all pretend, of course. It's not meant to make you think of anything else in this world. It's just a pretend idea as a metaphor. So it just so happens that this red paint has literally nothing to do with splinters in the first place. And it just so happens you can wipe this red paint on a toothbrush or a paper towel or an apple. And sometimes you get blue paint coming through and sometimes you don't. And it just happens no matter what, just one way or the other. And it's kind of arbitrary. But there's some people that tell some really, let's say this is the Sherwin-Williams conspiracy. I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of goofy with my metaphor here, but the fact of the matter is, if you found out that splinters didn't exist in this, silly little story, it would actually empower you, but not necessarily in ways you would immediately recognize.
Right.
See, all the ways that you live, the way that you live your life, the places you go, the people you spend your time with, all the things that you do that you didn't do before because you were afraid of splinters. You didn't want to get a splinter. Splinters suck. They're horrible. Some people die of splinters, hypothetically. But whatever the case, imagine how it would change your life. Yeah, maybe it would. Maybe it wouldn't. Some people would be like, it's not going to change anything for me. I don't know. So it's a metaphor. And the fact of the matter is, for some people, learning that Earth is not a spinning water ball is life-changing. It's a paradigm shift that overwhelms them for quite a while, and they go through stages of grief because they can't hardly reconcile or appreciate how wicked, and wicked's an important word, how wicked people can be in this world. But it's not everybody. You can't just be, everybody's wicked, because everybody is wicked to a certain degree, but not in the same way in regards to the specific people promoting a lie knowingly. Right? I would make a distinction between the people that are deceived, that are promoting, like the fanboys, versus the ones that actually know the truth and continue to promote the lie. I personally think that there's a bit of a difference between those two. That's my personal opinion. But anyway, coming to the realization of all of that is yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, I remember when it hit me, because what I actually wanted to do, I actually wanted to prove it wrong. Like I just wanted to make sure, oh yeah, like like the Earth is, and then I see this video. It was so random, like it was so random. Like it was like a 1 out of a million chance for a video like that to pop up, and the video it showed like the sun and the moon rotating around in this dome. And I've never in my life seen that ever. Whenever I used to think flat earth or whatever, I would think, okay, you can fall off the edge and the sun and the moon's like space is still real. There's other planets and we're just the only flat planet. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like, it never made sense to me. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I'm like, if the sun was that big, then the whole planet would have light, so it didn't make sense. But when I seen that video and the dude was breaking it down, I'm like, whoa, like it makes sense, kind of like it made sense. And when that kicked in, like I had paranoia. I went to my dad at the time about it, and the whole time he known a lot of this shit. And so,
oh wow,
yeah. And I'm sitting.
He was
there,
like, "Yeah, I was just waiting for you to figure it out."
Right. And I'm sitting there like, bro, and he starts to talk about all this shit. And
Yeah,
that
that's cool.
whole month, I was just paranoid. Like I would go outside and I felt unease.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what? Like this isn't what they told us it was, And my dad was telling me, he was like, oh, don't go around telling people all this stuff. Don't expect them to just, don't expect them to think, but I actually had a friend that seen the same video and his mind was blown too. So me and him went to the rest of the group because we had this we have this inner circle and stuff. We went to the rest of the group we was freaking out. Like this was before I went to my dad and we was freaking out. We like, bro, look at this. This make kind of sense. And the rest of the friend group's kind of like, bro, y'all crazy, y'all tripping. But then over time, when I started to do more research and started to bring it towards them, like they went from they became open-minded about it. It was like, okay, they end up in the middle and then they eventually just shifted over because it just made too much sense to them. So, now my whole like group knows about that stuff. And eventually over time, my entire family end up believing in the flat earth and all that as well. It was kind of interesting. I thought it was just me and my dad and my little brothers at the time because they were sitting over there listening when me and him was talking. So it was just like their minds was kind of blown a little bit. But they was like in elementary school, like young elementary school. So they haven't got, they haven't been brainwashed just yet. They haven't talked about it enough. So, but eventually I would end up working with my older brother, right? And we'll end up speaking about stuff. And he brought up, he don't believe the earth is the shape that it is. He believes it flat. And it blew my mind because I thought me and my dad was the only one that really talked about knowing this stuff. And so to hear my older brother too is now speaking about this stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Like I've been thinking about this. But he said he's been into that stuff like years and years before me. So I'm like, whoa. Like I was just like mind blown. And eventually even my like little sister believed there was like a dome around us. And no one had to speak to them. Like we haven't spoke to them about it. So it was just like our whole family was just by themselves just coming to like the truth, basically, of knowing it that this is not a globe, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy. And it's crazy to think that my whole entire family, immediate family, is like, well, we're all flat earthers. We're all flat earthers, essentially. Even my
just some don't know it yet.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it was one time. This was right before. I don't know if I can say this. Are y'all live streaming?
Oh yeah, it's always live stream. That's why I
Okay.
was talking about splinters.
Right.